you believe? There was a border where the Soviet-occupied zone shot at the citizens under their control so that they wouldn't leave because it was so nice and so helpful and so good there. And this young man, who had once seemingly been extremely well trained, was a sportsman, a swimmer, a rower, and then was forced to go to the army so that he would pay his dues. He went to prison, wherein which he had then suffered for at least 3.5 years and nearly perished. His back was completely, as I saw later, his back was completely and utterly scarred because he had been electrocuted, beaten with pipes, beaten with many different objects, starved, put into solitary confinement, questioned as to whether he was a foreign agent, all that kind of jazz. He looked like a ghost, but he was free. And the lit fire in his eyes were exceptional. If there ever was a day when I should have been motivated to do the right thing at a later stage in life, that definitely was one of them. There were many, but that was one of them. No one, absolutely no one in Western Germany who was not completely, utterly bereft of any sense and gullible. No one had any right or had any opportunity to avoid knowing what was going on. We all knew. And trust me, unless you are a complete and utter silly, utopian, communist supporter, everybody hated the Russians. And we knew exactly what was going on behind the curtain because we knew.
Am I right in thinking
we knew? If you didn't in England, fine, fair enough. The people from the British Army of the Rhine knew. We all knew. The Dutch knew. The Americans knew.
Oh, we knew it was bad. What I'm saying is that the certainly when I was growing up, there was no great distinction made between the Soviets and all the other communists. There wasn't the understanding that the other Eastern European countries really didn't want the Russians there.
Well, we had Czechs and Hungarians and Polish in the north of Germany. We had them in our schools. Their parents had made their way. For example, when martial law was introduced in Poland, many people who had stayed behind, who in Silesia, for example, who were of German descent, but were then Polonized, but had stayed behind. Prisoner encampments in Russia in the mid-1950s and later, 10, 15 years after the war. And they were sent back, not to Germany, not even to the Soviet-occupied zone, but they were sent, of course, to Silesia because that was their home address. Those people under martial law then, of course, became yet again persecuted by Jaruzelski, as always, and many other normal, just regular Poles who also couldn't stick the communist tried to flee and did flee across Yugoslavia then and Hungary towards Austria, vis-a-vis there, and then onwards to Germany. Many Poles went to the United States. We all knew. We had classmates from these regions. You didn't have them in Britain, I know, I'm completely aware, but we had them. We had in our schools and universities and the likes, we all had them also afterwards. There's a reason for it, because it's Germany and it was the next best well-developed country where you could go and where people would understand you, where there was already an existing diaspora of people. There were many, many thousands of Czechs and Slovaks and Poles and Hungarians, Romanians in Germany. Lithuanians, Estonians, by the way, who had left before. And those who didn't make it to North America to live a better life and become, obviously, like Latvians, Lithuanians, and Estonians did in North America, be it Canada or the US, where they've been utterly successful, extremely successful as a diaspora, just like the Ukrainians have done and the Poles have done it. But the three Baltic nations were extremely successful in North America. They all knew, and they've been talking about it. It's just that the rest of the mainstream media chose to ignore it. They were ridiculed. People were ridiculed for highlighting this. There were Polish emigres in Germany. You couldn't call them conservatives. You could have called them centrists. You could have called them social democrats. It doesn't really matter. They were ridiculed by the Social Democratic Party and other left-wing, say, media at the point in time that they were complaining about Jaruzelski. They were mocked for the Pope, don't forget. There are so many things which are so wrong about sections managed at that point in time. These people worked hard. When the borders opened, they went back, they invested, they did their thing, but they knew exactly who helped them and who was with them. And we should all be with them, because we should all be with Ukraine. This is the tail end of the Second World War. If we fail now, freedom will be lost.
Thank you very much, Axel. I believe Nick is coming up to take over some co-hosting.
Yes, exactly. I'll be swapping.
Well, feel free to go ahead and get that done, and I'll figure something out for my dinner.
I thought you wanted to have dinner, right?
Yes. Did you want to swap with Nick? Is that what you were saying?
I thought that Nick would give you a relief. Sorry.
Ah, yes. In that case, yeah. I shall say good night to you all. Good evening, good night, and no doubt I will be listening. But
sorry, I had to put the phone down for a minute.
I'm starving of the Marvins, so I'm going to go and get myself some
Go
din-dins.
get something to eat, Marcus. I wish you a good night, and thank you for hosting today.
Happy Easter. Thank you, Marcus. And with that, I shall welcome our dearly beloved Nick. Let me beam you up, and then we'll give it a go. Alrighty, gentle people. If you have a question, if you have something to contribute, we all wish you, for those who are currently in say Western Christianity Easter mode, or if you are at least participating in the cultural environment, please feel free to join us here. It's Easter Sunday for those who are interested. And we'll try to make sure that we'll get you the best possible Easter egg news and indications as to where things are going in Ukraine. Nick, good evening.
Well, good evening again, but good evening from the co-host seat. It's an undisclosed location.
Good evening, Nick.
Goedenavond.
Goedenavond.
Gezellig hier.
Ja, lekker gezellig hier zo, hè?
Gemütlich und gezellig. Alrighty, Nick. So, apart from the wonderful backlash and the atavism of our memories, shall we go back to Ukraine and what has happened today? Did you follow the ongoings?
No, I've been doing my other job mostly today. So what is the news from Ukraine?
Well, the news is that very little has prominently happened other than a variety of media outreaches which have been done. The Ukrainians have still to deal with the outcroppings of the leaks of documentation to the extent that they are real, authentic, or forged, trying to focus the international mindset other than on holidays onto making sure that, as they have said, spring is coming, meaning that that what has been trained and that what has been provided will be brought to bear, whilst at the same time, as stated by David kindly enough before he went back into the garden, we are suffering yet again from media hiccups in the Western media, trying to portray the Ukrainians as, say, incompetent and unbearably useless when it comes to using the Western gifts of equipment and the likes. We debunked, we dissected, we deflected that here on the space in recent days and yet again today. And so we're focusing on moral and media and information support for Ukraine.
Have there been any developments on that trolled story in the Times, or apparently trolled story in the Times?
Not really. I think Mr. Maxim Taka is having a nice, say, comfortable Easter Sunday, trying to say ensure that what he is earning on a regular basis from the Times is well spent, I would hope for him. And that's that. So no, there's very little which has come out of this afterwards, other than a lot of ridicule, other than a lot of differentiation, and then a couple of Russian-inspired accounts, some of them supposedly registered in Ukraine but easily discernible as Russian, that, but they have been talking to Ukrainian soldiers who've participated in this, and full well knowing that essentially only patrol boats were on about, and a couple of poking and probing attacks and have been undertaken during that period of time. And there's essentially only one line which the IAEA has received as a report from the Russian delegation in Vienna, that supposedly on October 19, 30 boats attacked and were repelled. That's the only thing the Russians ever said, and that's also the only thing which was ever really sensibly reported, because the ballyhoo made about it is ballyhoo.
When I was reading that, I was thinking about, you know how your bank sends you an email, or perhaps when you log into your online banking, and about somewhere between 4 and 5 times every day, you get a message of some form from your bank saying, we will never ask you for your PIN code. Do not give your PIN code to someone, even if they insist that they are from the bank. And even if they insist that this is a special emergency that requires the bank to override its protocols and ask you for your PIN code. And I wonder if it might be worth the Ukrainian government putting out a thing saying, do not believe reports from Ukraine, allegedly from Ukrainian soldiers, because all Ukrainian soldiers have been instructed not to reveal details of operations, past or present, to any media outlet. And therefore, anyone who is doing so is, as an absolute minimum, defying orders. I wonder if that might not be a sort of suitable countermeasure. In other words, don't believe a second-hand story that claims to quote Ukrainian soldiers any more than you would believe someone from your bank who claims to be calling about, I wonder.
True, absolutely. One wonders in that regard. Who would be, again, the question, I think this is what when you debunk science and you go after the inconsistencies and the lack of real research and data and whatnot, you dissect it for what it is, and you approach this with a cold, discerning, sometimes probably a slightly larmoyant view. But in this instance, there is so little fact, so little data, but so much made of it, and all with a specific, very directional tone, as to derogate the Ukrainians, that it's quite easily visible as to how it has been placed, why it has been placed, and why it is so fitting into a sequence of other notices of the same kind.
One of the speakers, when we were talking about this with David yesterday, and he was doing his absolutely forensic deconstruction of it, one of the speakers said, and I think David didn't know up to that point, that there had been a previous Russian story about an attack on Zaporizhzhia, only instead of 600 people, there'd been 60. But I can't remember who it was who said that, and I can't remember if we ever got a link to that previous report. I would love to see that.
Good question. I'm not sure. I do remember that as well. I was floating back and forth between the kitchen and the desk at the time during the night. But what I do remember as well, that is true. We should probably have a little look. See that there were varieties of attacks and supposedly SOF insertions into the region. Not 60, but there is definitely in August and September there were a number of probing attacks and tests. That's true, completely correct. By the way, two of those were reported on in general press, also in Ukraine. But that's completely fine. I mean, that's what it is. There was, however, one more significant battle, but I think was actually not in that area. It was further off in Ahoдар, which was a month before, in September, early September. We should try to get David up, whether he has any. I think he might have data already. He was just requesting. Do you see him there?
I don't. Meanwhile, I something that I did see earlier today, and it wasn't quite clear to me. We were talking yesterday that Poland is going to send 200 Rosomak IFVs, of which I believe like 100 now, and then 100 more have to be manufactured. I think they're manufactured on the base.
Yeah, there's a contract. There's a purchase contract for 100, which was published 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago. And supposedly they're now giving earlier versions, albeit that yet again, it's a Polish information campaign, quite literally. They are all contradicting each other.
So two questions about that. First is, I saw that it said the Rosomak is based on the Finnish Patria, but does that mean that the Poles buy 80% finished Patrias and then arm them up, or does it mean that they're making them under license?
Under license.
When you say based on, okay, they're making it.
It's under license. It's a licensed version thereof. There's a couple of things, valves and the likes, which they procure from the friends in Finland, as I think 2 Finnish suppliers who provide components, but the overall production is all in Silesia.
Okay. And then the other question was then this morning I saw a story saying Poland to send 100 BMPs, and part of me thought, and it was illustrated with a picture of an actual Russian BMP. So or Soviet, part of me thought, is this a completely separate deal? And part of me thought, is this somebody who's seen that they're supplying IFVs, has translated IFV into BMP and then back? Are you aware of Poland also supplying 100 BMP-1s, as in the Soviet designation?
I think I can help. There's different versions of the Rosomak. There's a base version of the Rosomak, which is essentially a transporter. There's also, for example, a medical transport version of it, which is wheeled extremely good. It's very, very quick. That's a very decent form. So these are non-IFV capable or non-infantry fighting vehicle Rosomaks, if you so like. These are the older versions. They're very good. And my understanding is that all, if not a large part at least, of the additional 100 are essentially the transporter Rosomaks, which you would qualify as APCs more than IFVs.
Okay, so you're not aware of Poland planning to supply 100 actual Russian ex-Soviet BMPs?
I'm not, no, but that doesn't mean anything because I was not very attentive between 8 o'clock this morning and about 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
It just seemed it just seemed unlikely that they would announce that one day after the 200.
The Russian BMPs in operation in Poland, actually. I think that the Poles already phased them out a year and a half ago.
Yeah, it did seem like the kind of thing you would have expected them to have given quite early on. So I decided to park that and ask someone.
I mean, the BAP.
Well, there's that as well. there's that as well. David, you heard our call.
David. Well, now he's just yet again.
So the thing is that you kept me waiting, but I'm in the garden.
We didn't keep you
gardening
waiting.
gloves on.
We just didn't have a possibility to cycle you up. It's not that we actively keep you waiting, David. We would never do that to you and your. Sorry, we would never do that. We like to preserve the integrity of your garden, so keeping you away from the garden is a good idea.
you need those new gardening gloves that have 9 extremely solid fingers, and then one rather delicate one with those little fibers in it, so you can use your smartphone while gardening.
Yes, well, I do have some, but the thing is, I've got mud all over my gloves. Right. Anyway, so Nick, just to say, yes, there is a link. I will send it to you later.
I thank you.
So yes,
which
so there is a
what topic now? Are we talking still about the Rosamund?
For the 60 versus 600, I hope.
That's exactly the bit. Yes.
And which one is?
So there is a link.
September, or is it the August raid?
September the 1st, I think it is. 60 people made some sort of attack, etc., etc. Right, which makes and by the way, this makes the one in October even more ludicrous, right? So after trying 60, right, they go, but this is Russian thinking, isn't it? We tried 60, let's just try more, right? As opposed to, no, look, they're watching across there. Let's not do that. Let's not do it that way. Let's do it another way. So I'm going to go back down to gardening now. But I thought I would answer your question.
Oh, come on, David. Stick around. It's so much more fun.
Is it? No. My aces,
I
my
thought your garden
peonies.
is already under threat anyway by the neighbour.
It is under threat, right? But I have to get it all ready just in case if he comes to his senses, it means that I've got everything ready and prepared, so I can just put it onto the back of a vehicle and move it.
Do you have any kind of specific? I mean, the claymores are dug in how deeply there?
I mean, they're anti-personnel mines. I want him stepping on it, right? As opposed to just going. Because the thing is, with a claymore, it'll make a bit more of a mess, and it would probably damage some of the plants a little bit more than just a little AP mine.
And other than that, I take it there's a cross-firing position for 2 proper Gatlings.
Yes, because I'm old, right? So with Lewis machine guns.
Oh, right. So you do have someone in the family who's participating.
Yes. Well, I've got a trenching system for I can run between 2, depending on which angle he comes in on.
Did the Lewisham actually have a guiding a guider for the ammunition belt?
The Lewis was a circular drum on the top, wasn't it?
Right, circular drum. But did you have to just replace that drum, or did you actually have to feed from a belt into it?
Oh no. So it was just I don't know. I think there were 40 round. Maybe there were 50 round drums on the top of a Lewis. It's that weird look. There's that. I think there were a couple of Czech and Russian ones that had a drum that was at the top as well. I'm trying to. I can't describe it.
Okay, and
I'll find a picture.
But you have drones circling, I presume, all the time overhead in order to have proper battlefield garden data.
Well, I'm worried that he might bring some EW out, but maybe he can't even spell EW, so he won't know what it is.
And what about the counter battery sensors? Where do you have them? Do you typically have them? I mean, the sensors should be mounted on the roof, right?
Yes, yeah, they should be. Not on mine. I'm worried. I mean, basically, I don't want to have anything near the chimney because that is in danger of coming down. I suspect. Now that you've made me look at it, you've got me all worried.
Okay,
Going, oh no!
but the distance between the no man's land, as we may have to call it in this instance, no man's land, I
1 centimeter.
about, yeah, exactly. So and the distance therefore then between the two houses is approximately what? Is that within 120 mortar or?
I'm guessing as a mortar goes. I mean, any mortar would do. I guess a 2 millimeter mortar would work.
Come on,
it's that close. It's that close. The no man's land is 1 centimeter. In fact, it's not even 1 centimeter. That's what he's complaining about because I cleaned it out at some stage. He claimed that I damaged part of the driveway.
that's not even.
So
he's disputing. No. He's disputing an area which you cleaned out, which is less than an inch.
Yeah, but it's worse than that. So he's actually claiming that he owns half of my driveway. That's his claim. The stupidity of this is the houses. This house was sold first, and therefore whatever is on his deeds can't be right. None of it makes any sense. As my friends who are lawyers just go, this makes no sense. But he's going for it.
Oh, wow.
I think what's
so
I suspect
legal,
right. This is the theory.
And active deterrence. I get that, but
exactly.
So, okay, mortars, fine. Claimers, I understand, not a problem. Good drone overhead.
Tripwires, I think we should bring those in. I suspect.
True. What about human?
The human is already working. That's part of one of his complaints. Apparently, at some stage, he believes, or they believe in their statement that I've turned the neighbourhood against him.
Oh my gosh! So you have formed a coalition.
No.
So
I haven't.
The neighbourhood has joined NATO. I understand. Okay. That's
well,
right.
yes. The thing to do is think that he's like the Russians. No one likes him, right? No one likes the Russians. It's actually the parallels are so incredibly similar that it's difficult. Well, I mean, because he's like a Russian, he just doesn't understand.
Has he done anything?
So no,
has he done anything to any animals living on your space, like moles and the like? I mean, is there active genocide against, say, proper English squirrels, for example?
Well, see, the thing is that there are no animals. There are no moles on my side. There aren't any pigeons. As my mum would go when she was still around, she'd go, "There's a pigeon! Shoot it! Shoot it!" The little 90-year-old going, "Go shoot it! Shoot it! Kill it! It's a rat!"
So that's when you mounted the Gatling.
She hated pigeons. Yes, exactly. You've got to keep your mum happy, don't you?
Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. Is your neighbour a Millwall supporter by any chance?
He's to see you next Tuesday, but I don't know whether he supports sport.
Well, on that happy note, Nick, I have to hand it to you and say, harness the fridge for a second.
I'm going to go back to doing what I need to do, which is finish potting this plant. I will be back later, Nick.
Axel has gone to harness himself to the fridge or something. Don't pull it over, Axel. DB, you've come up. I don't see your hand up, but I haven't seen your avatar before.
Yeah, sorry for all the background noise. I'm just driving. Just two quick questions for the room. Any new theories on when the counteroffensive will happen and where? And with that, with that question, I'll drop off.
We certainly don't have any information about that, and if we did, we'd probably already have been receiving a tap on the door from the Ukrainian security services. I'm also kind of reluctant to speculate about it because we might get it right, and then and someone listening in Ukraine would be sort of hammering on the button, going, "Don't say that! Don't say that!" So, if I were to predict, I would say that the attack is going to come somewhere along the Chilean-Argentinian border in about 2048. That's about the best I can do for fear out of getting it right. No, we don't know. We don't know, and absolutely, it's not going to be discussed here. I think I read the other day that a total of 5 people in Ukraine are aware of when and where the offensive is coming. So it's a bit like the recipe for Coca-Cola. Just enjoy it. Don't worry too much about exactly how many people know how to tweak it. We won't know until it's underway. And even when it's underway, we won't know if it's the first or the second or the third level of strategic feint or distraction. And part of me likes it that way. Part of me is extremely frustrated and wants to get this thing done and over quickly. But this is one of those, it's a bit like the famous marshmallow test in psychology, for those who are familiar with it. You put a 10-year-old, a 5-year-old child in a room with a marshmallow and on a plate, and you say, "I'm leaving the room now," and you don't say how long you're going to be away for, and you say, "When I come back, if the marshmallow is still there, you can have 2." And this has actually been extensively critiqued recently. It's not terribly good psychology, but like a lot of not terribly good psychology, it makes for a very good meme. And the claim was that children who are able to resist eating the 1 marshmallow in order to get 2 have all kinds of better life outcomes. And so while I don't particularly believe that story anymore, I do like the idea that it is doing us in some way, some form of spiritual good to be obliged to wait and to see where this offensive is coming, just like the Russians. And so we can have a safe, vicarious view of life from the point of view of a Russian soldier, but also officer, who doesn't know when and where the Ukrainians are coming, but know it's going to happen one day soon. And we can perhaps use this as an opportunity to reflect on how lucky we are that we only get a sort of antsy frustration out of it, and not the knowledge that a great deal of ordnance will be heading our way very soon. Did you have another question, DB, or was that both of them, when and where?
Yeah, sorry, that was it. Sorry, I'm fumbling with my phone. It was the when and the where.
Yeah, no, I think it will have probably, we think it will probably be in the next few weeks, but it will depend on arrival of equipment, deployment of equipment, decisions about what equipment to use in what sector, enormously complicated. And all we can do, I think, is send, by whatever means we prefer, send our good thoughts to the Ukrainian High Command, and that hope that they make a whole bunch of really good decisions.
Yeah, we will see soon enough when the offensive starts, and we will see somewhere in Ukraine that it will start.
I'm certainly looking forward to a more mobile phase of the war. When we saw last late summer, when Ukraine attacked, they were making very substantial gains once they punched through the Russian lines, and I would like to imagine that that is how it will go again.
Oh yes, oh yes. I like to imagine that with you together. So, and I think it will be because last summer, you remember, they didn't have all the equipment they have now. So we will see. We will see.
They really now have the ability, I think, to punch some big holes in the Russian lines, not just the tanks, but all of the support equipment and the bridging equipment to deliver a round of shock and awe that may have, I think, effects on the battlefield far beyond the actual, the actual amount of megajoules delivered. I think it will. We hope it will get the Russians rattled. Mr. M, I've been interacting with you on here for a very long time now. Do you have can you tell us, you have a military background, I believe, but I don't think I've ever asked about it.
Yes, I have a military background. I was with 105th Folding Bridge, and that was in 78, 88. I don't have any combat experience. We did a lot of training. That's what we did, but I was one of the staff members, staff. So what I did was more providing the making sure that the tents are there, that everything is on site when the men who do the bridge, and that they have a place where it's warm, that there is food. So that's what I did.
So in the Dutch engineers.
Yes, with the Dutch engineers.
Yeah.
Yes. 100.
Okay. So you were what they call a REMF.
Yes, if you
REMF, rear echelon melon farmer.
yes. Yes.
Excellent.
We didn't. I didn't do any bridge building or other things. So that's my experience.
Yeah, but the wars are won by logistics, are they not? You can put the bravest men you like at the front, but if they're not, if they don't have, we were discussing this earlier, if they don't have their 1,000 liters of fuel per vehicle per day or whatever it is, if they don't have their rations, and if they don't have their ammunition, and if they don't have their blister sticking plasters, things will go downhill very quickly.
Yes.
And disrupting logistics has also been a huge part of what the Ukrainians have been able to do with the HIMARS. So we see nobody ever really made a war movie about that, did they? Nobody made a war movie sort of showing how, Arnhem or Normandy or El Alamein, how it was substantially won by people ensuring that fuel Bowsers appeared at the right time, or that the right size of ammunition was delivered to the front. That always gets pushed to one side, but those guys have to be prepared to fight if necessary. But they're, just getting the stuff up to the front is under fire is a huge undertaking.
Indeed, it is. And just like you said, there is no particular movie about that goes into that very deep, how the logistics is very important for a war to win. If there is no good logistics, just like you said, that the Ukrainian managed to disrupt the logistics of the Russians. basically they have made the Russians logistic totally fail. So it's very, very important that there is good supply and that the things are there where they need it.
I think this is a good point to mention that one of the most important things for an army to run on is food. And we are raising money right now to help our good friend Chef Zhenya provide home-cooked meals, which are then freeze-dried and beautifully reconstituted at the front line for Ukrainian troops. So if you want to help Ukraine's fighting men and women directly with a bit of morale-raising home-cooked food, go to MriyaReport.org, find the donate button. And if you're in the US, it's a 501c3 donation, which enables you, first of all, to deduct it from your own taxes, and secondly, possibly get matching from your employer. And if you're not in the US, the donation might not be tax deductible, but you can make it via PayPal, even if you don't have a PayPal account. So if don't be put off by mention of PayPal. I know somebody once asked me to send the money on Venmo, which I think is a similar system. It may be a spin-off. And Venmo, you actually need a US bank account for, but PayPal, you don't. It works worldwide, and there's no need to create a PayPal account, which is just as well, because PayPal accounts are quite a lot of work in terms of care and feeding of the passwords and having them not declare you to be some kind of attacker. I think PayPal are very sensitive to that, but they will happily take a one-off payment through your perfectly normal credit or debit card. I wonder if PayPal takes Maestro. Funny little card system that the Dutch and the Germans have.
I don't know for sure, but I think they do.
Okay. The buses. So even most German tourists have a Maestro card for getting their money out of the ATM. Germany does not, I think we can safely say, lead the world in contactless electronic retail payment systems, but they do have their Maestro card. I'm told Ukraine is pretty much fully contactless. Ryan's been telling us about that, and it. In fact, Ukraine's probably well ahead of the United States, because the US contactless and chip-based payment systems are still a bit clunky, I think. I have an American friend who comes over, and it's always a lottery as to whether his US Visa card will work in any given situation, which I would find rather terrifying if I thought I needed to use it at midnight to get gas somewhere. And a bit hit and miss whether the machine will accept your whether the machine that delivers gas automatically will accept your card. But
you can always pay cash at the gas station.
Yeah, not at midnight not at midnight in a small town in France. You can't.
We're so sorry for France, the desert of service.
Not at midnight in quite a few places in Germany, let me say, Axel. I don't think there are too many.
At every motorway, in every major city, you can pay in Germany with cash at a gas station, and there are many gas stations.
Sure, you can in France, and some of them even have machines that will let you put money into them. The other day, I saw a tourist here trying to buy a railway ticket, and she was trying to fold a €5 note into the credit card slot. So that was quite amusing. So yeah, do keep the money and the credit card separate, kids. What's coming up this week? Do we know? Are you there, Axel? I can't see you on the panel. Let me go and.
I'm here the whole time. I was speaking to you.
Right, but no, I heard your disembodied voice, but my screen of heads doesn't always update unless I go back to the desktop and just press on the Twitter icon again. Yeah, what's coming up? What have we got coming up this week? Visits, summits, arrests, NATO.
I literally have no specific plan or calendar other than making sure that our friends receive more kit and receive it under the wraps. That is seemingly ongoing. The logistics of bringing assets into theater continue. Spanish tanks are to arrive. CB90s are coming. More kit from places such as the Netherlands, Denmark, and Germany is arriving. Loads of trucks are arriving. Lots of ordnance is arriving. So I think that this continuous flow, this fire hose of equipment, is now being pushed. What we should expect is a massive uptick of the same kind of narratives which we have already encountered last week, and this will, like always, when it's placed in one media market, then it meanders across to the other one, and it's being reused, repurposed, reinforced by a number of turnkeys, and we will see a lot more of that coming. I'm quite sure. I wouldn't be surprised if this the leak story will continue being abused, and that it will continue. It's also a matter of, it's not quite clear how much more we should expect, and whether the leak source actually is discontinuous or not. So it ties up the resources of the intelligence agencies, and I think this is what we highlighted in the past 48 hours as to this topic.
Do you expect any announcements on that?
No.
As in, the US intelligence saying, these documents are definitively false, or these documents
No.
are a small number and they aren't that important. They'll just politely not comment.
What's there to comment?
I'm sure. Excuse me. I'm sure they're getting asked questions by journalists as to whether these are genuine, as to what the implications are.
Yeah,
and
journalists have no right to national security.
No. But I mean, I'm saying that there comes a point at which governments will issue a statement, albeit perhaps a rather anodyne one. So I wondered if you expected any kind of statement at all, or whether it'll just be the sort of never apologize, never explain approach.
No, I think that the statements, so to say, are made up already by means of those who feel compelled to make statements about it, but it's not from the government. I would not expect a statement at this point in time. It would be extraordinary if you go back to the discussion about the shadow brokers, then the Russian manufactured Snowden and WikiLeaks bullshit. I think this will continue to keep us busy in the overall, how should I put this, media environment, but that's pretty much what it is. I mean, you may see a few people incarcerated, yes, and you'll see another story about that, but I wouldn't think that they have to make any kind of announcement, and generally journalists should be kept in the dark as to national security matters completely. As long
Mushroom management.
The tail end. Sorry?
Mushroom management. They keep you in the dark and they feed you bullshit. Not to be confused with seagull management. Seagull management is where your manager comes into the room shrieking and flapping and leaves a small present on your desk. We've all had, I think, in our time, seagull managers. DB.
Yeah, I'm jumping back in to correct an earlier statement on movies. There actually is a movie about logistics in the military.
Ooh.
It is on Netflix. It stars Tom Hanks, and it talks about the merchant marine trying to survive the U-boats as they're going across the Atlantic. So there is a movie.
What's it called?
I forget what it's called, but if you put Tom Hanks Netflix, you can probably find it. It's not that old. And it talks about the merchant marine getting across the Atlantic. And there's a particular area of the ocean
called Greyhound.
There you go. There you go. There you go. It is some sort of name. I'm driving home, dealing with the consequences of the Montreal ice storm here. But but yes, there is a movie that talks about military logistics, so they're not completely ignored. For your information, just thought I'd jump back in and bring that up. That's it.
That's wonderful. Thank you, and that's why we enjoy the diversity of our speaker panel, because between them, and our listeners, our listeners know an awful lot of stuff that we don't.
Well, if you want to talk about ice storms and what happens when there's an ice storm and then you have no electricity for 6 days, we could have a special panel just on that, but that's not the topic of the day. But anyways, so that's it. Watch that movie. It's about logistics.
Shall we send you a few Finnish people who can deal with those kind of weather phenomena quite easily?
That would be wonderful. I mean, it's ridiculous here in Montreal. My house just got electricity an hour ago, and I haven't had it since Wednesday, and that was due to the ice storm that we had on Wednesday that shut down the whole city of Montreal. Because clearly we don't know what we're doing over here. So that's
which is no surprise given the desertification of Montreal and the average high 25-degree temperatures you have in winter, right?
Well, no, it's caused, the unique phenomenon, right? The water comes down at 2 degrees, and the world and the ground is at -1. So the trees all get covered with an inch thick layer of ice, and they literally start collapsing around you. So that happened on Wednesday. Thousands of trees, you could literally see them collapsing out your window, and it just took out the whole power grid. But the way it takes it out is it causes 1,000 mini failures rather than one big failure, which then takes forever to fix because they have to fix 1,000 things that broke across the whole province. So that's what happened on Wednesday. That's a nice story.
Yeah, I think that sounds familiar. I think that the Finns and others have this from time to time, and they typically call it Tuesday.
There you go.
We had an ice storm once when I was living in France in a village, and we woke up and basically every twig was now 3 times thicker, because for every 2 millimeters of twig there were 4 millimeters of ice on it, and large sort of 8-meter pine trees were bent and sitting horizontally. And the next night there was a thaw, and the trees were back to vertical. They were back to 90% of vertical that night, and then they straightened themselves up. But it was remarkable, the resilience that these trees had enough spring in them to bend, through getting on to 90 degrees under the asymmetric weight of all this ice. But we did have some local power lines come down because they simply weren't dimensioned to all of a sudden weigh 4 times as much as they did normally.
All the pines survive. The softwood lumber trees, they don't get affected. It's all the hardwood trees, so the oaks and everything, that collapse. So if you go on my Twitter account, you'll see the video footage I put there. But literally everything that's hardwood, so an oak, an elm, you name it, they collapse. But not the conifers. The conifers do fine. They snap back the way you describe it. But then people plant hardwood because they're pretty. And then the city got devastated on Wednesday. So that's essentially what happened. And you're right, it's the things get covered with this thin layer of ice, but once you get above an inch thick ice, the trees start collapsing.
We had a bit of a problem here at the end of February here in Mallorca, where the amount of snow that the power lines are designed to handle is 0, and we had we had 2 or 3 centimeters of snow, but that was enough to cause massive disruption. So it's all about what you're set up for. KCMO, go ahead. KCMO, you may be talking into a closed mic. If your mic button is red, you need to press it so that it goes purple.
KCMO.
Maybe he's got the same problem I sometimes have where my mic button goes sticky and I'm hammering it, absolutely bashing it. And it sometimes it's just that the app has crashed and it's not listening to it. But it's so frustrating when you're called up and you've got the exact, you've got the words prepared, you've got the little 8-word riposte to whatever's going on. It's an interesting existential issue that our ancestors never had to put up with.
You have a riposte issue.
I always have a riposte. Hop C came up. You haven't put your hand up, but I'm wondering if you came up with a contribution on the recent topic.
He's flying low at the moment.
Well, I'll never pass up an invitation to flap my gums.
Isn't flying low a euphemism for having your zipper undone?
No, it's one of many euphemisms for that. No, I was going to jump up and talk about Greyhound. It's not. It's a movie that involves logistics, but it's about sub hunting, which is near and dear to my heart. But its application, if there is one, for the Ukraine situation. Anybody who's spent a lot of time studying the Battle of the North Atlantic, Battle of the Atlantic, knows that were it not for all the bottlenecks in shipping and everything else, the U.S. and the Allies could have launched a attack on Northern Europe in 43, but just the shipping didn't exist, and it's the logistics that are always the meat of the matter. And as it goes with Ukraine, now they've been marshaling their forces for a good 4 or 5 months, and I think they're probably the main thing they're addressing is the logistics of being able to sustain a fight. And Greyhound talks about. It's a really good movie. I recommend it. It's also based off a book called not The Ship, but I'll put it up. I'll DM it to anybody who's interested later. But it's a wonderful book about a World War II 3-day period of a convoy being hunted, and it's fairly realistic in some ways. But it's always, as we always say on this space, logistics. So when I heard Greyhound,
it's Forrester's Good Shepherd.
The Good Shepherd, that's what it is. And I think he also wrote The Ship, but he does just a wonderful job of describing life at sea in combat.
Is that C.S. Forrester?
Yes.
Yes.
So the book must be quite old, I guess.
Oh, it is. It's
right after the war.
Yeah, he wrote it right after the war. If you ever want to have an interesting afternoon and you happen to be in London and you're downtown and you're by the Thames and you have a couple hours to go on the Belfast, he wrote a book about being in a cruiser of the same type as the Belfast in the Mediterranean on a 10-day battle, and that's the book I referred to that I believe is titled The Ship. And you just take a paperback copy on there and walk from space to space, and he describes what was going on during the battle in that particular space, be it the engineering space or the gun laying room or on the bridge, and it's fascinating. Really brings it to life. But I'll step back down.
And then you complement it with a cruel sea, and you have the right headspace.
Yeah, there you are. But I'll step back and listen because I don't really have much to contribute here.
You can at least advise people that we're going to come back with a Doolittle next Sunday.
Did I forget to mention the next Sunday we're going to come back with the Doolittle Air Wing? There, I did it.
Yay!
All right, guys.
Everybody's very much looking forward to it.
As am I. There's going to be a lot to talk about.
There you go.
Right.
Nick, shall we go to Esperanza?
Let us do that.
Thank you very much. I haven't heard lately about the state of condition of the electrical grid, the power grid in Ukraine. And we remember all those wild attacks on transformers and the power lines. Have you heard something lately? What the condition, what the status now?
Well, I mean, I think there are three aspects. There's the generation, there's the national grid, and then there's the local kind of substation level distribution. The generation, I think, always held up. The grid held up pretty well, and then it was mostly local. The disruption, as I understand it, was mostly local, albeit extensive. And that was particularly acute back in October, November last year, when the Russians were sending over wave after wave of drones and cruise missiles and Iskanders. I mean, what, every 2 weeks? Since then, we haven't heard very much, and a combination of the Russians apparently either getting bored or running out of ammunition, incredible hard work and ingenuity by the Ukrainians, and probably quite a lot of help and kit coming from the West. This was the subject of a summit in Paris at the beginning of the winter, and I think those have combined. Basically, the grid is working. I'm looking here at a site, I mentioned it the other day, and I tweeted it, electricitymaps.com, and you can see it has two functions. One is to see how much carbon, how much CO2 is in a country's electrical generation, and we don't have the data for that for Ukraine. But the other thing it shows is the cross-border flows. Now, for some reason, there isn't an arrow showing a flow from Ukraine to Poland. I don't know whether there isn't an interconnector between Ukraine and Poland, but there are interconnectors from Ukraine to its other.
I'm sorry, there is.
Okay, then it's not shown on this map. So the map is showing.
I was about to help, Nick, but if you want.
Well, so this map shows the cross-border flow. So excluding Poland, as of right now, Ukraine is importing 300 megawatts, which is peanuts in terms of it, from Slovakia, but it is exporting 50 to Hungary, 167 to Romania, and 75 to Moldova. In other words, Ukraine is basically pretty much self-sufficient in electricity. It's topping up locally and offloading locally to its neighbors. The grid is working. The integration with the EU grid is working exactly as intended and advertised. And as far as I know, pretty well everyone in Ukraine who wants electricity right now has access to it. And because of the Western support, but mostly Ukrainian ingenuity and hard work, and fewer Russian attacks. So Ukraine has come through the winter without a humanitarian catastrophe due to lack of electricity, which would not really have shown itself so much in the form of heating as in the form of water, which of course needs to be pumped electrically. So it appears to be yet another area where Russia is not winning. Axel, if you know anything about the Polish situation, it's really frustrating not to have that one arrow on the map that would complete my little set.
Yeah, I think the maps are not so much the issue at the moment. There are three indicators which are important in this regard. And this is all with the premise that Ukraine keeps most of the information as to its grid, as to power generation, transformers, and the likes, very much close to its chest. There's a good reason for it, because it had to repair a lot of it. And it had to repair this with significant help in the provisioning of generators, auto transformers, breakers, and the likes from the West, which is my friend at the space, Victoria Wojcicka, and her team had been doing a lot of advocacy last year, if you may remember, this happens pretty much at in parallel to the Free the Leopards campaign, but also continues throughout the autumn when they were pushing extremely hard to convince the Swiss to assist both financially, but also in terms of financing generator technology and generator assets to be brought to Ukraine to replace those which were taken out, and to help replace those auto transformers required in substations, because it's one thing to have your transmission grid with a base load going through, which can be provided by the Ukrainian power plant still, despite the fact that some of them were disconnected temporarily, others had to be reconnected, and but they were powering on quite literally, including nuclear power. But the key aspect was that the connection between the switch yards and switchgear between the distribution grid and the transmission grid had been specific targets by the Russians. Those are, if and when now repaired, the Ukrainians will do good to make sure that they keep matters slightly more ambiguous, which is why it is relevant to not discuss this data in too much granular detail. What is safe to say is that this campaign has been successful, especially in terms of German supplies as well as Swiss supplies. A lot had been mobilized, not enough from my point of view. And yes, a lot more should have come out of northern Italy for that matter, and a few things more out of France. Unfortunately, they didn't come, at least not in the amounts as necessary, but that seemingly is being mitigated. And the Ukrainians have continued their campaign also in Sweden and in Finland, and to the best of my knowledge, with decent success and great support. Those are the nations where these kind of assets are being produced in Europe. A couple of additional sources here and there, yes, but other than that, you would have to go to Japan or South Korea for that matter. And there have been, of course, replacements coming out of South Korea, because a number of South Korean assets have been part and parcel of the electricity infrastructure in the past. Ukraine has been extremely focused on making sure that the access to the electricity grid can be restored as quickly as by any means humanly feasible. The efforts vested in this are tremendous. If you think of the Iron Army as being successful, meaning the Ukr-Zaliznytsia of Alexander Kamishin, who now has taken up a different role in government, have always been applauded here. The same goes, of course, for Ukr-Poshta and Nova Poshta, but Ukr-Poshta being the government and Nova Poshta being a private operator in terms of delivery service and parcel service and postal service. Those efforts have already been substantial, but what DTEC, the entity which has been doing predominantly most of the maintenance and repairs in conjunction with Western operators and smaller subcontractors, has been doing in terms of work is no short of a miracle. It is astonishing in wartime, and it gives the lie to the constant insinuation that Ukraine would not know what it's doing. On the contrary, it's engineers, it's craftsmen, it's electricians, those who rebuild, who pour concrete, the civil engineers who do the planning, and who actually are extremely capable and also putting a hand to the operations, have been doing magnificent work. Ukraine has managed to retain the overall integrity of its transmission and distribution grid. It has revamped, rebuilt, reconnected, in part even decentralized its grid and its distribution grid specifically further. It has made great progress in that regard. Yes, it is always at risk. It is at risk as long as we do not provide them with sufficient amount of air assets and additional anti-air capacity, which is a matter of consumables, quite literally, because these missiles do not come for free, and they actually are being used. Ukraine needs more in that regard, but it can now finally, through the respective corridors, energy transmission connectors, even export electricity into the previously connected European grid. Is just yet another sign of its capacity, albeit that this is electricity which is generated in regions where it is not for the purpose of use in other regions of Ukraine. So therefore, it generates, of course, foreign currency, and that's great, and therefore export revenue. But it also is a sign of the normalization of those grid components and the need to actually export exactly that baseload power. So that's where we are. And the funny part is that both its nuclear capacity, whilst of course the ZNPP is still occupied, as well as power plants have still performed. And that is unique for a country which has been invaded and is at war. I mean, it's tremendous work. I mean, if you look at what the teams, the ministry as well, I mean, the ministry is just the government. But in wartime, the government has a different role, of course. And if you look at what Harushenko and people have been doing, it is astonishing. It is, yeah, chapeau. I hope that gives you a better insight. So I hope that answers your questions to the extent that we're allowed to, respectively, would allow ourselves to talk about this here.
Oh yes, it does, and you came to my point. The Ukraine is getting very well organized, not only in the power grid level, but I think in all the ranges of levels. So this is kind of an optimistic view before the. I shouldn't say it's a final battle, yeah, but the coming offensive. So thanks very much for that. Thank you.
And I'm just sharing an article from the beloved El País to my friend Nick, where Christian Segura has been writing, funny enough, exactly on this topic in Spain. And I think there's an English version. Nick, if you want to give it a read, maybe, and if you'd like to tweet it out and put it in the nest later, that'll be a pleasure. And then we can share it with you as well. Esperanza, I think I can DM you that as well.
Thank you very much.
Dafür nicht. Dziękuję bardzo.
Dziękuję, danke schön.
Bitte, bitte.
I'm just looking for that article. Ucrania volverá a exportar electricidad.
Line 99.
Yep. I think I found. When was this article? Yeah, 8th of April. Yeah, I'll read that. Excellent. Great picture at the top of it. Do we have an idea of how much of Ukraine's electrical infrastructure or grid infrastructure, let's say, is from the Soviet period? I imagine. I'm just looking. Some of these pylons look pretty rusty.
Yeah, pylons are yeah, of course. Many of them are still of old steel, but then again, they were locally produced. Don't forget, when we say Soviet period, we always have to be careful because this is material which was produced in Ukraine, which, as a nation, as you know full well, has always prided itself on doing exceptionally hardcore quality industrial engineering. So. Yes, especially this image, and you're quite right. The image, which I can only highlight everyone to have a little look. See, I think El País has even an on its international version, an English language version of the article, and the image of what is that is a transformer station. That is it's quite something, because you can see the old school set up, and yes, these pylons, light as they are, but also sturdy as they are, set on concrete, they of course take rust. I mean, it's no question. This is how seasonality and weather impacts them, but they are definitely are capable of operating for a long time. I can assure you that I've seen systems like this all across Central Eastern Europe, which are constantly upgraded and well maintained, and they work fairly well.
I've just tweeted it and put it in the nest, and in fact, you don't even have to click on the link, because the preview of the tweet shows the picture, and I will when I get a free moment, when intense conversation breaks out here on some topic, I will attempt to see if I can defeat the paywall and find either an English or Spanish version that can be auto translated. My recollection is that El País's paywall is not one of the strongest. Okay, I'm going to look at my DMs just in case people are requesting things. So as always, and even more always when I am co-hosting, I encourage people to either come up and speak, but if they don't want to, if they don't want to speak, to send me DMs. Here's a DM from an attentive listener. Is it possible the enemy, presumably Russia, have slowed down shelling in preparation for a Ukrainian offensive, i.e., holding back their own limited stocks? Have we seen a reduction in Russian artillery over the last few weeks, Axel? And if so, how would we know whether it was because they're holding back their limited stocks or just because they haven't got a lot anyway, as many as they would want to fire?
I think it's a combination. Their production, whilst they tried to increase production, they have not managed to say gain pre-war levels or full-scale invasion levels. And at the same time, they're carefully managing their stocks with a view to being able to, what they believe is their only way of repelling the thrust of a spring offensive. So how you want to gauge this, how much more it is one than the other, difficult to say, but it should be a combination thereof.
And a further question from a different alert listener regarding the upcoming weeks. Have we discussed May the 9th, which is 1 month today? Any thoughts of Putin's? I mean, last year there was a lot of anticipation around 9th of May parade, wasn't there? And Russia was going to announce mobilization, Russia was going to announce this, Russia was going to announce that, and it was all really a bit of a nothing burger. Can Putin afford a second nothing burger?
Yeah, this is yet again, this is about perception, narratives, and symbolism. Putin will want to, of course, and his administration and his henchmen and propaganda apparatus have been working towards that for a long time. So you see more narratives coming out. They'll try to stoke, say, fears, concerns, and the likes. They will try to manage perception, to focus people on dates, which do not matter, and symbols, which have no relevance, and concerns, which they should all heed in order to manage how they would perceive whatever is the outcome of either a spring offensive coming already at that time, or not at all, or being deferred, or just ongoing fighting. This is Russian propaganda at its finest, and people in the West taking this seriously just speaks to the fact that they still haven't learned.
I'm DMing and trying to keep up as well. So another alert listener. I never name alert listeners, but it was Pauli. Hi, Pauli. Sent me a note showing 658 generators sent under, apparently there's a program called Rescue, only it's spelled RESCEU. By the 29th of March, 658 generators, although there's then an infographic. It's one of those infographics put out by a large organization, and so everything is broken down with lots of incomprehensible statistics. But the European Emergency Response Coordination Center of the European Commission has mobilized 658 generators, and there's a map with pictures of where they've all come from. But I mean, generators are good, but they don't fix the grid. I hope that that Ukraine is keeping them in reserve.
It depends on what you classify as generators and what kind of generators. Not every generator is a diesel generator. There's also
so a total of 2,500 generators offered by member state, but the total power is 148,000 kVA. So that will be 70 kVA per generator. So that's not going to keep your grid going. That's not going to replace. That's not going to replace a base load station. But it is, if those generators are now not currently in use because the network has been repaired, then having those available in the background when local, village and town level infrastructure is damaged, I think is extremely helpful, because until now they just didn't have that. But yeah, 148,000 kVA, 148 megawatts. It's not going to. I have a very rough rule of thumb in my head, which is that you need a kilowatt per person. And so, with 40 million people, Ukraine needs 40 gigawatts. So 148 kVA would be about 3.5% of their requirements. So it will be locally useful.
It only depends on where they are put. These are temporary solutions, bridging solutions. They are localized and temporary.
Yeah, but at least they have that repair now, so that when something does get hit, the time to restore local power will be the time to get the generator to that location, rather than the time to bring the generator in from Poland. So it's all good. It's all good, but I think it's important to sort of think about the various levels when it comes to energy. An energy grid is a big, complicated thing, because it starts off with a nuclear power station and it ends up with your phone charger, and it goes through multiple reductions of orders of magnitude. It's actually one of the more complicated things that humans do, particularly when you take into account the requirement for there to be absolutely zero interruptions wherever possible. If we were to design that today, we would never design it that way, because we would build in battery storage and ride through capabilities, even if your house only had an autonomy of a minute. If every house could withstand not having current delivered for 1 minute, it would radically change the way in which we design the electricity grid. And a friend of mine in Australia tells me that there are places in Australia now, when they build a new what they call suburb, what I guess Americans would call a subdivision, they build a local grid that has this resilience and is semi-independent from the national grid, precisely for this reason, because it doesn't require the extending all of the must never be interrupted capacities of the national grid. So quite interesting developments there. And I think sodium batteries have a big future there, because they're not quite as good as lithium batteries, but they're so much cheaper to make, and so much more environmentally responsible. So Week asks, how can we stop Schengen visa and use them to identify Russian assets? I'm not quite sure exactly what the overall question means. How can we stop Schengen visas? Well, we can encourage countries not to issue them. In terms of using them to identify Russian assets, I mean, you can identify a Russian asset because they've got a Russian passport and they're not protesting about the war. I don't think if an actual Russian spy is going to get caught by virtue of having a Schengen visa. We might track their entry and exit to the Schengen system. But that will be a lot easier with the new Schengen electronic border coming at the end of this year. But yeah, we should be stopping Schengen visas for Russian tourists. We should certainly be stopping visas for Russian sporting people, as we've discussed, which would take a lot of the pressure off the organizers of sporting events. Terribly sorry. We'd like to invite, maybe even if we'd like to invite these Russian sports people, they wouldn't be allowed into our country to compete. But to the person who asked with the name Week, if you would like, can you maybe write the question with 2 or 3 lines more, and we can go into a little bit more detail. Axel, I have a call that I have to take for the next 3 or 4 minutes, so if you can take over for a short time.
We'll do say some ritual Easter silence here, so it's okay. Don't worry. No, we're not going to do this. Chris, good evening. How are you? What happened to my favorite Welsh Naval Guard? What is it with you people? Alrighty. Well, whilst that is happening, or Chris is still not there, then let's have a little look-see as to who else wants to join us. I see that week is coming up. And in the meantime, let us highlight as to what we're doing at the moment with our spring/Easter donation drive, MriyaReport, which has been since now mid-January a 501c3 and therefore an American charitable organization, has started 2 weeks ago to process donations from specifically US donors or for the benefit of US donors. And obviously everybody worldwide can donate, but US donors have the specific relevant tax benefit capacity. They should check, of course, their own tax bill, and they should check their own charitable giving fund opportunities with the respective corporates to which the individuals are attached if and when they are salaried or own the corporate. So it's an interesting piece, and which is why MriyaReport is now making its own capacity as a charitable organization available to a number of good causes. We started out with the fund operating under the helm of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, who we already supported last year, some of you will remember, in their trip to Washington at that point in time, where we had a very brief, very quick and very pragmatic fundraiser to help them with the respective logistics capacity, which the ministry obviously cannot finance in full, in order to ensure that their team was in full strength on site in Washington to advocate for the purposes of the Ministry of Veterans Affairs, its purpose, its causes, and the assistance it shall render to the veterans of this war. That we did about 2 weeks ago, and since the beginning of the Holy Week, meaning since last Monday, we've been generating a buzz here and trying to harness donations from everyone good willing to support Chef Zhenya and his Magic Food Army, who are rendering service now already with his kind donation of his time, his resources, and his team since the full-scale invasion started last year, when he started out handing out his stock and cooking for people in Kyiv. And throughout the summer, he migrated closer to the front line. And since later in the summer, he has operations in Zaporizhia, where our very own MriyaReport, Tim Sennett, had interviewed him after having met him already in Kyiv. An off week, they met up yet again at the frontline kitchen, if you so like, in Zaporizhia, where Chef Zhenya is cooking for frontline troops. And as that facility is now being expanded on new grounds, which are owned, by the way, by the Ukrainian government, 51%, and will be leased to the team for as long as it is needed in order to support the Ukrainian army in its endeavors and provide more and more meal packages per day. MriyaReport has decided to bring its capacity to bear and seek donations for that worthy cause. So if and when you have the capacity to donate, feel free to do so. You will find a donate button on our MriyaReport page, as well as the link in the nest, which currently is the second link in the nest on top, where we have under the heading "Let's Have More Soup for Ukraine" with Chef Zhenya, the link both to a video where he actually walks you through what he and his team and the civil engineers and the likes will be doing in order to upgrade the new premises, where they hopefully will be able to shell out 10,000 meals and meal packages in each case. So it always is enough for one day in different compartments. Yeah, Paul, with that being said, let's turn to a week.
Servus.
Servus.
Yeah. First of all, I'm addicted to Japanese whiskey. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay, we didn't have any Nishi in the night yesterday. But...
And as you can hear in the background, my wife is from Ukraine.
And she likes Japanese whiskey too?
No, she likes German beer.
Why am I not surprised? I think I have something very similar here. Okay, please go on.
And normally I had a question to Nick, but he's away.
He will be back in just about a minute. Don't worry. He has a call ongoing, I presume, with senior management, but he will be back. So if you want to ask your question, I'm sure we can address it in a sec.
Yeah, so let's then start with some other things. I'm working for a company which provides services for our aerospace and defense industry. And as a lot of people ask, yeah, what are the Europeans doing and not doing? And I can tell you, they invest a lot of money without having contracts. And so we see a lot of money spending in purchasing goods for providing new weapons, mainly for ammunition. And yeah, she works it. Yeah, she works it. Yeah, again. And I'm sitting here in Spain, just for vacation. So if there are any questions about spends in defense industry in France, Spain, or Germany, I'm happy to answer them. But my question was to Nick about the Schengen visas and how we can use them as weapons against Russians. So because
okay, I don't know whether you because he was already thematically leading up to that, but I'm sure he can find as soon as he's back in the chat, which will only be a minute, as I can see from our internal chat. He already said that there are difficulties in that regard because the question really is the issuance and whether we should discontinue issuing them or whether there's a possibility of rescinding them. And that, I think, that there is the real issue. Something which we should discuss with Nick as soon as he's back. So if you have a second with us, I'll try to lure him back so we can have a little three-way discussion on the matter. In the meantime, as to the say defense industry, obviously you may have heard this before when Colonel Jeff and I were talking here on the space a few times, and then he put this out, I think last week also, to a wider circle on the internet and tweeted it out and whatnot, also given as a follow-up to one of his articles in the press, that there's a unique opportunity currently for the Eurofighter/Typhoon program. But the Europeans would have to actually go for it. If everybody else in the US is currently delivering to the F-16, we should go out. We should go out and send them Typhoons to showcase that this dang expensive system actually is worthy buying.
Yeah, but also I see a lot of activities on the Seoul side, and it's very interesting. Yeah, so the Seoul was very, I would say, conservative on spending, but they spent a lot of money now.
Did we lose you? Weak?
Sorry, back. They're so spending a lot of money because they have a huge aerospace industry, and they didn't spend the same money the last 5 years. So what we can see on the French side, they're investing a lot of money in the aerospace industry, and this wasn't expected for us, and so maybe something's happening also on the French side, not only on the European, so on the Eurofighter side.
See, but that's the thing. The Rafale program, which the French will have to expand if they want to have an independent aviation capacity in future. And the rest of Europe has made a magnificent mistake in constantly relying on larger coalitions to build aircraft. Competition is what typically drives things. The United States is currently feeling that by having allowed those who once produced the F-16 to sell off their program to the ones who actually control the successor. Well, that means essentially phasing out direct competition and overlapping timing competition. And that's bad. This is not how it should be. Oligopolies in weapons system manufacturing are never good. And that is a real issue.
I kindly agree, but I would say, okay, just integrate different systems, yeah. For example, different radars or different fire control systems, and let them make the competition. The airframe itself is not the important stuff. Yeah? For example, the Eurofighter is based on a British system, which is, I don't know, 20 years old. It's not really an innovative system.
I completely agree.
What,
I'm completely with you. The problem with the integration, I mean, you are on the right thing. If people have the right strategic mindset, and if you trust your partners, and if you can, on a long-term scale, trust your partners, then the integration of sensors, aviation, electronics, fire control systems makes absolute sense. Let's go back to the beginning of my sentence. If.
and then you have different airframes. Or
yeah, the problem is nobody
tanks.
trusts. You see, this is the point. This if has not been answered, and Mr. Macron just came back on his. He wishes it was an Air Force One. He comes back on his plane and yet again advocates for French exceptionalism in the 21st century, which evidently cannot make him a partner for nations which are significantly more driven by competition and independence, be it the Dutch, be it the Germans originally, and be it the Brits. It's just impossible. That's exactly the issue. And if you look at the development path, history, delays, cost overruns, ineffectiveness by comparison to the other systems which it was supposed to compete with, the sum T, then you can see that the Italians, who actually are exceptionally high quality and super precision in terms of both rockets as well as naval, they should be able to create a different anti-air system, but on their own, without constraints from France. I don't think that they will want to repeat that kind of an alliance yet again. Leonardo will think twice as to how to deal with these kind of matters in future. I think there will be disintegration in the previous cooperation from a political edge, and that's fraying. And that's where I'd say the difficulty is now besetting European organizations and companies which are essentially transnational, but are under massive political constraints because they're present in all nations. And Thales is in Belfast. So, but on the other hand, Thales gets marching orders if necessary from other people. So there are real difficulties invested in the private industry structuring vis-a-vis the political guidance in Europe, which require certain considerations as to fire control system and integration to be treated differently, don't you think? And apologies for this long-winded answer.
No. That's okay. But first of all, Leonardo. Yeah, Leonardo has, which is one of my customers, has a clear focus on what they are doing, and they are doing it really good. But what we have in Europe as a problem, we do not have any defense industry in for example, Romania, Bulgaria, Estonia. We do not have any industry there. So we are just focused and on some countries like Germany, France, Spain, Italy, UK. Okay, it's not you again, but it's NATO, and that makes it a little bit different to US, for example, where you have programs like the F-35, and it's produced in almost every state. And I see this as a really problem for Europe. We don't have programs that are amongst all Europe. How do you think about it?
Yeah, I mean, okay, you just highlighted, I mean, small countries such as Estonia do not have that industrial capacity. There are a couple of things Estonia is very good at when it comes to weapon systems, but they're not necessarily industrial production. This is more, it's more in the realm of software programming. But if you take, for example, MilRem, there's also a small and growing robotics industry, which will require manufacturing capacity in other countries, but where the design, the concept, and the testing comes out of Estonia. But that's pretty much what it is. Having said this, there will be license-built things in Estonia all the time, and that also doesn't add anything to what you are suggesting. What is more worrisome is, of course, is the decline of the Romanian weapon system industry since essentially Ceausescu, found his end. And that is quite terrible if you think about it. I mean, they were very good in rockets launches. They were very good in small arms. I think when we were playing with these things, they had rifles, sniper rifles, mortars, and the likes, which we saw, and in joint maneuvers. I think their mortars were actually quite handy and very well produced. But that's a long time ago, and everything has gone downhill there. Then there are big hamsters in Bulgaria. Don't forget, both of them can produce, say, at least ordnance, and that might be of interest in future. And that is actually where I would say that they will probably be preoccupied with. But the Bulgarians, they should not be completely disregarded. It's just a matter of political will and rebuilding and expansion. It just is capital intensive, and the capital intensity is, I think, what you're alluding to, which has prevented these industries from taking hold in the countries, other than just all the political difficulties. Of course, from time to time, some weapon system manufacturer being killed by some Russians.
Yeah, but there's no so we do not see any new developments there, because only a few countries develop anything. Yeah, and the others produce ammunition or whatever.
Yeah, but then again, I agree. But isn't this also a consequence of that disarmament, the cashing in of the so-called peace dividend in Europe, the overall undermining of Europe by the Russians, and the Europeans falling asleep, quite literally? I think this is what it is. The lack of orders of equipment leads to a say, further degradation of the design capacity of the industry. I mean, the Germans have underfunded their military for ages. I mean, underfunded on a level which is just beyond anything one would have ever have imagined. If you were to take just, if the Germans had funded their military appropriately, a full 2% each and every year, and not fiddling with the pension systems, by the way, and not fiddling with the numbers within what they're assigning now as to military investment. No. Real hardcore military investment each and every year, 2%. I'd say much of European industry would look differently in that regard. The Italians, the Austrians, the German, Swiss manufacturers, also a couple of French and British manufacturers would look significantly different in their balance sheets.
Indeed.
No, but let's come back to your specialty. If I mean, you said you're more in terms of, shall we say, aerospace, if I understand this correctly. Let's go back to my favorite friends in the Eurofighter program. Why do you think it is less likely that they would take the opportunity and say, guys, we're going to sell you Eurofighters and we're going to sell them to you now. I'm going to get, say, 48 of them now leased to you. Thank you very much. We'll start with 8 so you can test them. Live combat. Thank you very much. What is so difficult about that? I mean, this is, in terms of sales, this is how you would do it, right? If you want to have the first, 4th generation combat tested, European made, or generally Western made aircraft in theater.
First of all, I'm not sure if it's only for 4th generation. It could be 4th and a half generation already. So it's a lot latest upgrades. But my problem.
I didn't want to go that far. I said they could even say, "We'll give you the older versions and tell you, by the way, this is how it works." And just imagine if you were to take you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
They don't have all the most neatly upgraded versions easily available, but they could sell them those. Sure, I agree. Please go on.
So currently, if you go to Heidelberg Moos near to Munich and ask the salespeople, there are no orders. So that's a whole problem. Yeah. No one wants the Eurofighter. There are only some orders for upgrades, and that's full stop.
There you go. So, but that comes back now to the other part. You said that the rumblings, I think these are rumblings which not only you have, heard, but because at the end of January and then in the first week of February, we heard this, we spoke about this on the space here, Nuno, Felix and I, that we were quite surprised that it went as far as considerations for the Rafale had been, uttered in discussions in Paris. But what they ended up with was then the Mirage and the Mirage 2000. And they talked about the different, what the Americans would call blocks. And that happened in February. And supposedly they then decided to train ground control staff, engineering staff, supposedly maintainers, but none of that really went wild in the press. Then came a few weeks ago the slight upheaval, and then again silence. There's no indication other than that helicopter pilots have been playing out and about in France. That's the only confirmed rumor in France, and that's it. Nothing as the pilots otherwise. Now that could be vested in the general secrecy, which in the good old days, the French armed forces managed to veil everything with. How do you see this? What do we hear from the grapevine?
Sorry, was it a question?
Yeah, it was a question. How do you see this at the moment? Are the French just very calmly and silently undercover, masking their efforts smartly and cleverly, which I would hope, or is it just a lot of marketing?
There's no efforts on the French side currently on procurement side. So no, no effort on their side. I cannot see any actions on their side.
That's interesting. Well, they would have to actually provide something out of stock. That's interesting. I can see my colleague David has joined us. He's finally come out of his garden. Week, one sec. David?
May we?
May we? So, as I highlighted, the only thing I've heard in recent days now from 4 different sources is that there is more and more interest in people flying in helicopters and rotor engines. I don't know why that is and why they would have to come out of France and not from the vast stock of rotors which we have in the US. But hey, there you go. Have you ever been flying, David, in one of your missions in a French helicopter?
I have never been in a French helicopter. They've pretty much always been British, with the exception of an American one. But hang on, didn't someone send back their French helicopters a while ago? That was right, wasn't it? Wasn't it Norway who bought some French helicopters and sent them back?
You would have to ask the Norwegians what they've done.
I was pretty certain I did. I was doing some reading, and then it came up as that the Norwegians were sending them back. They just weren't good enough.
Yeah, the thing is, we had this discussion also in Germany with the so-called Tiger or Tiger, and yeah. Well, how shall I put this? It would be so nice if finally a European rotor product would be as good as any of the Americans. And we can do civil aviation helicopters so well. Why can't we get this done differently?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? That's is the question. How is it possible that we can't? And that comes down to people will always ask the question: Is it the interference from people in the military or from government or in spending that screw it up?
Well, let's ask Week. He is in that industry on the other end. Week, what do you say? How do you like them Eurocopters?
French helicopters fly faster backwards than forwards.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the Gazelle was a decent helicopter, was it not? The Lynx was a decent helicopter. They're not French, I know. But I'm just saying, as the helicopters, they were pretty decent. What did people think about the Puma?
That's a long time ago.
Well, I'm very old, right? So I'm really interested. Week, let us know.
So first of all, the current no, how to start? The design was not bad, but we had different armies, and for that helicopter, it was at the end too complicated to produce it, and also with the spare parts, and the whole thing was a mess. And that's it. So a too much complicated project. That's it.
But I think this is what David is alluding to, that what the Americans have mastered is streamlining the process and ensuring that it's modular and simple. A friend of ours here on the program, Bill Zagorman, was in charge of a facility coming out of the Philadelphia area for a long time and has been traveling the world over, running programs in that field. And I think our American friends have always seen that the European competition was too heterogenic in terms of their design staff. They never had a real captive customer audience other than their national armies. And they failed to create helicopters which are actually designed for what the French, by the way, themselves, if you translate it, called expeditionary service, meaning the kind of combat which actually is force on force, respectively mission-oriented combat, which the Americans and Brits had to undertake in their role of leading NATO. And this is the main aspect. If you're not designing for combat, but designing for what civilians believe an army should train for, then you end up with such kind of helicopters, don't you, David?
No, very much so, right? The number of times you go, I mean, you look at loads of things throughout in the army or in the forces. You look at it, go, you think, how is this? Why is this like this? And when you think about it, you go, well, yeah, okay, so someone's just tried to adapt it from the civilian thing. But it doesn't make any sense in terms of what you're trying to do in the military with what that is. And then it comes down to, this is how there's a real problem with procurement. I don't know anyone who is in any army who hasn't said that procurement is a problem. That isn't a problem, sorry, not is a problem. So the question is, how do we get designers and engineers? But the Americans get it, right? So they produce really great aircraft, right? Whether that's rotary wing or jets or whatever, right? Because they get it. For some reason, we don't. Bookkeepers, I suspect that's what it is. We think like bookkeepers, like a corner shop. Have I lost everyone?
No, I'm just coordinating our friend Alan coming in whilst telling our man in Cairo that he is quite presumptuous as the third and youngest cousin of the Mesopotamian Book Club.
I've finished my phone call with Mrs. Brown. Which took me away from the microphone for a short while.
Why so gloomy?
No, nothing at all. I was just reporting in a business-like manner. She's gone off for a boot camp break. So she's telling me about her exercise regime, but also apparently there are boot camps where they feed you very small amounts of rather delicate, health-related food, so that you lose weight not only through the exercise but also through the restricted diet. But apparently this place has got a jolly Portuguese lady who cooks large meals. So she didn't really said she enjoys it more for the exercise than for the weight loss. But so it's apparently the Portuguese chef Genia is working well. So she thought that was quite funny. All right, I think Axel dropped down, which means I think we're about to hear the. Oh no, Axel is requesting to come back up and speak. Which I think we're about to hear the whooshing noise of the teleporter beam as Alan appears, and there you are, Alan. Congratulations! Everything in place?
Seems to be, Nick.
All your molecules reconstructed in the right order.
So it seems just lucky, I guess. surviving all these beaming ups, beaming downs, beaming everywhere. Happy Easter to all who celebrate, and catch me up on what we're talking about, please.
Helicopters and defense procurement in Europe. Yes, we're glad that Elon Musk isn't making either our transporter beam or, at the moment, our helicopters. Week, go ahead, please.
Finally. Yeah. So, Nick, first of all, I love you. And everything you do.
Oh, steady on.
We all love you, Nick. We all love you.
Everybody steady on, please.
No, Nick. It is. Did you not know of the MriyaReport sub club of the Schengen aficionados?
A very Schengen aficionados. I think it's a very select club of about one, maybe one of the. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think that, but that is what Week was about to go after. Please, Week.
Thank you. So, greetings from Spain, mainland. Yeah. And my question is about Schengen visa and how we could use it as a weapon. Because it currently it's a weakness. Yeah, we allow a lot of Russian people to come into Europe, but how can we use it as a weapon against them? And what I mean is, visas, long-term visas, and how can we use that as a weapon against them? So, because my thing is always you have one side and the other side, and how can I'm
Nick, give us some options.
I'm sorry, I was answering a question from an alert user. Can you repeat the question very quickly?
the Schengen visa is an allowance. We know which people are allowed to go to Europe, and why they are allowed to use.
Yes. This was a lot more discussion last year, and Finland is still issuing visas to Russians. So I don't know why, but apparently they are. If you own property, they were going to make it difficult. It was going to be that you had to apply, between 9 and 10 a.m. on alternate Tuesdays. But it seems that it is not impossible for Russians to get visas to visit Schengen. That said, it's quite difficult for Russians to enter Schengen. They have to enter. Normally everyone who enters Schengen has to enter at the country where they applied, at the country whose consulate at which they applied. Complex sentence structure for the visa. Now, maybe there are still, I don't know, lots of Russians driving to Helsinki and then getting on planes to the rest of the Schengen area. But I have the impression that there aren't nearly as many as before. There are some with multiple entry visas, although those will start to come to an end because they have a limited validity. There are a lot of Russians with permanent residency, or permanent and what for most people would be called permanent residency, with residency in the European Union, and that's a lot harder to revoke. And permanent residency is extremely hard to revoke on the basis of nationality. So, but I think the number of Russians vacationing in Western Europe this year is going to be vastly less than in previous years. And I'm not sure. I think that's already a pretty good result. We would like the number of Russians coming to be 0, but if it's 5 or 10% of what it was before, I think that's already a fairly substantial result. So I think it's partly a question of how far do you want to go to get to 0 versus, you know, the cost of getting the last few people. And as I say, I don't know whether the Russians that you might come across in the street are there because they have residency cards or because they have just recently obtained a visa. I think most of them probably have residency cards. So I would very much like to see the countries bordering Russia no longer issuing visas, because if Estonia, Latvia, and Finland, and I guess Norway, I don't think very many Russians cross the border in Norway, stop issuing Schengen visas, then the Russians will basically be completely unable to travel. I do not know why they are not doing that.
Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania have stopped issues of visas.
Okay.
We're not issuing visas
Yep.
since last year, since mid.
But we heard recently from someone who told interesting story on the space about having a Russian neighbors in his near his country place in Finland, and the Russians owned a country place, and they didn't seem to have.
But they came in from Istanbul through Paris to Helsinki.
But owning property is not is not. It doesn't give you any particular inalienable rights. There are plenty of Brits who own property in Spain.
They have a residential property which they acquired as the guy, as you know, is half English and half Finnish, and this is, so to say, the country home from his father, which he inherited, as I understand. Sorry, from his mother, which he inherited, as I understand, and built by his grandfather, and his neighbors. Russians who've been there for at least a decade, so they have.
There's going to be.
They have their multiple entry visa from much earlier.
The longest multiple entry Schengen visa is 5 years, and you have to really work hard to get that. So there are going to be a certain number. We're not going to get it down to 0. My wish would be to make sure that it gets down to as low as possible, and that we make it hard for Russians to travel, but without suspending the freedoms of the Schengen zone. So it's a delicate balancing act. We certainly need to make sure that there are no leaks at the EU Schengen borders. For example, Cyprus, flights from Cyprus going into, for example, Greece. We have to be very certain that the Greeks are doing the full Schengen border checks there. The other problem is the quite substantial number of Russian citizens who hold EU passports. So some Russians have. I was quite surprised. I discovered recently how many golden visas Spain has issued since 2013. It's only, it was less than I thought. It was about 5,000, and only about 500 of those were to Russians. So with the golden visa, you get a residency card, and after 5 years, you can apply for Spanish permanent residency, although you'd have to show that you'd spent quite a lot of time in Spain. The advantage of the golden visa is that you can come and go. But if you hand over about €1 million to the Maltese or Cypriot governments, or indeed the British government, they will make it not terribly difficult for you to get a Maltese, Cypriot, or in the case of the UK, non-EU British passport. So a great many, and these are particularly the kind of Russians that we would especially like to keep out. And Malta and Cyprus, as far as I know, continue to basically sell citizenship to anyone who's prepared to spend €1 million. So there is nothing very much that the EU can do about this, apart from tell everyone that they don't approve of it. The EU greatly dislikes also the golden visa schemes, but the EU does not have any say over those matters, because national governments are sovereign in all matters of immigration of third country nationals. So I would like to see those countries that give golden visas or that sell passports step up and say they're not going to do so. In the case of Cyprus in particular, I wonder if they aren't too far into Russia's pocket to stop doing that. But that is an absolute scandal. And so a lot of the Russian voices that you hear are people who have EU passports and can happily move around the whole of the EU and the whole of the Schengen area, to the extent that those two are about 90% coterminous, without any problem. So the Schengen visas are only one side of the coin. Remember that Schengen visas are for short-term visits. Longer-term visas issued by individual countries, it's entirely a matter for the countries concerned. Residency permits, a matter for the countries concerned, and golden visas and pay-for passports, again, up to the EU member states. And I can guarantee you that the European Commission, if they had, European Union, if they had the power to do so, would be banning all of those overnight. But they do not have that power. And until the member states get together and agree to give that power to them, the EU, sometimes portrayed as a gigantic spider-like superstate, has no such power and cannot obtain it. Alan, you put your hand up briefly. Otherwise, I'll go back to week.
Well, I was just going to say, Nick, Portugal stopped its golden visa program earlier this year. I'm not certain of the reasons why. And the second thing I was going to say is that it was my understanding Finland had closed its borders to Russians, but would they continue to issue Schengen visas even with its borders closed?
I very much doubt it. Apart from anything else, if they did, and then you got your Schengen visa at the Finnish consulate, first of all, you would have to go to Turkey. Then you would have to fly into the Schengen area at some point. And if you fly into the Schengen area with a visa issued by Finland and you land in Munich or in Madrid, you are going to get a fairly hard time off the immigration officer, because you are meant to enter Schengen in the country that issued the visa, unless there are exceptional circumstances. And when you apply for the visa, you're meant to explain where you're going. And you would say, well, so if you go to the Finnish embassy and say, well, I'm going to go to Turkey and enter Schengen in Paris, but you're a convenient place for me to get a visa, you will be shown the door. So, but I hadn't heard what you said, Alan. I hadn't heard that news that Finland has closed the border to Russians. I think that would be something that I'd first want to have verified, because it doesn't seem, there would be almost no point in them continuing to issue the visas, because again, the only legitimate use of a Schengen visa issued by Finland is to enter the Schengen area at the Finnish border or at a Finnish airport, which you can't fly to. So if they have closed the border, who knows? But I hadn't heard that. I hadn't heard that Finland is stopping Russians coming in. As I say, we had that. What's the name of our friend, the Finnish-British friend, Axel?
I was going to say, Nick, let me run a quick fact check for you while we go to Axel and then to Week. I'm not sure Axel is with us at the moment. So Week, please go ahead.
Спасибо. My point is, how can we use Schengen to abuse Russians?
Yes, you asked this. I remember now. You asked me something like that. I'm not sure what you mean. We can ask the Schengen member states not to issue visas to Russians, but that's about it. I'm not certain what else you're imagining would happen other than not letting them in.
Yeah, I don't know. How can we use it as a weapon?
I mean, I don't think you can. Not everything can be used as a weapon. I don't really see what the what you're thinking of doing The Schengen area is a common travel area with a common visa policy. That's it. That's all it is. So the member states agree to recognize each other's issued visas for a 90-day, a stay of 90 days in any 180. And they agree to try and be relatively coherent in terms of who they issue the visas to and the conditions that they apply when doing it. But obviously, there's a possibility for inconsistency. But that's all it is. So I don't see, other than saying you can't have a visa, I'm not sure what else we can do with an institution whose only function is to be a common visa and travel area. Schengen doesn't have, an army or anything like that.
It should.
Well, then the EU should. I mean, Schengen is an initiative that is intimately tied to the EU, but there are EU countries that are not in Schengen. There are Schengen countries that are not in the EU. Schengen is not a permanent institution. It doesn't have a secretary general. I think the people you want to be talking to are the European Union, and the European Union is doing what it can. And we can argue that the European Union should perhaps have, the European Union has Frontex, has a frontier guard system, but overwhelmingly it relies on national frontier guards to staff the external border. Frontex is involved, for example, obviously in the case of refugees crossing the Mediterranean. But I think you might be misunderstanding what Schengen is and what it can do versus what we can do by other means in the form of the EU or NATO or the other international organizations. Alan, I found something saying the Portuguese golden visa is going to end, but I haven't actually found a date yet when it will no longer be available.
Well, maybe that's all I heard, but I think it's ending very, very soon, the golden visa program in Portugal. In terms of Finland's, I was just going to say, in terms of Finland's borders, Nick, Finland closed its borders to Russian tourists. So I guess that doesn't mean it's closed its borders to all Russians, but they did this last year on September 30th, 2022. And this after a weekend in which 17,000 Russians had entered Finland, primarily by car.
And presumably most of those had then left their cars at Helsinki airport and departed for the rest of the Schengen area. I'm just looking at something about the Portuguese golden visa, and I think the ostensible political background to it is not so much about security as it is about the problem that many Southern European countries have now, which is that housing is becoming increasingly unaffordable because a lot of people from wealthier parts of Europe like to own homes and sometimes second homes in those countries. So it appears that it may be partly to do with housing. Now, in practice, well, the Portuguese golden visa was quite cheap. So the Spanish golden visa requires you to buy €1 million of Spanish shares or deposit €2 million in a bank or government bonds, but only €500,000 if you buy an unmortgaged property. Portugal's amount was, I think, €300,000. Now, Portugal is a bit cheaper than Spain, but it's still not a whole lot of money. The reason I don't think it'll have much effect, however, is that not that many people have been buying these compared to EU citizens. So we have exactly the same problem here in Mallorca. We have high rents, we have high property prices. Those are being driven by outsiders, but the vast majority of those outsiders are EU citizens, and Spain cannot do anything to prevent EU citizens from buying property unless it applies the same rules to Spanish citizens, because that's how the EU works. So, for example, here in Mallorca, one suggestion is that the local government might pass a law. This won't happen, but the suggestion was that they would pass a law saying nobody can buy a house in Mallorca, in the Balearic Islands, unless they've resided there for the last, let's say, 3 years. So even someone from Madrid who wanted to move to Mallorca would have to rent for 3 years before they could buy a property. That won't go down very well in Spain, and therefore they can't do anything to prevent the EU citizens buying the property, and they represent the overwhelming number of people buying properties. And again, quite a lot of the Russians who are buying properties will be doing so because guess what? They have EU passports. So the golden visa is not really the major source of properties being bought. And it's not even a major source of Russians acquiring nationality, because if you're Russian and you want to acquire Spanish or Portuguese nationality, it's not as simple as having the golden visa for 5 years, or in the case of Spain, 10 years. You also have to demonstrate that you've lived there the vast majority of the time and pass a language test. So it's much easier to just hand over 800 or 900,000 euros to the Maltese or Cypriot government.
And it was my understanding from Portuguese friends, just as you say, Nick, the reasoning behind ending the golden visa program in Portugal has been the increase in real estate prices and a shortage of housing in Portugal.
Yes, and again, the golden visa won't have been causing most of. You also have to deal with the low-hanging fruit, even if it's only a small amount of low-hanging fruit. And it really doesn't make any sense to introduce some kind of social housing policy while encouraging people to buy. Particularly, as I say, in the case of the golden visa, you only needed 300,000 euros. So, you know, it's not like they had one and you had to buy a 10 million euro villa with an infinity pool. I mean, these things always have a kind of trickle down effect, but that's not really pricing local people out of a house. Whereas 300,000 euros in Lisbon will get you a reasonable house, but it's, you know, the kind of house that local middle class people might like to buy, and then that's pushing their market up as well. So that would be the ostensible reason. But the EU hates golden visas, and so we'll be very pleased to see that particular one go. I had a question from a listener saying, what are these visas that you mentioned, and is it all European based? Is Britain involved? I can give a 3-minute explanation of the Schengen visa, or I can reply to this this question by DM. What do you reckon, Alan?
Let's do both, but let's reply to the DM first, and then let's review what the Schengen visa enables a person to do inside the Schengen zone, which is basically the EU, right? Is the EU and the Schengen area contiguous? And
Nearly. There are 4 EU member states that are not in the Schengen area. So the Schengen area, as I said, is a common travel and visa area. And what that means is that if you get a visa for one, you can travel to all of them under the same conditions. But it's only a common travel and visa area for tourist and short business visit visas, not for residency. The 4 countries that are in the EU that are not in Schengen are Ireland, which has its own common travel area with the UK, and would not be able to join Schengen while maintaining that common travel area with the UK. Cyprus, which is an island, although Malta is an island and it's in Schengen, and then Romania and Bulgaria, which have applied to join, and there was some political shenanigans about keeping them out. Being in Schengen is kind of one of the cherries on the top of being in the European Union, but it's not essential. You don't have to come from a Schengen country to have freedom of movement within the EU. It's just a question of where the passport control is located. In addition, there are 4 other countries that are not members of the EU, but which are in Schengen because they are part of the European single market and they have freedom of movement, which is Iceland, Liechtenstein, Norway, and Switzerland. So to all intents and purposes, the whole of Western Europe, with the extent of the UK and Ireland, you can consider to be in the Schengen area. Now, 60 countries get a visa waiver, so they don't need to apply for a visa. And then citizens, passport holders of the other 100 or so countries that aren't either in Schengen or in the group of 60 need a visa. So, for example, Americans don't need a visa, Canadians don't need a visa, but South Africans do, and Indians do. So, whether you get a visa or not, when you land at a Schengen airport, you get your passport stamped at the moment, which says when you entered, and you can spend no more than 90 days out of any 180 in that area. And that's a rolling time period, and the calculation can appear quite complicated. It's simple once you understand it, but it's not one of these things where you can only come in once and then you have to leave for 3 months, regardless of how long you stayed. However, once you are in the Schengen area, there are, in principle, and with occasional exceptions, but basically no border controls between the countries. If you land in Iceland and get on a plane to Paris, you will land in Paris at what is essentially the domestic terminal. You will not go through passport control leaving Iceland, and you will not go through passport control entering France. So you have free movement within the Schengen area for those 90 days. When you finally leave the Schengen area, then your passport will be checked and they will see how long you've been there. And if you've been there either more than 90 days in one go or more than 90 days out of the last 180, then you can look forward to a fine, a ban, and all kinds of things, depending on how badly you've overstayed and how polite you are to the immigration officer. So in essence, it's a group of countries agreeing to not have internal border controls, and that requires them to have a common visa issuing policy. So if you don't need a visa, you just fly in. From the end of this year, you will need, even if you don't need a visa, you will need to get a thing called an ETIAS, which anyone who's flown to the US as a non-US citizen will recognize is the parallel of the US ESTA, which American citizens maybe don't even know exists, but everyone who flies to the US from Western Europe who doesn't need a visa still has to get this thing called an ESTA, which is pre-registration of your passport in a computer. And when they pre-register it, they quickly run your passport number and date of birth through a couple of criminal record computers. And if you come up positive, then you might have to talk to somebody before you're allowed in. So that's coming. Also coming is an electronic border, which will record your entries and exits without having to put what are rather charmingly in the business known as wet stamps in your passport. And that will automatically keep track of your 90 in 180 days. And so when you're leaving the Schengen area, rather than hoping that the officer might not notice all of your entries and exits and might not spot you've been overstayed, the computer will make a little boop boop noise, and again you will be in for an uncomfortable 15 minutes. So yeah,
one would hope, Nick, that this new electronic system in Europe, in the Schengen area, would give you a little alert, maybe a polite alert saying, "Hope you enjoyed your stay. What time is the flight in the morning?"
It's an interesting. Yes, it's interesting, isn't it? Now there will be presumably apps available. We don't know yet exactly what the passenger experience will look like of the electronic border, but it's quite possible that there will be some kind of official app that allows you to have that information provided to you. You are at 82 days, and if you stay another 8, then you're going to have to start spending time in other countries. At the moment, for example, an American who wanted to go backpacking around Europe for, let's say, a year could go to France and Germany for 90 days and then go to the UK or Ireland or Andorra, although that's a little bit technical, or Romania or Bulgaria or Serbia, for 90 days and then come back into the Schengen area. So you can refresh your days, but I'm not going to get into the exact details of the 90 and 180 mechanism here because it's very dull. But yes, you need to monitor. If you're traveling a lot in Europe, you need to monitor where you were in the last 180 days and whether 90 of those were in Schengen. And I'm sure, well, I would hope there'll be an app, because at the moment there's only a horrible, clunky, circa 2005 web calculator that is an utter pain to use. So if one of the benefits of this is an official EU app to calculate your days, wouldn't that be great?
It would be fantastic. But the basic rule of thumb, if I understand it correctly, is 90 days in the Schengen area, 90 days out, and then you can come back, right?
Yes, but if you only come in for 30, you don't have to stay out for 30 or for 90. So it's 90 out of the last 180, but you have to evaluate that in theory every day. So every day you wake up and you say, was I in the Schengen area for 90 days out of the last 180? And if the answer is yes, you have to go to the airport pretty quick. Obviously, because days are foreseeable, you can plan this in advance. Basically, if you're going to spend not more than half your time in Europe, you're okay, as long as you don't do it in, if you do that in big chunks, you have to be a little bit careful. But basically, you can spend getting on for half your time in the Schengen area, as long as you spend more than half of it outside and arrange the chunks appropriately.
And this makes the United Kingdom such a convenient place to go after visiting the Schengen area.
Yeah, you start to get Schengen days back. Yep.
And so, Nick, we should probably move on to the DM question. And now I don't remember what it is.
Well, no, that was the DM question. And the person who sent it me has just said, thanks, much appreciate the information. So we answered it. I just answered it. So for the person who said stupid question from an American, absolutely not a stupid question at all.
No, it's not a stupid question at all. Hopefully that person is not in the Schengen area currently booking a flight home or to London to get out in time. But, you know, I've known a few people who have spent too long in the Schengen area, and the immigration officials have been very kind to them. They haven't fined them. They've just requested they leave ASAP. And these are people who might have overstayed by 2 or 3 days. At the same time, I will say the Dutch are sticklers. They will fine you, and they will take further steps if you overstay your time.
There are bulletin boards, as they used to be called in the old days, or Facebook pages or web forums dedicated to mostly American, but non-EU travelers around Europe. And one of the recurring topics is, which is the best country to leave the Schengen zone from if you have overstayed, in terms of either your chances of not being spotted or the punishment if you do. Because rather curiously to an outsider, and I mean, I understand why, but frustratingly for me, the penalties for overstaying are determined by the country from which you leave the zone, both in terms of their national law and also in terms of how much sense of humor they have about it. And so there are indeed countries that are reputed for being tougher than others. For 2 or 3 days, if you are very polite and if you can make it very clear to the officer that you have not been working, you might get away with a polite request. However, you might, certainly with the electronic border, even if the officer decides not to take any further action, the fact that you physically overstayed will be recorded in the computer, and the officer will not have a way to make that disappear with the electronic border. So it will, they might be nice to you and just let you go, but next time you come back, you will be flagged as an overstayer. And I don't know what the consequences are for that, but I imagine that it doesn't involve you receiving a cash prize. Yeah, we had stories last year and last year with British people coming over, working illegally, because British people can't now work legally in Spain without a visa, coming over for the tourist season, 4.5 months. And when they left, they got slapped with the mother of all fines, and Schengen area bans of up to 3 years. And that means they can't go to Amsterdam for a weekend. They can't go to Estonia. They can't go to anywhere in Europe for 3 years because they got caught working and massively overstaying. It's very unlikely they'd put you in jail, but you would really have to be doing something else of a more advanced criminal nature. But yeah, they take it quite seriously. And again, the electronic border is about to take all of the sort of thrill of negotiating with the officer out of it, because you'll have to negotiate with the computer, and they tend to be rather immune to charm.
I would guess that Spain would be relatively lax in its enforcement, but I have no idea. But I do know that the Dutch are not lax in their enforcement whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I don't. Well, as I say, if 4.5 months and you've been working, in this particular case, what happened was they went and rolled up the bar. The local police. It wasn't even discovered it wasn't discovered at the airport. It was discovered when the police went round, the work. The work inspectors went round, and so the person was. I think he was halfway through his set as a singer, and the entertainment for the evening ceased rather abruptly as he was taken off in a van, and he got to go back to his apartment, 10 minutes to pack, and then he was on his way with a large fine and a ban. So basically, is it worth risking it for 3 extra days in Europe? Just as I say, go to the UK for a bit, recharge your batteries.
Exactly. Just a reminder to those who have come up as speakers. If you want to speak, raise your hand. You can do that by tapping the heart plus icon. Yeah. So Ragna, Silmi, tap the heart plus icon at the lower right of your phone screen and raise your hand. You will see a whole bunch of options. Ragna,
that's it, Ragna. Well done.
And so, Ragna, go ahead.
Hi, I just actually had a quick 2-part question referencing back to one of the topics you guys were talking about earlier. With tensions along the eastern border trending towards heightened tensions, what do you think the likelihood of any one of the border states is that they'll completely seal their border off? And the second part is, if such an action took place, what do you think Russia's response would be?
Estonia has already done so, as have Latvia and Lithuania. Russia's reaction is a lot of copium, and that's that. Estonia only uses the border for deportations of personae non gratae.
Maybe there's still some trucks of goods going across, but nope. Of non-embargoed goods, nope, not even.
You don't need to. If they want to send some trucks, they can send them to Poland if the Poles want it. Poland can do this with Belarus. Estonia doesn't have to. Sovereign.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of traffic between Belarus and Poland still.
Well, not as much as before.
If the Poles want to constantly,
certainly.
No, seriously, if the Poles want to constantly lecture the whole of Europe as to what they're doing, they should also tell the whole of Europe what they're doing.
Well, I think the other interesting border discussion is outside the Schengen area. For example, what is Kazakhstan doing? They are imposing border controls much more strict than last year. and they are cutting off transportation across Kazakhstan of trucks and import vehicles, big trucks. So no more trucks through Kazakhstan into Russia. That at least is my understanding. And it's the route through Kazakhstan has become a pretty significant way around both sanctions and border controls for Russia to get goods it wants to import. It's a long ride, but Kazakhstan is now saying no more. You cannot bring freight into Kazakhstan, unload it, reload it onto a truck bound for Russia. And I think that's a pretty good move by Kazakhstan. They are really displaying their independence in more ways than one. They have seized assets at the Baikonur Space Depot of Russia, or the space port. That's where Russia launches its satellites and its capsules to the International Space Station. But they only lease that spaceport from Kazakhstan, and they haven't paid that lease. So Kazakhstan has seized some parts of the Baikonur spaceport. And I give Kazakhstan a lot of credit for doing that. A lot of credit. Folks, here we are on Easter Day in North America. It is approaching Easter Monday in Kyiv and Western Europe. But please do retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you news from Ukraine and bringing you verified news updates of what's happening inside Ukraine. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, another question from a listener. All those villages and cities they've written rumbles. I think they mean rubble. Is that trash somehow reusable for new infrastructure? If you when we liberate Bakhmut and the bulldozers move in, what will be the fate of all that brickwork? Will it have to go into landfill? Will there be anything that we can do to, I imagine, sort any high value stuff out of that, or will it just I don't know. I mean, I guess most of it's probably concrete. I don't think there's any great value to it. It's probably not something you can recycle. But if anyone who has an understanding of the building industry can tell me whether there is any precedent, I guess we've had wars before, we've had destruction before. When you go along and what happened after 9/11, what was done with all the rubble. Theories about it, so maybe that isn't the best example. But a very valid question. A very valid question. There is all this rubble. Will they kind of build artificial hills with it and say, you see that hill over there? That's our old city. Here's our new one. Some of the reconstruction, I think, will be, making lemons out of lemonade doesn't even begin to cover it, but hopefully we will be rebuilding some really beautiful cities. But I don't know what one does with all that old rubble.
Yeah, it's a bit of a granular question, so to say, Nick. And I don't know what you do with all that rubble either. But it probably won't be used as the ancient Roman building materials in Rome were used, either to if the marble was used to burn away and to make lime from, but other building materials in Rome were taken and used to build Renaissance palaces. This is not the case in Bakhmut or Avdiivka or Mariinka or in the many, many little villages that have been completely destroyed by Russian artillery fire. Some of these places may never be rebuilt. It's quite possible that Ukraine has lost once beautiful villages forever.
I've near the Verdun battlefields in eastern France, there are places where basically, yeah, there was a village, and now all you see is like a pole in the ground, and it says the baker's shop was here. Particularly, I mean, back in 1918, you didn't necessarily have metalled roads in a village, but I guess some parts of Ukraine, the villages aren't necessarily all, all fully tarmacked. I do hope that the cities will be rebuilt. We've talked about it a little bit on the space about the idea of either a partner city from elsewhere in usually Europe or perhaps a partner country. I think it was Denmark has adopted Mykolaiv. Will contribute more than their kind of proportion of the EU budget, and that you would see, if not a Danish theme, then certainly Danish architects invited to contribute. And I'm reminded in January I toured New Zealand, and the town of Napier in New Zealand, which was completely destroyed by an earthquake in 1931, and they nearly abandoned the town, but they decided to rebuild it, and they decided to make it something very special, and they brought in, it was the height of the Art Deco movement, and so they built an entire Art Deco town from scratch. And so there were one or two people, I was on a cruise boat, there were one or two people who were extremely excited to see Napier, because they were very much into Art Deco generally and the architecture.
Well, wasn't Warsaw, which was almost completely destroyed in the Second World War, Warsaw famously rebuilt its old town in an exact replica, I believe. Is that right, Nick? I've never been to Warsaw.
Neither have I, and I don't know that. And again, a little bit about what we were talking earlier with Jana's question. I don't know if you heard that, Alan, but having only ever been to East Berlin during the communist time, where not very much of East Berlin had been rebuilt. If they did do that in Warsaw, I'd be interested to know sort of with what money and under what political regime. But perhaps even the communists managed to find some funds and some artisans to do that. So I hadn't heard that story. It's quite possible. It's quite possible, but it doesn't. It would be, I think, relatively unusual in Soviet-occupied Eastern Europe to undertake such a project. But I don't know.
Well, I do know that Ukrainians are committed to build back better, to borrow a Biden campaign phrase. But the former head of the Ukrainian railway, who is now in charge of integrating Ukraine into the EU, always said, and he said in his interview with Tim Sennett, what we have now is an opportunity not just to rebuild and replace, but to truly build something much, much better. And so here's a man looking to the future of Ukraine. And I think this is the spirit of Ukrainians going into the future. How can we make Ukraine a better place, a better nation, a better community for all? And how can we rebuild our cities in the best possible way? Because I think these cities will be rebuilt.
Interestingly, I'm not sure whether Boris Johnson party used Build Back Better at roughly the same time. And I don't know whether they stole it from Biden or Biden stole it from them, because Boris Johnson, in what I can only describe as his Elon Musk phase, decided that he was going to make some rather dad jokes out of it, and so he appeared with some buttered toast and saying "Build Back Butter," and he appeared with a pint of ale saying "Build Back Bitter," and then he appeared in a fish and chip shop putting the fish into the fryer and saying "Build Back Batter," and that was
Come
all
on,
terrible jokes.
No, the last two are actually quite funny because they involve two of the most important old school British things: bitter and batter. Bitter beer and fish and chips. Come on, if you want to tease the other side, that at least has charm. It's as folksy as Mr. Biden did when he was not the president and went to eat his ice cream. Or showcase his love for American old cars.
It does remind me a bit of Elon. Let that sink in.
But Elon's not a politician, and he's irrelevant for the political competition of political communication, isn't he? Because I don't think he's standing for office. But he runs a company which is more, and this is, by the way, that's a thing which I really find interesting. The fact that he now has people at Twitter working for him, because he doesn't do that kind of shit himself, I'm sure, but who believe that it's worthwhile designating the BBC as well as NPR. Now, I'm not saying that the BBC hasn't had its faults. Yes, it has had many, but decry the BBC as a government organization, government-funded organization. That's a wee bit harsh and quite misleading, and evidently actually wrong. But denouncing NPR, which is, shall we say, government affiliated but not government financed for more than 0.78 something percent of its total budget as a government or state media, that I think Twitter should take back, because it is slanderous, libelous, and simply wrong.
Well, regarding NPR, it's completely wrong. And I think the tag Elon put onto NPR was state-affiliated media. And nothing could be further from the truth. NPR is often assailed as a leading exponent of liberal thought in the United States. It is attacked.
It is fair to say that
more than it supports.
It is fair to say that it is very liberal and progressive. Is that fair to say?
They have balanced their news and commentary over the years, Axel.
Yes, we don't decry.
They have.
We do not decry them as commentariat anymore. That's true.
They have terrible science coverage, but I do agree
go there because that's really bad. I agree with you.
Yeah, state-affiliated media to me means that they are carrying the administration's message, and even if under the current administration, NPR's editorial line is not always that distant from the administration, I think we can safely say that under the Trump administration, NPR was not carrying the government editorial line very often. So yes, I agree. I think,
NPR did during that period of time live up to the excitement of the derangement syndrome, right?
Sure, but I mean that's the exact opposite of being state-controlled, is it not?
No, it's true.
Or perhaps we could call it deep state-controlled media.
No, I would never say such stupid stuff. Sorry, it's not my line. My line is very much in the center. I just decry those who are constantly too excited.
Well, I can say, Nick and Axel, that for 50 years, National Public Radio really has been a beacon of independent journalism. They have had some great journalists reporting every single day. Nina Totenberg is a great example. No one covered the U.S. Supreme Court like Nina Totenberg. So that's just one example. And Susan Steinberg, one of the founding voices of National Public Radio. She worked down in Washington, D.C. at the time. Also, just an extraordinary voice and mind to hear carried on the radio waves.
Totenberg, Steinberg, my goodness.
And also Bob Edwards.
I know.
Who
lots of British and lots of German influence in all these media affairs, isn't it?
Well, you know, the name doesn't matter. The name really doesn't matter.
That's the point.
In the United States, Axel, and you know that.
That's why I'm teasing it out. That's the point. We need to get away from the monikers. We need to get away from this excitement. It's about the facts. This is why we can say, and I agree with Nick, by the way, that the science coverage of both The Economist as well as NPR, to the extent that I've had the pleasure of following it, is at times what the Germans call plakativ. Nick, how do we put this? Clickbaiting.
Well, I should say that I'm on extremely good terms with the she's moved from science to health correspondent / editor at the Economist, and I recently pitched or the idea for what became, I think, a 4-page, if not an 8-page centerfold article. But some of their science coverage is, we got a press release, we've got a few column inches to fill, we don't have to draw pictures about what happens next. I've been sent a couple of really interesting tweets or messages about the reconstruction of Warsaw. There's an excellent piece from The Guardian in 2016 saying how it was rebuilt afterwards substantially, including the use of 18th century paintings to show what it should look like. I will tweet this. I won't put it in the nest because I think that's a little bit not quite Ukraine related, but I will tweet it because it is fascinating. So thank you to the alert listener who sent that. It's now my top tweet. And if you're interested in the reconstruction of post-war Warsaw, that is a terrific read. Thank you very much, alert listener.
I'm very interested, so I will definitely pick up that tweet, Nick. And in terms of science coverage of NPR, regardless of the fact that the United States landed men on the moon and brought back the ill-fated Apollo 13 capsule safely, regardless of this fact, science does have to be dumbed down a little bit for Americans. I apologize for that need. But it's
I
true.
completely disagree on this one. I completely disagree because my American colleagues some of them are amongst the most intricately good communicators of extremely complicated matters of science. And if you take our friend Mark Nelson as a young example of that, whilst of course he is proper English educated, that is just yet another sign. There is always a possibility. And funny enough, John Spencer just tweeted out something which I find very interesting, that he is listening to an audiobook of the great courses of the art of storytelling. I think it's exceptionally good if you're good at storytelling. And if you...
But Axel, people, remember, as I said, people are not randomly assigned to be your friends.
Are you trying to highlight that if you've ever felt the need at the age 13 to insert a Betamax cassette of a Feynman lecture into your home video recorder so that you could watch it, that this makes me nerdish?
Was it a Betamax? Was it a Betamax recorder?
Yes, of course. It was a Betamax recorder which could play at that point in time NTSC.
Oh, I thought you were going to tell me about your early discoveries of inserting a Betamax tape into a VHS recorder, which would have been a learning experience.
We had a Betamax and we had a VHS, and the Betamax beat the shit out of VHS in terms of signal. But soon enough, it was the only way for me to get proper football and baseball videos from the US, which I could play on an NTSC convertible or usable VHS. It's a long story, doesn't really matter. But the key thing for the Betamax was that I could get proper recordings of the Feynman lectures.
I've still got. Sorry.
I was just going to say, and the science of baseball and football. That is the level of science most Americans understand. And I have to agree with Nick here, Axel. Your self-selected American friends who might have a great understanding of scientific knowledge in no way represent the majority of Americans.
You wouldn't
They
believe,
just don't.
You wouldn't believe most of them are soldiers or farmers originally.
No, I would. Farmers are among the most scientific people in the United States, as a matter of fact. And this is true whether or not they are back to the land organic farmers or whether they are big factory farmers. Both of these kinds of farmers rely on science every single day when they're out in the field.
Don't tell Jeff.
Why not?
Because then we're going to talk about Purdue and the other little educational facility in his home state.
We love Purdue, but I don't root for the Boilermakers. I root for other teams out there in the Midwest.
It's so funny. The Boilermakers. It'll never get old, huh?
Well, the Boilermakers, Purdue is a great engineering school, and I think Boilermakers has something to do with that, and not the idea of drop. What is a Boilermaker? You drop a whiskey shot into a beer and drink it. I don't know what a Boilermaker is.
Jeff was making fun of it last time. Said, "Oh, he went to a proper state school. He couldn't afford to go to prissy Purdue," and I had to dig it out. But by now, Bloomington is a few percent more expensive than Purdue.
Bloomington, the University of Indiana.
Yeah, the other ones.
Yeah, well, all education in the United States is goddamn expensive. Just, I can tell you, just look at my annual budget. I'm paying for someone's college education, and it is now 16 times what I paid in my. I was attending college, and in my senior year, it reached $5,000. Actually, it was $4,800. But what a bargain! And this was an esteemed university, and it was esteemed for not because it was affordable, but because the professors taught the undergraduates. Unlike Harvard, where you get your education from graduate students, at Yale, it's professors who take you under their wing and give you the knowledge you need and the ability to be a critical thinker. Well, this talk about science and education in the United States, the affordability of or non-affordability of education in the United States seems to have silenced our audience, Nick.
I was just hammering on my microphone button and it's finally come up. You might be a little bit surprised of how much casualization there has been beyond Harvard and down to the level of state colleges in the last 20 or 30 years. They may not be graduate students, but they'll be adjunct faculty on temporary contracts and not terribly well paid. It is a big problem for higher education in the US and to some extent in the UK now. It's starting. What's also started to happen is that universities who want to expand but don't want to take on any staff are outsourcing a lot of their courses to sort of education management companies. I'm delivering a lecture for one such company in about 7 weeks' time, it's a bit strange when you get an invitation from something.com to deliver a lecture on a course for the University of etc. And you don't actually get to deal with any academics from that university. On the other hand, one advantage is that being a commercial company, they've told me how they're going to pay me, and it's extraordinarily easy. Whereas getting an actual university to pay you for your time is generally weapon systems delivered to Ukraine. So swings and roundabouts, but the whole of academia is becoming, with each year that goes past, more of a financial exercise, even if it's non-profit, more about turning universities into kind of experience camps for the students, and rather less about challenging them intellectually. And I get a bit right wing about this, which is unusual for me. But I'm less worried about the quote woke stuff, although there is some silliness, as I am about the more general managerialization of the university, and things that take away from their main mission, which is to make people think. But I shall cede from my moment of grumpiness and welcome Kerry.
That's great, because I wanted to interject before Kerry jumps in, and we'll talk about the next topic, Nick, because I wanted to have a little word with Alan about one little thing. Alan, do you remember Mitch Daniels, right?
Mitch Daniels, a politician.
No, you remember him.
I remember him. I'm trying to remember him.
Oh, you should, because obviously for 9 years he was the president of Purdue and reformed the university and reorganized it and made it successful again.
And prior to that, he was a senator from Indiana. That's how I remember.
Governor. He was the governor. Also, he was the governor, and he actually knows how to govern. And he was not the senator. That's the whole point. But he served in whose administration?
Oh, probably Ronald Reagan's.
Yes, he did. And once again, he was the 33rd director of the OMB later, from 2001 to 2003. Just saying.
Yes, now I remember him.
Good.
And so he is the one who reformed Purdue.
He's the one who reformed, upgraded, and got Purdue on its fine track as it is now. And the funny thing is, that man is fit. He's 74.
Well, isn't that a little ageist, Axel?
No. What I'm saying is, he is really, really bloody fit. And he is still more popular. He is still more popular in Indiana than the guy he was succeeded by, if you remember who that was.
Mike Pence?
Yes. And his polling is excellent, because there's national polling out for him.
Well, he's not too old. He's not too old to run for president. If you're listening to MriyaReport, please retweet it and consider a run for president. If you can restore Purdue, maybe you can do things from the White House too. Kerry, and then Brad. Kerry.
Can you guys hear me okay? Like literally as you were just calling me up, Alan, the signal suddenly went weird, and I don't know if it's me
or... Yes. Yes,
you can hear
Carrie.
me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, good. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and happy Easter, because I've not been able to be on as much because obviously we're all, like lots of us, with family and so on. So I want to say hello to you all and then find out if there are any. I've gone on to all my usuals today to try and sort of get abreast of what's going on, but I'm wondering if there are any key headlines, any major things to feed back on. And Axel, my sister works at the Royal Agricultural College in Cirencester, which is a university. I just thought that was worth mentioning because that is a really interesting old British university based in the Cotswolds in Cirencester.
I know
Cirencester
well.
Yeah, yeah. So my sister lives right in the heart of Cirencester in one of those lovely old properties that probably was a coaching house. And works at the Royal Agricultural College. So but it's quite unique, you know, it very much has quite a particular culture, which is quite different to your standard university, but it's very interesting, has very interesting history. So yes, hello all of you. Happy Easter, everybody. We have supper late in our house on high days and holidays. So we've just done our classic. I know Doman was saying earlier, what do we do at Easter? And it is, I'm sure many of the British people have had their roast leg of lamb today, and we just had the most wonderful roast dinner. And for a change, I got the kids doing, we made our own Easter eggs. So I bought the molds and I bought the chocolate and ridiculous amounts of sweets. And we filled the molds with sweets and did a bain-marie, and we sort of had various different types of chocolate that we drizzled on and put it in the fridge. So the kids are all high as kites and playing around in the house together. And I think I said to you earlier, there's so many people in the house that I'm in the drive, in the caravan, in the motorhome. My sister, my daughter, and my nephew, we're all in the camper van at the moment together to have all the family together. So it's lovely. It's lovely to see everybody. But hello to all of you.
And thank you, Carrie, and happy Easter to you as well. And I'm glad you had that roast leg of lamb. That's what we used to have on Easter when I was growing up. My mother always made a delicious roast leg of lamb for Easter dinner. And I didn't have roast leg of lamb today because I'm probably incapable of roasting it. That's because I'm a poor chef, Carrie. But
oh, Alan,
you literally just put it into the oven and turn the oven on.
Yeah, I'll send you some cooking. I'll send you some cooking times. Everybody has different cooking times, but lamb, you mustn't overcook it. You want it to be juicy and tender and not overcooked. So I'll send you some cooking times, Alan.
Well, thank you, Carrie. But you know, Nick, you just don't have a roast leg of lamb. You need to have things that go with it.
Oh yes, all the other stuff requires some work. I am the roast dinner cooker in my family, but I am on my own this Easter. I don't mind that at all because I don't celebrate it. But I hope that people who for whom it is a big family event have been able to be with whoever they want to. But Americans don't eat a lot of lamb, do they, Al? I know a lot of Americans. I've met Americans who've never eaten it.
You know, we don't eat a lot of lamb, but to me, it is superb and delicious. You know, I don't know why Americans don't eat a lot of lamb. They ought to explore cuisine just a little bit more. Brad Neighbors, go ahead, please.
Sure, thank you, and happy Easter, Carrie. Thank you for that. That was a fun diversion on the culinary side of our NAFO support. So it's a long time first time. I live in Austin, Texas. I previously lived and worked in Russia 12, 13 years. I'm calling today from Lviv, Ukraine. I'm at the beginning of a 2-week trip. And just an observation and a request and a question. And I can break them up, but I wanted just to share my observations from my first few days in Ukraine. And so maybe I'll do that first. So it's just 3 days. It's wonderful to celebrate Easter here. What I can see, the state of Ukraine is strong. The cities are alive. The people are full of hope, and it is moving to be here and to walk among the people and to see both people coming in and the support that's coming, but also just the life that people are living. They are pushing through this horrible time and trying to live their lives, and it's wonderful to see. And so that's the observation. One of the ways we can help is to come to Ukraine and to volunteer. And there are lots of ways to help. There are lots of ways to volunteer. I delivered 300 tourniquets and some drone batteries and some other supplies that will all go to the front line. But there are many other ways to volunteer. And I met volunteers at the border on either side, young people and old people in their 20s up to their 70s. So that's first, that's the observation.
So Brad, I would like to know what compelled you to volunteer in Ukraine?
So it's a long story, but I lived on the other side. I lived in St. Petersburg in the 90s, and then again 2010 to 2017 or 16, 17. So I understand what Russia is, and this is a fight worth fighting. So for me, this was a little more personal, that I felt like I knew who this was, and it was a power that had to be stopped.
Well said. Continue. You had a report from Ukraine. It's great to hear that Ukrainian citizens have high spirits. What else did you want to bring to us?
Yes. So I have a request and then a question, and these are somewhat unrelated. So I have a request, and just for context, my day job in America is as an executive recruiter. So I recruit technology CEOs and boards and C-suite executives for venture and private equity-backed companies. So I'll spend the next 10 days in Ukraine meeting with ministries, with volunteer groups and business people. And so the request is, if there are other people that you or someone in the group thinks I should meet, I will make time for them while I'm here. And so my focus is on, and my hope is on, once Ukraine is victorious, that we will mobilize Western capital like we did in the Marshall Plan, capital and people to help rebuild Ukraine. And that's I believe a real and a real and viable future for Ukraine. So if there's someone you think I should meet, send me a DM and I'll look them up. I'll find them, and I'll go see them, as long as they're far enough from the front line. I'll make room in my calendar if they make room in theirs. So that's the request. My DMs should be open, and I'll meet with anybody who wants to meet.
I'm pretty sure you're going to get some DMs, Brad. And
I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will.
I can see your DMs open. Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, good.
It's difficult. It's difficult to know unless you use Sock Puppet to check. It's not always. Sometimes you don't realize. Some people don't realize their DMs aren't open.
I joined Twitter, I don't know, many 15 years ago, but I only used it once Russia invaded. So this is all basically. MriyaReport is 90% of my Twitter life. So okay. So the last thing, I have a question, and this is unrelated to these other things. I get asked a lot because of my background. People ask me all the time what I think of the war and if I think Ukraine can win. And I always answer yes, but part of the story I tell has been that less than 5%, I used to say less than 1%, of the promised modern armor and equipment is actually in theater and engaged in the fight. Right? And if you back up to say, mid-March, it would have easily been less than 2%. My question is, do any of you know or have any idea, is anybody tracking what that percentage is? If you look over all of the promised tanks, all the promised vehicles, I don't want nothing that's OPSEC, but does anybody, are we still looking at a theater with less than 5% of the modern equipment that's been promised.
Axel, I think this is a question right in your wheelhouse.
The equipment which has been promised, you mean the ones, those deliveries which have been communicated publicly that they shall arrive from the West? Yeah. Okay. So the from the presidential drawdowns, as well as what has been conveyed in the announcements of the contact group, and therefore then stipulated, for example, what you can find openly on the pages of the MOD, Britain, Germany's government, which has a relatively detailed list, and a number of other parties. From what we can see and what the feedback is from Ukraine, is that whatever is stated as being delivered or that it has been delivered has arrived. That is a substantial amount. There are indications as to certain amounts of ammunition, for example, which are projected into the future. There's also a separation if you were to try to go to the page in Germany, which is in English language, so it's easily accessible. There's a projection as to what is in process or in delivery. We can see on a regular basis, pretty much weekly, that they're moving from one column, so to say, to the other. Very classic, old school, process-driven logistics. So when we look at what has been promised, as you indicated, in the year 2022, that has been delivered. And that's, in as much as one can say, a consequence of the constant pressure which has been exerted by Britain and the United States in the contact group, and by certain parties also within the EU, because some of that had to be co-financed, refinanced, supported by financing facilities, which supported the military budgets of certain EU members, which is where Ms. von der Leyen and her push within the EU come into play. It is significantly better than what we had to endure during last summer. That is what we can say. So there's a significant amount of equipment which has been delivered. From what has been indicated in the first quarter, not all of that is there yet. For example, Spanish Leopard tanks are due to be delivered in the next week and a half. There's additional Leopard 1 tanks which are currently being refurbished, upgraded, and made battle ready in Germany. They may actually come significantly earlier than scheduled, but we do not know when. So there's a lot of, should we say, logistical, strategic ambiguity. Is it better than one could have feared? Yes. Is it as much as needed? No. Is it as fast as required? Definitely not.
And is it also possible, Axel, that promised deliveries have arrived but have not been announced? In other words, this would be deliveries of weapon systems that are being kept from public information, so Russians do not know of their arrival.
It would be absolutely tremendously stupid for the coalition to have indicated specific timelines and qualities, as well as specific systems and assets, which the coalition can, and I'm absolutely certain will have made available to Ukraine. It would be completely against any wartime logistics and communication. I cannot believe that we're that stupid. So if you invert this, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. Thank you. It's really helpful, and I think there's still the best days to come. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing at MriyaReport. I'll drop down. Slava Ukrainia.
Herom Slava. But Brad, I do have one question for you if you want to just remain for a couple of minutes. In Lviv, have you seen evidence of Western weaponry arriving in Ukraine?
No, I just came back to Lviv today. I was in Ivano-Frankivsk Friday and Saturday, and this morning. I saw soldiers, but they were all Ukrainian soldiers. I did not see any equipment.
Okay, just a question out there for you, and yes, the best days are to come. There will also be hard days to come, and we all recognize that. Brad, best of luck in your work in Ukraine, and thank you for coming up as a first-time speaker. Really, really appreciate it. And if you're not spending 100% of your time on Twitter here at MriyaReport, you have 2% to make up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. This would be a great time for folks to retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you verified news from Ukraine. And this, I believe, is the 410th day of the genocidal invasion that Russia launched last year. You can also take a moment, look up in the nest, find a tweet about Chef Zhenya, and make a contribution to his single-minded work of delivering food to Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. Or you can go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, and make a contribution that will go to Chef Zhenya. 98% of your contribution will go to Chef Zhenya. PayPal, which we are using right now to process contributions, takes about a 2% processing fee. So please be assured that all but 2% of your contribution reaches Chef Zhenya at his kitchen in Zaporizhia. And every day he's preparing thousands of meals. Please do that. Please do that today. Please do that today. Nick, Nick, I'd love to hear back from you.
I'm here.
What I was going to say is I don't know exactly what you're looking up for us, but Peter is also here to speak. So Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Alan and everyone else. Just a couple of aviation questions, which maybe you can help me out with. When I was listening in earlier on, and you were talking about helicopters, and I don't know how to fly helicopters, but I've been in a few, and a friend of mine had a really old Bell 47 once, and he took me for a ride in it from London up to the northwest, and I think if you had any headwind at all, you were literally going backwards. But it was a great experience. But they always struck me as being, as a war machine, as being very vulnerable, from attacks from the ground or from other soldiers. And I just wanted to ask one question, which was how they are, how do you protect helicopters from, missile strikes or ground fire from the ground? Because I don't know. And I also wanted to know a couple of other things. One, is there any more on the F-16s, or are they kind of dead in the water now as being part of the offensive coming up? Two, I heard something, and it might have been because I had a lot going on at the time and I couldn't hear it all properly, but something about some modification they were doing to the MiG-29s to fit some sort of radar to them. Did I mishear that, or is there something being done there? Do you guys know anything about those points?
I think in terms of F-16s for the upcoming offensive, I would kind of hope they're not included, in that I think F-16s will take a while to arrive, and I don't want the offensive to have to wait until August or September or whenever that might be possible, even if training was about to start. So we haven't heard anything. And in terms of how you protect a helicopter, I imagine it's fly as little as possible and at about 3 meters off the ground, so they don't get a chance to get a line on you with the man pads until you've just appeared from over the trees and disappeared. But you certainly aren't going to be doing, when we see if you see the title credits of MASH and the helicopters hovering around, I suspect helicopters don't hang around very long in a stationary position in combat zones anymore. They fly in, fire their rockets, or land and pick people up and get out of there very quickly and at very low level, because yes, they are pretty vulnerable to man pads, as we've seen with the Ukrainians taking out such a number of them. So these shoulder launched weapons they haven't got rid of armor yet, and they haven't got rid of helicopters yet, but they really are putting into question the role of those big expensive weapons on the battlefield. If you can take them out with an NLAW, which costs about, what's an NLAW cost, Axel? $12,000? Not very much. It changes the balance, doesn't it? Regarding the MiGs, I have no idea.
Yeah, I was just thinking, with that I could see a position for drones in protecting those helicopters. I'm talking about just thinking out of the box, a much bigger sort of drone which can actually escort the helicopters in to pick soldiers up, and which are actually armed drones with with machine guns and small missiles and everything, that they can actually clear the ground.
You've got to intercept a man pad that's just been fired by a guy standing behind a tree.
Yeah.
You've got to take out the man pads, and it's moving at Mach however many. It's a big ask. You see them throwing out the chaff and stuff. I don't know how effective that is, but it could be that the attack helicopter's time is, days are numbered as a main battlefield item, simply because it's so cheap to put up low-level anti-aircraft defense now.
No, it's not true. You need the Apaches. No, sorry, this is just not true. For a layered mobile attack, the helicopter is absolutely stunning. You just need the right kind of quality. You need the right kind of avionics. And I'm not a friend of rotor, as everybody knows here, but still, in an integrated air mobile say attack, helicopters are exceptionally vital.
Axel, did you hear anything about?
You should see what an Apache or what a Cobra does as part of.
Axel, did you hear anything about the this thing I heard about? They're doing some modification to MiG-29s to try and give them some sort of radar coverage. Did I hear that wrong, or did you hear that?
I did not see anything like it. Nothing on, say, which matters.
Right. I'll have to dig into that a bit further, I think. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Axel, when I think of helicopters on the field of battle, I think of it as airborne cavalry. And if you have a certain control of air defense on the battlefield, helicopters really give you a great projection of force and can turn a battle, just like the cavalry used to.
Yeah, within the limits of mobile anti-air and within the limits of what can be achieved with man pads and systems like the Gepard. Yes, absolutely. But again, it's one part of it, one part of the whole game. Air mobility is much more important. Should we go to Birgit?
Aloha, hello everybody. Interesting conversation about helicopters.
Did you see Aloha?
Yes, I did. Yes. A helicopter.
You're making everybody envious here. You know this, right?
I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. How are you going to employ the helicopter? The helicopter is an airborne weapon platform. I think we've been brought up on these do or die Hollywood missions of deep strikes and the like. Yes, attack helicopters can do that to support something going on, but also it's a very effective low-level airborne flank guard with its anti-tank weapons that can fire 5 kilometers away. Now, in that sort of role, your air assets as such are going to be hovering on or about the float, generally behind built-up areas and whatever, so they can pop up and fire. I think we just have to accept that there is a localized man-pad threat, but you can find ways to mitigate that threat through good planning and training and tactics.
There you go.
You know, I think Beard does introduce an important point. Hollywood movies influence, especially, I think, what Americans think of the capabilities of helicopters, attack helicopters in the battle. It makes for a great scene in a Hollywood movie, maybe an Apocalypse Now or something like that. But the reality of the battlefield is different. Still, unlike Axel, I am a fan of rotary wing aircraft. I am a fan of helicopters. I don't like to fly in them. I find them scary, and therefore I haven't flown in a helicopter since 1979. And I was just making a quick trip from Washington to Philadelphia, but I was a little green when I landed. Nick, Axel, David, I wonder if you're still awake and listening. Where do we want to go from here?
Crimea Beach Party.
Well, that is a couple years off, Nick, and you know it. Now, you know, Axel, I don't know if you have been in touch with Chuck Ferrer today. Is it a possibility he's going to join us in a couple of hours here tonight?
Give me a minute.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that Chuck may have mistweeted a little earlier this afternoon. He has put up new maps of Bakhmut and Avdiivka. And I'll put those up in the nest so everyone can take a look at them and look at the latest reports from Bakhmut and Avdiivka. Two very, very intense battles going on right now. David, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to add a little bit. Have you seen what Macron has been saying? Nick's best friend, by the way, Macron.
Do you mean the whole shebang? The whole shebang, the redacted shebang, the retracted shebang, or just the French shebang?
Shebang, shebang.
Yes, maybe we should do all of them, all of the above.
Yes, please, David, because then I can't be accused of being sufficiently realistic about the French.
So Macron has been saying that any confrontation between the United States and China, any defense of Taiwan is, and I believe Macron said, it's not Europe's concern. He might really be corrected. Maybe it's not France's concern, but it's a big, big concern. Is that what he said, David?
Yeah, it's pretty much it, isn't it? Well, basically, he's saying it's not. He's trying to make it, and I suspect this is the issue, isn't it? The Germany and France are clearly in the same league. That they're okay with doing business with genocidal maniacs. So he's putting himself into that. He's trying to position Europe because he believes that Europe, France and Germany are Europe, right? No one else matters. It's just about them, etc., etc. Now, I will go a little bit further. I've said this to Nick before, but I think it's very, very ironic that the country that has been bailed out on many occasions by blood and lies from people from the other side of the world who could have easily have taken the same attitude of "it's not my problem," is now going, "it's not my problem." That they've failed to understand that they have a debt to humanity that needs repaying at some stage. But I guess Nick will know more about that than me. Good old France.
David?
Again, I think much of what Macron said is for domestic consumption, and I will repeat, at the risk of being very boring, that Macron is the leader of a country where 60% of adults at the last election did not vote for the only candidate not sponsored by Moscow. And that is the reality he has to deal with. And the other stuff, yeah, it doesn't look great, and it gives Marco Rubio a chance to look like a statesman, which is always a bad sign. But that is the fundamental problem for any French president, is that they are in charge of a country that, frankly, doesn't give a fuck, and has not done so since de Gaulle, and they do what they can. And but it's not great, but it's not going to particularly derail European policy on this. And as you saw, and as the whatever the equivalent of Kremlinologists are for the European Union, Ursula von der Leyen took a rather different tack, and I can imagine there will be some quite uncomfortable discussions at the level of the European Council in the next 2-3 weeks, and we will see if Borrell and von der Leyen, neither of whom are historically tremendously impressive politicians, are able to build a consensus to oppose the Macron's position. But as I say, a lot of it is for domestic consumption.
But this is the point, though, right? This is the important part. It's for the domestic consumption because France, many people in France don't understand the debt they owe to.
Oh, absolutely, right? Absolutely. But that's that to some extent is part of what Shimon Peres called, the sort of the geography of the problem. That's not something that's up for negotiation. That's just the way it is, and we can all wish that it were different. But that's the way they are. We can think of other Western countries that have a little bit of a problem with their past, such as Austria, who fortunately aren't any bigger. But that's just one of the things that one has to take into account when embarking on a project that involves France, much in the same way that if you decide to organize a family dinner or perhaps an outing with your local football club, you have to take into account that one guy and that one other person. It's just part of what we have to take into account. We are a collection of individual states, all of whom have our own psychoses, limiting beliefs. I can't believe I just said that, because that's a concept from neuro-linguistic programming, but it is actually quite useful. And our own deficiencies, and that's the marvel.
Where's the deficiency? Sorry, where's the deficiency? Where's the deficiency in the position of the United States and Britain to whenever France, despite the fact that Britain has been literally engaged in warfare with French exceptionalism, both
deficiencies like disabilities are context specific.
May I finish the?
No, because I know what I'm saying.
Oh, you know what?
Globally as a community. Globally as a community, we all have our own strengths and weaknesses, and on this particular issue, France is not particularly well placed. But if you like, we can talk about some of the. We can talk about some of the historical errors of Britain and France in Britain and the United States in other domains. My point is, the world is as it is, and it's not terribly useful to go around complaining, I find, that the French are the way they are, because, yep, that's the way they are. That isn't going to change.
No,
Now,
but
how
Nick,
are we going to deal with that?
But Nick, the point is that this is a talk show space, and saying there's no point in talking about something probably.
No, you're right. But what I'm saying is,
I know I am.
Let's not expect anything to change as a result, let's say.
Then maybe I can make my point. How about it, Nick?
Go on, Axel.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. Much appreciated, given the fact that you already knew what I was about to say, and therefore I didn't have to say it.
I didn't know.
I did. Oh, you didn't? Oh, God. But then let me help tie this back together so that Nick, because he knows what I was about to say, and you who have read potentially what I wrote earlier, and how this ties in with what I might say. I think that Verina Chakarova, who triggered a response from veritable Fred Hoffman, someone we shall respect in that regard because he's a decent chap. I know, I'm sorry, German ancestry, but American, soldier, served as a FOA, just like our friend Colonel Jeff Fisher recently here on the space. Fred is not a stupid guy. He is now in academia. Yeah, I know, I give you that, Nick. So he's not currently embattled, so we can't take him seriously. But he does remember that the United States of America came to the rescue of France in 1917 and 1944. You could say even a little earlier, but it's fine. The United States did not treat France in the same way as France now projects that Taiwan and the rest of Asia should be treated in light of Chinese aggression, North Korean insouciance, and Russian supportive action for China, right? I don't think so. So this is a veritable declaration, and this is what I haven't said. It's a veritable declaration, yet again, on that plane by Monsieur Macron, the little midget, that he wants to be part of the club of the midgets, declaring French exceptionalism. As you said, France doesn't, doesn't give a whatever, by the way, €5 for the swear jar in your case. It's very nice that they don't give that, because they owe a debt of gratitude to all of those who fought at their defense on their soil, and without whom they would not be who they are today. Not at all. They lost in 1870-71 after massive levels of hundreds of years of aggression against Britain, Italy, France, Germany, the Holy Roman German Empire, the Netherlands. Hundreds of years of aggression. France lost, the empire lost in 1812 to 1815 the campaign. Then they reorganized themselves, asserted themselves, tried to subjugate and dominate again, and in 1870 they were stopped. In 1914 to 1918, they fought a war which, to an extent, they partially initiated with the Russians and with the Germans and with the Austrians and with all those, as they are called by a very decent historian, sleepwalking or sleepwalkers. I would call them sleepwalking authoritarians. But the French had a lot to do with this. Clemenceau is, with Pétain, certainly a good reason for further aggravation in the 1920s. So France is not that exceptional at all. But France was saved again when facing fascism. I have family members who fought on every damn side in that shitty war. Fortunately, the United States of America was willing to sacrifice blood and treasure to help Britain win this war and allow the French to be alongside of it. Without British citizens, and without Commonwealth soldiers, without the United States of America, France would not be free. But therefore, I understand if these colonies over there, and if the Brits, the French always fought, bailed them out and saved them, of course, no French leader can ever forgive them for it because they saved them. Meaning, by the way, in this case, part of your ancestry, Nick, as well. They saved the French. You must not be forgiven. The assertion of French exceptionalism after the Second World War, by means of that tandem of economic freedom to an extent in Germany and regulated dirigisme, économie sociale, whatever you want to call it in France, to contain the population and post-colonialism, is not a good recipe for a country. Every French leader since Mitterrand knows this. But you said they don't give a flying whatever. But David, I presume Alan as well, and others are complaining about is that apart from that lack of understanding, self-reflection, and gratitude, it is the irresponsibility of this attitude which matters. It's not the fact that Europe should not be stronger in terms of organizing its defense. Of course it should. Of course it should not always be on the coattails of the free nations. It must finally live up to its responsibilities. Quite correct. But not for the purposes of France leading Europe. France is either part of a coalition of free federated nations and plays its role and plays its part, or it is the thorn in the thigh. Unfortunately, for the moment, it is an everlasting reason for an infection of the mind. It is an infected thorn. Somebody either needs to take that thorn out, or France needs to heal that. This exceptionalism has no role, as we can see currently in Ukraine. It is, as my Ukrainian friends, first and foremost, always say, it is not productive. It is not practical. Okay, sorry. That is un-French, I know.
Even the French can be practical, Axel. But David, I want to go back very early on to your comment that the French don't understand they have been saved so many times. Every American veteran who I know, most of them are now dead because the greatest generation is dying. But every American veteran I know who fought in Europe in World War II and then went back at some point later in life were greeted with gratitude, the same gratitude they received when they landed in D-Day. This memory of the French has not been passed on. This gratitude no longer exists. David?
Well, it's a good question, isn't it? I can't help but wonder if there's two parts to this, right? There's the part of gratitude, personal gratitude, right? As in one person saying, thank you very much, we remember. And then there's the demonstration of gratitude in the understanding, because there's a difference, isn't there, between buying someone a pint, right, and doing the thing that is right. Yeah, I think they're different things.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. First of all, the people who were liberated are themselves getting on in age a bit, but also I think the argument would be, and if you pushed some of these people and some of the younger generation, they would say, well, yeah, you saved our freedom. And part of our freedom is being able to have our own foreign policy and not necessarily have to follow yours or your view of the world order. And essentially, what we're talking about here is a moralist, is whether there's some form of collective moral responsibility. And I think it's an interesting question. I think it's one that philosophers and historians might want to gather around. And I entirely understand your logic, David, but I think it's possible to construct a logic that says exactly that. If saving people's freedom is about anything, it's about saving their freedom to not agree with you and
yes,
to
of
not
course,
follow
right.
what you do.
However,
And if France perceives, I think probably incorrectly, but they are entitled to perceive that, if France perceives that their freedom / vital interests are not best served by any particular level of military intervention in a theoretical conflict between China and the United States over Taiwan, they have that right, much as they had the right in 2003 to not take part in the Iraq War, which was arguably, perhaps, that they got a lot of stick at the time, but I'm not quite certain how badly history will judge them on that.
Anyway, Nick, right, the point is, right, at some stage, the scales of justice mean certain things. So yes, whilst they have the right, but he's not demonstrating that a country right in this respect. He's attempting to lead the Europe in a different direction. Look at me, Macron le Magnificent, right? There you are. He's doing the look at me, follow me. We've got this. So he's not demonstrating.
Politics.
No, exactly.
Politics.
But we could look. But at this point, Nick, we could spend the whole. Is there any point in ever having a conversation ever? Right? Because we know what the answer is going to be. It's just politics. So what I'm doing here, right? So we're discussing the points and the failings of what's happening, especially in lieu of what we understand that's happening around the world at the moment, right? And as Axel was trying to say, is that Macron is essentially saying that he is prepared to do business with genocide. He said it about Russia. He's doing it with China now. Right.
Well,
but he's actually. Nick, please don't. Nick, stop over talking me. Right. I'm not doing it to you. Please don't do it to me. Right. I'm saying, right, it's important. And he's trying to lead Europe in this direction. That's very different. And calling out is important. There'll be people here who don't actually necessarily understand the politics of this or why he's doing it, right? And I would suggest that doing business with genocide is a bad thing. We've called it out.
We're all doing business with China.
All right. So why are we here, Nick? Why are we here?
No, my point is we're all right now. You are talking to me on a phone that was probably manufactured in China. We're all doing business with China. We are all doing business with the regime that's illegally annexed Tibet.
This isn't making any sense, right? So because what you're doing is going, I've got something in China that's Chinese, which, by the way, I purchased before Russia did the attack, and in actual fact, prior to knowing about the genocide in China. Right. But the point is when you understand these things, you understand what's happening, and then elect not to change, but to carry on. Right. So you can't use but we're all doing it. It's not the same thing.
But we are all in the West totally tied in to China in our daily lives, everything that we consume. We might not want to be, but almost everything we do involves being manufactured in China. Should we have got there? Probably not. But we did that in full knowledge of what they'd done to Tibet. We do that today in full knowledge of what is going on with the Uyghurs and all the other ethnic groups who are being oppressed in China, and we all do that. Now,
how does that
we
justify Macron's statement?
Well, where we are not currently in a situation where the West is imposing a trade boycott or any kind of boycott on China. The West is waking up to the mess that it's got itself into. It is slowly trying to back out of it, but it's not as if the EU announced 3 weeks ago that as of tomorrow we're not going to import any more semiconductors or electronic goods from China.
It's not what we're saying.
And Macron is
no.
But my point is,
you're not answering my question.
we're talking. Macron is talking.
You're not answering David's question or my question. We're talking about the political national security aspect and the fact that Macron says that there are conflicts which are not in Europe's interest, and there are conflicts where, if and when called upon, Europe should abstain from because it is about to enslave itself to America. That is wrong. The thinking is wrong. It is exactly the opposite of why Japan, South Korea, and a host of Asian nations, plus Oceanian parties and ANZAC, meaning Australia and New Zealand, who really couldn't care less about Ukraine, could they? Come on, China's more important for them. Shiraz, Kohl, the likes, you name it. Are you telling us that France now has the right to declare itself to be bereft of any obligation?
No, I don't think Macron's. I'm not defending Macron's position. What I'm saying is, let's not make out that we're all currently somehow boycotting China, and that this is going against that. We need to come to a position on that, but we have an awfully long way to go. And what Macron is doing here is the first move in a political game.
Nick, sorry, we didn't make ourselves clear to you. I'm sorry. It's our fault, of course. But David, let me try this again with Alan's assistance, maybe. Nick, what we're trying to tell you is that the statement that France has made, because it's the president of France who has made that statement, France declares that there are conflicts which are not in Europe's interest to take a position in, just because they're being asked by whoever is in conflict, and the US would support it. And that France, therefore, is likely to either take a step back, be neutral like India, and would try to direct Europe to have its own isolated policy. That's what he said. It is there in writing. We're telling you that this isolationism, this detachment, is not only immoral, it is not in the best interest of Europe, which is bigger than France, last time I looked. And it is against the long-term economic and national security interests of the continent as well. And it's completely inconsistent.
I agree with all of those things.
Wonderful. That's all we wanted to hear from you. Thank you.
But what I'm saying is, what is happening here is
we don't care for what France believes reality is. That is the outcome.
Well, I'm glad you consider my opinion more important than France's position, but
definitely, I think your opinion is often well measured and more comprehensively as a reason than Macron's. Often, very often, actually. But that is actually no super big feat, because his argument is intellectually limited. Yours is not. What I was trying to make sure is that you understand that you were morally equivocating by saying that we also do not. Don't go there, because that is what David and Alan were leading at. Please.
Well, I personally am uncomfortable with and I don't have a solution to it, but I'm uncomfortable with the extent to which much of the way I live my daily life depends on China. So, and that doesn't mean that I'm going to no longer own a smartphone. And it doesn't mean either that I'm going to go and try and find the smartphone that only has 72.1% Chinese content.
But Nick, if you've got a Samsung, then it will be almost all Korean. As an example, right? So if you were
not according to Axel, who calls it Chinese spyware.
Well, there's
because the
other
software,
bits into
the software
software.
in Samsung, there's other components in Samsung which are of Chinese, say, derivation. And the problem with Samsung is that we are not sure as to how much of Samsung's hardware hasn't been compromised by the North Koreans, which then opens yet another gateway to the Chinese. The most important thing, and there you're absolutely right, Nick, I give you that, and I've been advocating this for a long time, but it's happening now, and you can read it, by the way, in various US media over this wonderful Easter weekend, is the loosening of the ties of Apple and its manufacturing, if not completely segregation of Apple within the next 2.5 to 3 years from China. That will happen. Otherwise, Apple will not have business in the West anymore.
And to carry on what I was saying, though, Nick, right? So if you were in China, for instance, getting your Samsung repaired would cost you an astonishing amount of money simply because they can't get the parts. They have to bring in the parts from Korea as opposed to getting Chinese ones. But here's the thing: you can remove yourself from that Chinese bit. There is a phone manufacturer in I think in the Netherlands that makes Android phones that are upgradable, right? I think it'll cost you about €600, but they make a really
I know. I
remember
seeing that being launched as a sort of ecological phone, but by the time it was a bit of a non-starter technically. I think I did look at it, but that wasn't because of China. It was because of
it's
perception of reducing but it wasn't because of China. It was because of the perception of electronic waste.
But they make it, and you can buy it if you so wish.
And it will be upgradable as long as they exist. All right. So we have either Peter or Mark. I didn't see the order, Alan. I know Duke of Earl is third. I don't know, Alan, if you saw whether Peter or Mark put their hand up first.
Mark was first.
Let's go with Mark, if only because Peter has already had a turn in the last half hour or so. I always find that a useful tiebreaker. Mark, go ahead, please.
Hi there. I don't know if can you hear me all right? Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Perfect.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for having me on. This is the first time I've actually kind of put my hand up. And Slava Ukraine, I think what you guys do is absolutely amazing, and I've learned so much over the course since you guys have started. It was actually, I was listening to Peter's point or his question about helicopters and stuff, and I was just going to kind of try and shed a bit more light on what you can. I think if I understood his question, it was like, what can you do to protect helicopters on the battlefield? So I would say the first way to do it right is like to know that what's out there. So if you know that there's a threat out in front of you, then you can route your helicopters around it. You can use terrain masking and stuff. I think someone else alluded to that. But I mean, modern certainly Western things like attack helicopters like Apaches, Merlins, even Chinooks and flares. Chaff will work against radar guided and flares. Chaff will work against radar guided threats. So that's things like, unlikely to be an S-300, but that kind of missile guided by a radar. And then you've got your infrared flares, which are primarily for heat-seeking weapons like man-pad shoulder-fired missiles. You also have a lot of Western helicopters now have a system called MAWS, which is Missile Approach Warning System. And what it does is it's effectively like cameras all around the aircraft. And when somebody fires a shoulder-launched missile or any missile, it actually detects the rocket motor, and it gives the crew warning that something's been fired at the aircraft. It can even detect RPG firings. And then what happens is either it's all tied into like a computer system that says this is what the threat's likely to be. This is the sequence of flares I'll fire out to try and decoy it. And recently, there's also been another system created which uses, in effect, an infrared laser. And what it can actually do is if you fit this onto the aircraft, it can actually it can be pointed at the incoming missile, and it can fire out infrared energy that jams or dazzles the incoming missile, which is it's a pretty crazy thing to try and get your head around, but you can actually blind the incoming weapon. I mean, ultimately, if somebody's sitting there with a 50 caliber machine gun, right, and they pop out and you don't see them, there's not a lot you can do. But what you can do, and what designers do, particularly attack helicopters, is what they'll do is they'll go, right, let's have 2 hydraulic systems and let's route them through different parts of the aircraft so that if one gets hit, the other one can get the aircraft back to base. They also have things like run dries. So see things like gearboxes and stuff that and lubrication systems. They actually design gearboxes to run with the oil for, say, 40 minutes. And the idea is that normally that would be a loss of an aircraft there and then. But the idea is it at least gets you back to base. And I'm very sure in Iraq in 2003, there was a fair few Apaches got hit and they managed to get back with run dry. There was nothing left in the gearboxes, which is a pretty critical bit of a helicopter. So they do that kind of stuff. I mean, the other stuff that you can do as well is ultimately you can try and shoot the person before they can shoot you. Now, I think somebody mentioned that Hellfire has got a range of about 8 kilometres. But back in 2019, the US Army were looking to integrate a system called Spike non-line of sight, which is an Israeli missile. And because they've recognised that actually they need to have something that can reach out much further and touch someone or touch the enemy. And I think that's got a range of about 25 kilometres. And also, I think it was 2019 as well, they're in the process of developing like an air-launched drone that you can actually drop out a helicopter. And the idea is that you can use that to fly ahead and reconnoitre the route that the helicopter is going to fly down and look for threats. And ultimately, if all of that fails, then what Western designers try to do is they will say, right, if you're going to lose the aircraft, how do we get the crew out? Or how do we protect the crew? And that's things like they'll put Kevlar composites around them. They'll create effectively like your car's got a crash bubble, right? That no matter what happens around about that bubble, you're protected when you have a car crash. They have that kind of technology in helicopters, particularly what they call crash attenuating seating. So that if you hit the ground at a rate, then you've got a good chance of getting out. And that, sorry, I know that's probably sounds really rushed and really long, right? But that's the kind of things that you can do to protect helicopters, essentially. Thanks.
That was fascinating, Mark. Thank you for coming up for the first time. I have a small request. I have 2 small requests. Number 1, please come back anytime, particularly when we're having a discussion about weapons. I'm sure, in particular, Gunny would love to talk with you. I have a second small request. Could you please, your account has very few followers, and you have a default picture in your profile.
All right.
And that tends to cause people to be a little bit skeptical about a Twitter account. So if you could please add I'm sure there are many ideas you could have. If you could add a sort of characteristic photo so that when we see that photo, we will go, aha, it's Mark. He's got good stuff about weapons. For example, if you look at the beautiful pictures on the panel, you will see that we can instantly see when it's Alan from his fine head of hair. We can instantly see when it's David from his equally fine head of hair. We can see Axel from his terrific tiger, leopard, Axel?
It's a panther.
Panther. And I am a fat Freddie Mercury fella. So if you could add that, it would just make it so much easier for us to recognize you. And we will love to have you back with more of that great stuff, great insights. Thank you.
No worries. Thanks very much.
No, it's wonderful, Mark. And Nick, that you will know that if you look, that I follow Mark. He's a very, very bright fellow.
I wouldn't expect you to follow anyone who wasn't, David.
I'm unfollowing you now, Nick.
Thank you very much, James. Can I ask a daft question? How do I drop down? Because I hear you guys talking about it, but I'm not very sure how I do that myself.
So on the top of your screen, there is a 3-dot menu. So there's leave, but to the left of leave is a 3-dot menu.
All right. Okay. So just switch to listening.
Yes. And what you'll notice when you do that is you'll hear yourself speak, because the last 5 or 6 seconds get repeated because it's on a lag. Whereas when you come up to speak, you miss 5 or 6 seconds because we beam you forward with the time machine because the speakers are about 6 seconds ahead of the listeners. That's a privilege the speakers have.
All right, no worries. Thanks very much, and thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming. Anytime.
Thank you very much, Mark. Let's go to Duke and then to Peter and then Nick, Axel, David. I really want to talk more about France. Duke, go ahead.
Bonsoir, monsieur, oftewel goedenavond, good evening, gentlemen. I'm glad Dr. Who is here because I understand we can be transported into time. That's great. It was an interesting conversation about France. And I traveled once all along the coast, north to south from France. And everywhere were cemeteries and statues and things to commemorate the war. The First and the Second War. You couldn't drive for about 200 meters or there was some. So in my opinion, perhaps only at that part of France, they were much aware of what has happened and what it has cost the other countries and themselves, of course. But yeah, that was my thought. And about China, in between that we are all involved. Today I read that Tesla is in Shanghai opening a new battery factory. And yeah, how to go about the tensions between China and Taiwan already made the news today in Holland, stating that if there will be a conflict, then we are out of semi-transmitters. So
semiconductors.
Semiconductors. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And yeah, that was a surprise to me that they already tried to worry you about that. And yeah, about France, indeed, in Europe, Germany has mostly been, the way I see it, as a motor of industry. And yeah, France tries to regain its power again because it lost so many of its power in the Arab and African world. But yeah, I don't know where France is going, and I'm happy to follow what you have to say. Right, thank you. Oh, and happy Easter, by the way.
Thank you, Duke, and happy Easter to you. And so we will get back to France. We will get back to Macron right after Peter. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, firstly, just to thank Mark for that very in-depth discussion on the protection of helicopters. It was incredibly interesting, and so thank you to him. Listening to the conversation on China, I would just kind of like to add a word of caution, because yeah, I mean, Macron was totally out of place to say that any issues with Saigon aren't Europe's problem, because they very much are Europe's problem, because we stick with America and the free world, and China has a very bad history, but China is still a tier 1 trading bloc, and there's only 3 tier 1 trading blocs. That's China, the USA, and the EU. So we are codependent on trade, and it worries me because the biggest protection against China giving weapons to Ukraine is that dependence on trade. Take that away, and China will give weapons to Ukraine. China will attack when it wants to Saigon. But
I think you mean Taiwan, Peter.
sorry, Taiwan.
Not
Yeah,
Saigon.
Taiwan. Sorry, it's me kind of saying it wrong. So I think it's vitally important that we do not play into Putin's game. And his game, because literally about a few weeks before those balloons shot across America, Putin changed his total propaganda angle to this being poor Russia being destroyed by the USA. And
well, you know, Peter, that is part of Russian propaganda.
yeah, but it's
and as you don't buy it, we don't buy it. There is no poor Russia, the victim of the United States or the victim of NATO. But I do want to get back to this conversation about Macron and China with Nick and Axel and Peter and David, if we can, Peter.
Yeah, I thought that's what I was talking about, but never mind.
Well, I do thank you. But you know, one thing, Nick and Axel and David, I want to say is that Macron cannot run for re-election. He has the freedom to be a leader, and yet he is not using it. This I simply don't understand.
I have a question from a related question from an alert listener. If in, say, 6 months, China invaded or aggressively blockaded Taiwan, what exactly would Axel and David want Europe to do in practical terms? Would they, for instance, want European Navy and Air Force assets deployed to counter their Chinese counterparts? He put destroy, but fight with their Chinese counterparts. So the listener's question is: what do you think Europe should do if China invades Taiwan? It may also be that is not really what we've been talking about. That we're talking about things short of push coming to shove. But so don't feel you have to answer that question. But yeah, if China went for it, what do you think Europe should do in practical terms? This is this alert listener's question. I think it's a reasonable question.
Can I go for it?
Go for it, David.
Go for it.
Okay. So first off, I very much think that Europe should be putting as much effort as it can into talking to other Asian countries and doing this ourselves and start onshoring, right? We start bringing back these processes out of China, right? That's the immediate thing, and this is why I'm so annoyed. Another reason of one of the reasons why I'm so annoyed, of the many reasons I'm so annoyed with Macron, right? Because he's saying, let's not do this, right? Let's not get into a discussion about that at the moment. We can discuss this later, right? So we should start onshoring, and we should start reminding China about the consequences. And this is the problem we've had, right? And I've said it many, many times all along before. The problem that we've had, and Macron, Schultz, and many in the American administration are part of this problem. China is currently doing saber rattling. We've all saw that China has basically said it views the Taiwan Strait as its own, and it will start boarding ships. This is the saber rattling. This is because it has seen us for 14 months prevaricate and start worrying about our own welfare. Oh, this might cost us a centime, right? This is the problem that we have with Macron's approach. It is telling China, you can do whatever you want, right? This is not how you deal with bullies. This isn't how you deal with anyone that you're competing with, right? And we are definitely competing with China. Now, for Europe and for the United States, it's different, right? The United States sees this as a fight to the death in some ways. Who knows? Let's hope it's not at all. And we don't attack. Sorry, if China does attack Taiwan, that is China essentially saying we're going to advance. We're going to advance elsewhere in the same way as Russia, if they'd have taken Ukraine, would not have stopped at Ukraine. China will not be stopping at Taiwan, right? And that, as a result, will push the world order into a different vein. Therefore, Europe should be doing what we didn't do with Ukraine. Europe should react immediately and severely with China. China has other problems that Russia doesn't. China relies on our trade, right? Plastics industry, I suspect, is, I can't remember off the top of my head, it's 80 billion of exports or something. It might be 100 billion of exports. These things we can do, but we need to react militarily very, very quickly. Spending our time working out what we're going to do for 14 months is not the way to solve a problem. In the same way as if you have a bully in school, your teacher's discussing it 14 months doesn't solve the problem. Reaction, quick. This is our problem. Politicians don't like reacting quickly because they personally rarely suffer consequences. It's just the people around them that suffer consequences. I would suggest that if we pushed all the politicians out to where they suffer consequences, that they would start understanding that doing something quickly is the only way forward, right? And if China does do something, we need to react quickly. And as a result of our inability to react quickly here, we will have to go so much quicker and so much harder with China, because we're in the escalation game in terms of conflicts, right? We need to go, they've done this, this is what's happening. That's to stop them from going, you know what, they can carry on bullying us.
Yeah, you know,
If I can re-ask sorry.
Yeah, Nick,
well said.
one moment.
By the
Let
way.
Axel go, please.
Yeah, I was well said, and thank you, David, for making this so clear, because it has to be made clear. We are currently still failing. And when I say still failing, is that despite the fact that many people are discussing it, that national security circles have been discussing this for about 12 years, roughly, I'd say. Yeah, 2011 is when this really starts, after the financial crisis, after seeing how China behaved and how they acted in the financial markets, how they acted at that point in time in terms of build-up, how they designed their new processes as to how to take control of information technology assets, how they try to invade different industries, and how they start to acquire businesses in Europe, specifically in Germany, but also in other countries in continental Europe of note. This is where it starts, where the next array of measures come into play. It becomes very quickly very evident, and everybody who can see understands it. Now, those who don't want to understand, that's a different thing. Those who are easily corruptible and those who are mercantilist. It's funny that the German governments of the last few coalitions, including the current one, are mercantilist in their view. They believe that by politics they can change economics. Now, nobody plays against the market. They still are in denial about their primary energy generation utopianism. And with that in mind, they are creating dependencies, be it in photovoltaics or in other components for the wind industry, they're creating dependencies on the Chinese. By linking with the Chinese in industrial economics, they're creating more dependencies because they believe in their state-protected entities and large companies making a difference to their industrial economics because they like the model of the économie dirigiste. And that is something which has been, which has had an impact on Germany. But it is an ultimately socialist, authoritarian, utopian French idea, which needs to be stopped. Germany was on a good path. America set it on the good path. France tried to waste that path because it acts out of an anti-Americanism which is only matched by the social democracy in Germany. That is your political problem. David knows exactly about what I'm talking. This is the issue. What lurks behind the mask of the words of Mr. Macron is the long-standing anti-capitalist, dirigiste, and anti-American face of those in Europe who think they can only play if they are alone or left alone by the Americans. They don't like competition. They don't like the innovative world, global competition model Americans and Brits are good at. It's the antithesis of what they believe should be innate to their culture. It's actually wrong because when French, Italians, Spaniards, Germans, Czechs, Dutch, Brits go to America, they succeed perfectly well in an environment of competition. It is the antithesis to growth and innovation. It is the antithesis to everything which has, fortunately, protected us from authoritarianism vested in the regimes of Stalin and his successors, including Putin, Mao, Pol Pot, and North Korea. Monsieur Macron has declared, yet again, that he believes that France can only live in opposition to freedom and America. It wants to define how European culture and freedom should be. It wants to define how the terms should be, and it believes that it can balance, but it cannot. It fails to have the power. They know it. They need to attract others. They should be denied at every turn, and China must be embargoed. It will happen in your lifetime sooner rather than later.
Nick, we'll go back to you. I was just going to say, a much more valuable Asian trip for Macron would have been Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and Australia, regardless of the failed submarine deal between France and Australia. He could have repaired ties with Australia. Much more valuable than going to see Xi Jinping.
As maybe David, I share your skepticism with politicians, and as a result, I have developed a keen nose for the politician's answer. So about 10 minutes ago, I asked you a question to which I don't really think I got an answer. So the question was, let's imagine that, let's say on the 13th of October, 2023, which is the day that I land in Taipei, let's imagine I'm going to Taipei, Taiwan, Korea, and Japan for vacation in the autumn. Let's imagine on the 13th of October. So I hope we can stipulate that while reshoring is desirable, it may not be entirely complete by then, that China launches an invasion of Taiwan. The question from the questioner was, what, under those circumstances, should Europe do militarily?
So I did say that. So really, but I said it right at the end. So what Europe should do is what we haven't done here, right? We should supply as much aid as quickly as possible.
Okay,
right?
I fully agree with that. But should Europe send the Charles de Gaulle? Should it send the Prince of Wales and the Queen Elizabeth? Should it send British and French and other SSNs? Should the Dutch send a flotilla of frigates? Concrete
Absolutely.
questions.
Everything but French. Yes.
So we need to send ships, planes, ships, more planes.
Okay, with our pilots being put in harm's way.
100%, yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No question.
That's the clear answer I think that the questioner was looking for, and that was what was okay. So we should get involved in the actual shooting.
Nick.
Let me finish this, Axel. We should get involved in the actual shooting war in a way that we have not done in Ukraine, which then to me says, do you think we should have got involved in the shooting war in Ukraine?
Well,
no, it doesn't. No, it does not. That is a trick question, Nick. No, it does not. Ukraine.
It wasn't intended to be a trick question.
I can finish it though. I can finish it though.
Finish it.
Yeah. So no. So there's a difference, right? So an advance by China is very, very different than an advance by Russia. As I said, within by day 8 or 9, I knew that Ukraine could win. Therefore, we only needed to give Russia the bits that they needed, right? However, an advance by China at this point, understanding what the stance we've taken here, it means many, many more things, and because you've got the differences, the countries, it just means the only way of dealing with this is putting people in harm's way.
So do I infer from that had Ukraine not resisted as well as it did, and perhaps by late March of 2022, say 30 days after the start of the full-scale invasion, had it looked like the Russians had taken a third or 40% of Ukraine, including most of Kyiv, would you then have been in favor of putting Western boots on the ground and putting people in harm's way?
I would have to think about that. I'm not entirely sure, simply because it didn't happen, right?
No, but that's fine. That's fine. The point is, you're not saying no, absolutely not under those circumstances whatsoever. I'm not going to ask you about the exact circumstances, but your answer is not a 100% absolute no.
Yeah, no, the thing is, again, you're trying. This is an alternate history argument which has no bearing and no relevance for what goes forward. Everything which happens now in future is based on the changes which have taken place. So what has happened? Russia attacked Ukraine full scale and committed the atrocities which David and I expected them to commit. Trust me, we actually separately, without knowing each other before, we separately spoke to people before, and this can be documented, in my case, years ago, that they will commit the same atrocities they deigned to commit since 2014 in Donbass on Paradise Road. All right? So they committed these atrocities. They conduct their war in the same fashion as they did in Chechnya, as they tried in Georgia, and as they've always conducted their wars. It's a Russian war. It's a typical Russian war. They united those in Europe who for a long time were actually already veering towards clarity, but failed to acknowledge it and failed to break out from that peace dividend inertia. They created a response by the international community, which is quite severe. They attracted significant sanctions. They are not harsh yet, because it's not a full embargo, because then the Russians would say that, oh, this is war. So what? They did all these things, and therefore they changed the rules of engagement, and they changed the positioning model of international politics. So everything which you would say, oh, but you did this and you did, and therefore you would have, no, none of this is relevant anymore. Now it is absolutely clear. What the Russians did is they made the mistake the Chinese didn't want them to allow to be made, meaning that they would create clarity. The problem is that people like Macron, in his narcissistic worldview, and with a view towards bearing out his anti-Americanism and French exceptionalism and his desire to establish a different power base, a third power base. They fail to see it. So what? Everybody else in Europe sees it already. In Germany, the voting public is way ahead of the politicians, way ahead. If you poll them and if you read the polls from Allensbach and the like, you see that when the questions are asked about what Germany should do, whether reshoring is necessary, whether we should be more cautious as to China, whether we understand that this is an authoritarian, all of this is already superbly clear. The normal people, Alan will tell you this, the Americans are better at that. If you ask people the right questions about right or wrong, doing good, betraying other people, the Americans have a visceral problem with the behavior of authoritarians. This is why they keep sending their sons and daughters to save freedom. Against that backdrop, and with the positioning model of international politics having changed so significantly, everything which we discuss now happens against the on such premise. It happens with different information, but information not that we didn't have before, but information which now is in a wider, available to a wider public to opine on. What people mistakenly always call the Overton window. The Overton window has widened. It currently covers a lot more space. It still, so to say, has lagging factors and lagging decision makers in it, but it has moved to encompass an area where national security, hawkishness, as you would probably declare it or determine it, has become significantly more centrist. We are back in an era of clarity. It's not quite there yet. We're not where Winston Churchill was, but we're at least in an era where you could say the National Security Council of the first Reagan administration was. That's good. It's a very, very good predicament we're in. Everything else from now on will change to kneecap the authoritarians. Because all these nations, which often enough, you here on this space, including you, Nick, praise for their steadfastness, for their moral stance, and for putting their money where their mouth is, meaning Latvians, Lithuanians, Finns, Estonians, Poles, you name it. And of course, my British friends, but also the Norwegians, who actually say, no, this is not right. And no, this is not acceptable. No, we put money to this and we commit military aid to this. And we actually put our name to this, our sovereign name. Norway lends and donates the largest ever committed aid to another country in order to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild itself. Norway was occupied by the Nazis. Norway resisted the Nazis. Norway is friends with the Germans, was friends with the Germans before, was friends after fascism, again with the Germans. Think about that. The Norwegians have a long-term memory for bullshit. And they are solid. They have their own issues like everybody else, but they have a very steadfast moral compass. Look at our Swedes, look at our Finns. You find this everywhere. Do you really think that these nations will accept someone like Macron, who betrayed, under his investment banking mandate, the board of Le Monde? Do you really think that they will accept someone like Macron, who couldn't even live up to the challenge of integrating himself into the same security level of quality of communication and steadfastness to merit invite to an extended circuit of the Five Eyes and therefore lost AUKUS and access to us? Do you really think that all these nations will accept the French rule as to whether they should force reshoring and therefore onshoring into Europe? No, 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 no. The transatlantic alliance between those who are working hard and smart, the centrists, the non-socialists, the non-fascists, will rule the next generation of politics. This will be a pragmatic, roll up your sleeves, hard-nosed, difficult time. But that's fine. As long as we're not occupied by locusts, as one of the plagues in the Bible, that's fine. Alan.
It will be a hard time for decades to come. This is a great discussion, and it has everything to do with the future. It has everything to do with the commitment of the United States and the commitment of Europe, except France. France does need to learn a lesson. This conversation has raised a lot of hands. Axel, Nick, David. We will go to Aaron, Jens, Peja, and Sergio.
I'm just going to interrupt to say I'm about to knock off for the night. Prince Heather will be here shortly. Thank you all for your contributions, and thank you all for the many kind words that people send both by DM and to the Maria Report public Twitter account, thanking all the co-hosts for the time that we put in keeping the space going. When I used to work for pay, I used to say that a sincere, spontaneous compliment was almost as good as a pay rise. And when you're a co-host at Maria Report, it is exactly as good as a pay rise, because you aren't, well, I doubled my pay today. I decided to double my pay for being a co-host. And you know what? I think I'm going to double it again tomorrow. And unlike that old puzzle of putting grains on the chessboard, I can keep doubling my pay for being a Maria Report co-host as long as I want, because I do not get paid for this, and neither do any of us. The checks from George Soros, Bill Gates, Vladimir Zelensky, and Uncle Tom Cobley and all continue to fail to materialize. And the all-volunteer crew here continue to be paid nothing. We don't ask for that, but we do sincerely appreciate it when we get spontaneous thanks. And I'm not even asking for the thanks, because then it wouldn't be spontaneous. But for those of you who have sent spontaneous messages of thanks to any co-host, and occasionally to people just as speakers, sometimes that is what this space is all about. If you appreciate what is going on, send a spontaneous word of thanks. If you do not appreciate what is going on, send a polite disagreement and we will discuss it. So thank you, everyone. And Prince Heather will be here in a short moment. And now the screen goes blurry and I exit stage left. Good night.
North Star ET, North Star.
Hello. Thank you, Nick. Thank you very much, Nick. Everybody give a big hand to Nick.
Thank you.
Hello.
Aaron, go ahead.
There's a very good podcast on Spotify called The Red Line. It's an Australian guy. He interviews and talks about the war with China. He talks to a lot of the top American war gamers that have war gamed it out. In those war games, Japan tries to stay neutral, but obviously with the American air bases, they get attacked, they get drawn into the war. Australia enters on the side of the USA. In all these war games that I've heard, at no point do the Europeans ever enter. Now, that's the calculations they're working on, I guess, with the political dynamics they've got going at the moment. that's in all these war games that they've run multiple times. The Americans win just, so they take out all planes and their missile systems, but they lose a couple of aircraft carriers and quite a few ships. Anything that's in that area around China is extremely vulnerable to missiles and so forth. But you know what's got me worried is that America doesn't need Australia in any way whatsoever. There's no, other than Pine Gap, I guess, for gathering of information, and Darwin for flying B-52s. We're of very little use, but we are used, so therefore we're a target. Australia's really in between a rock and a hard place because China's our biggest trading partner, and we're very dependent on them. But anytime we go out on a limb, we don't really get the backing of America. We went out and wanted just an inquiry into the origins of COVID. China came out, stopped all our wine sales, stopped all our barley sales, basically cut a whole lot of industries off that we had at the knees. And what did America do? They came in and took all our barley sales because their farmers are all subsidized by the government, and the American government loves just giving money to their farmers to try and undercut Australian farmers. So it feels like from Australia's point of view, you're making yourself a target. The other thing with this war game was that by 2026 is the date when China really needs to make a big decision, because with them building up this huge armada of ships that they're building, they're all good and well up to about 2026, because they've been doing this for a fairly long period of time, building up this great fleet. In 2026, then you need to go and refurbish everything, or 2027. So then
Aaron,
the cost of refurbishing your fleet is going to be massive. America would know this, that refurbishing an aircraft carrier or something. So you either go there or you really don't go. I'll step down. Yep.
Aaron, I just want to break in here for a moment. The Chinese Great Fleet might be a lot of boats, but it's not a great fleet. These are underbuilt ships of all kinds. And I also think you're mistaken.
I'm not sure I agree with that statement.
Well,
they mightn't be a great blue water fleet, like as in able to project power, but they have a lot of missile carriers that would be fairly useful close to their own shore, and the fight would be mainly around Taiwan. I've talked to someone inside that have channels to people with some information. I said, look, is everyone overrated Russia? Are we overrating China? And he said, no, we're not. So I'd believe him personally, because he's got access to information which goes beyond what is available publicly.
Well, one thing I would say to you, Aaron, is that when push comes to shove, will the United States stand side by side with Australia? Yes, absolutely, of course. The minor issues that Australia and America might have right now would diminish in the event of a war with China or a Pacific war with China. And I think that that you and Australians need to understand that.
Sorry, can you say that again? What do we need to understand?
That the United States would be unified with Australia in the event of any aggressive action by China. Very simple. You think that the United States would somehow abandon Australia?
I'm not sure how much they would commit. They might commit as much as they need to or can. You're a long, long, long way away. And you look at some of the Kurds in Iraq, the Kurds in Syria, the Afghans. America is for America. If it's in America's interest, they'll do it. So if they want the Pacific, not sure they'd do it because we're buddy friends. I think they do what's in America does what's in America's interests. That's my opinion.
And it would be in America's interest to stand by Australia. There's no question about that.
Yeah, I'm just not sure it's in Australia's interest to go to war with China, because then we make ourselves a pretty big target. And I'm not sure Europe's going to go into war with China. The wargaming doesn't have Europe alongside America in the war with China. So I just found that interesting that in the wargaming they don't count on Europe.
Well, in a very high bird's eye view, what I find interesting is that really the United States is the only nation on the globe that can project power. It's the only nation that can do that militarily. China can't really do it, and Europe cannot do it. But what the United States and Europe have going for them is an international power, the United States, able to project power across the Pacific and across Europe, and a great power, if the EU stays together, a great power in Europe. This, to me, is an unbeatable alliance. Now, the United States might be hard pressed by a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, but Japan.
They do win it. They win at this point. Later on, it becomes a bit touch and go, but right now they win a war with China if the war gamers that they've run multiple times are correct, which I can't see they wouldn't be with their supercomputers and everything.
All I'm saying is that the United States, from henceforth, is defending democracy, defending free people, and defending sovereign borders. This is the future of American foreign policy. And I think that it's well known in the United States that this is states in 1941, states in 1941 or in 1917. I don't necessarily want to go back into history, but the United States knows full well what the future demands of its military prowess will be, and Australia. This is just a Twitter space. I'm not a diplomat. I don't hold any official position, but of all nations, Australia should trust America at this time, as Japan does, as South Korea does, as the Philippines are beginning to once again, as India will. The United States and other democracies and freedom-loving countries around the world will unite to isolate not only Russia, but China, if China makes the wrong step. I have no doubt about that. No doubt whatsoever. I want to go on to Apea, Jens, and Sergio. Apea, go ahead, please.
Hi, I hope everybody had a great Easter celebration. It's kind of not over yet. what is the difference? What should the difference be between, an attack on Ukraine and the attack on Taiwan? So what my thinking is I think it's been clear for many years that America will not accept an invasion of Taiwan. I think that's been very clear for many years, and that has not been clear for Ukraine. So I think that's one of the main differences. Now, the reason why America wants to protect Taiwan more than they want to protect Ukraine, I don't know. You can figure that. I think you can figure that out for yourselves. I'm not naive concerning foreign policy, but I think that's one of the main differences, because China's hesitating because of that. If they didn't make it clear that Taiwan is not touchable, then I think Taiwan would have been taken for a long time ago. But I have a question about, or a comment maybe about America. What are they? One of the big failures was that Russia was not really didn't understand the consequences, or the consequences were not made clear enough if they invaded Ukraine. They didn't understand how vicious the response would be. I don't think it's vicious enough. I keep moaning about the weak West, but Russia wasn't really. They didn't really understand how bad the response would be. And as far as Taiwan is concerned, I mean, America should make it clear that it will hurt China badly, militarily, if they do that. Because I don't think America has been very clear on what. Okay, there will be sanctions, maybe there will be fighting, but does China, have they made it clear that America will attack mainland China to take out missile bases, like missile sites or ammunition dumps inside China? I mean, for Russia, they have a safe space. That's one of the big problems we have in China now in Ukraine. That Russia they have a safe space. There's nothing bad will happen on their territory. So they are encouraged to do this war because nothing bad will happen in Russia. So does China understand this? Do you have any comment on it? Has America been very clear that this will actually kill a lot of Chinese inside China, or at least military installation?
Peja, I would say two things. First, China's wish to invade Taiwan and bring it into mainland China has been a wish for 70 years. So this is the difference between China potentially invading Taiwan and Russia potentially invading Ukraine. I understand that Russia 8 years ago illegally annexed Crimea. This should have alerted the United States and every Western nation that Russia was tipping its hand, but we weren't paying attention. And this is something the United States and the EU should actually apologize for. We should have been paying attention. Had we paid attention 8 years ago, we probably would face a much different situation in Ukraine today. But China has wished for Taiwan for 70 odd years. And regardless of the fact that only the United States and one or two other nations actually recognize Taiwan as an independent sovereign country, the United States has pledged to defend Taiwan. Will this result in casualties on mainland China? Well, that will only be told by a war, if it occurs, as it unfolds. I think that China would be wise to think that an invasion of Taiwan would mean an all-out confrontation with the United States. As I say, the United States really is the only power on earth that can project power where that power needs to be projected, in the Pacific, in the Atlantic, in the Mediterranean, across Europe, if for whatever reason, in Latin America. And there hasn't been a reason to project power in Latin America. But this is the reality of the world we live in. I don't actually regard this as a bipolar world, China and the United States. I do regard it as a unipolar world. It's the United States. And you have to trust us. That's all I can say. You have to trust us. We make mistakes. We take detours. We have political infighting here in the American democracy, but you have to trust that the United States will ultimately always be on the side of democracy and freedom and free will and self-determination. And I think you can trust us to do that. Peja?
Yes, I think I prefer, I mean, big powers are always bullies somehow in it doesn't matter who it is. China, America, and Russia before, they're all kind of bullies, but I prefer America. I don't want dictatorship. I don't want authoritarian leadership, and I don't have authoritarian leadership in America. It's not an authoritarian country, so I trust America more. Even though they made tons of mistakes, I do prefer definitely America to China. And multipolar means we want to be authoritarian. Authoritarians should also decide. And no, thank you. I don't want that. I don't want war in Taiwan. It would be a disaster, also complete disaster. I just hope America will make sure they understand it will be very bad. It will not be like Ukraine, where Russia has a safe space on their territory, and they need to make it clear. I hope they've done that. This will cost a lot of lives, and Chinese territory will not be safe. It will get very ugly. Very ugly. So I hope because that was a problem, like you mentioned, that they invaded Ukraine because I thought they would get away with it. So thank you very much for this. I'll step down.
Peja, I think you're completely right about that. But it's not only the United States that has to understand what an invasion of Taiwan would mean. It's China that needs to understand.
That's what I mean. I meant China needs to understand, or US needs to make China understand. It will be very, very bad. That's what I mean. China needs to understand. That's what I meant. Sorry if I wasn't clear enough.
Well, it could have just been my hearing, so I'm sure you were clear. And I do think the United States is making it crystal clear to China what the consequences would be of an invasion of Taiwan. I want to go to Jens, to Sergio, and to George. Jens.
Good evening, everybody. I was going to maybe disagree a little bit with Per, where I think that maybe more than underestimate the Western reaction, Russia underestimated the Ukrainian reaction. And because they underestimated Ukraine, it allowed the West to kind of get up to speed and start to mount a reaction. And I think when we look at Ukraine for the last 10 years, maybe, then hoping is maybe not the best course, where it seems to me that by turning the cheek to Putin every time he does something bad. It invites him to do it again. And I think maybe for Macron to go to China and present both his cheeks is a repeated mistake. That was my comment.
Yeah, Macron did present both his cheeks. We could say all four of his cheeks. And, you know, only a Frenchman could do that, I guess. And so Sergio and George. Sergio.
Hi everyone. First point: where's Jingo when we need him? Second one: I think I'm going to disagree with David and Axel on this one, and I'm siding with Nick because basically I think realpolitik would win out on the day, and it's interesting to hear that in the wargaming, Europe is seen not on the picture, certainly not in terms of military action, and I think that's right. Basically because I think the situation will be seen very differently comparing Ukraine to Taiwan. I.e. something at Europe's door or right next door, as opposed to something at the other end of the world, and I'm pretty certain it would be framed as an internal issue within China. So I think by and large, European public opinions would preclude their own governments of having any sort of active role, certainly militarily, in a conflict between China and Taiwan. So I very much doubt that Europe would play a role on that front. Even in terms of sanctions, I have my doubts. There would be a reaction, but as we've seen with Ukraine, there would be a lot of dithering, and this has nothing to do with Macron. Is irrelevant in all this. But, for instance, what do you think that Sanchez from Spain and Meloni from Italy are going to do in China when they visit in the next few weeks and months? Exactly the same that Macron tried to do from an economical perspective with his visit, and that's what I mean by realpolitik. And to the David's point on onshoring, onshoring and friendshoring is already happening, but it will take a long time. Chinese companies themselves are moving certain sections of their own production lines to places like Vietnam, for instance, to evade things like sanctions and the likes of the stuff like the IRA in the States now. So, but coming back and to make this short, I don't think Europe would play a role, certainly not from a military perspective, and even from a purely selfish way in terms of economics. Something would be done, but very minor, or certainly very high in terms of cost, in terms of appearances, but not something that would say threaten quite a lot, another recession or another massive increase in interest rates that a conflict with China, a direct conflict with China, would entail.
So, Sergio, I have a couple of responses. Number one, as you say, China, Taiwan, a distant land from the European Union. Well, you know, Ukraine is a distant land from the United States. And yet the United States has come to Ukraine's support and has brought together more than 50 nations to support Ukraine in its war of freedom. And so I think from this example, the EU might learn a lesson. Secondly, on economic sanctions, I think the EU would be in lockstep with the United States in imposing economic sanctions on China for any threat to Taiwan. I really do believe this. And I don't think it would result in the economic consequences that you are talking about. Because right now, as David says, and as I will point out, and as Axel says, we are unwinding Western need, industrial economic need from China. We are onshoring manufacturing wherever we can onshore it. And this will take place much more rapidly. It won't take a long time. It actually won't. There are vacant factories in the United States that could be refurbished and retooled to accomplish almost any manufacturing need you can think of. I don't know what the situation is in the European Union, but I do know that in the United States, there is plenty of capacity, and it can be retooled, refurbished very, very rapidly. So those are 2 points I want to make, Sergio.
Let me just come back to you quickly, because you touched on a word that I forgot actually, and which is lessons. And this goes back to a discussion with Jingu a few months ago, actually now, because I'm not at all sure that the lesson China learned from the Russian experience with Ukraine is the one many people think it is. So this may lead to decisions from China in terms of invading Taiwan that even China wouldn't consider as a first option. And so I don't want to go into detail on this one, but I think if China does go for it, and they have their own very peculiar ways of looking into things, but I do think that the response from China, if they do decide to make a move, is not going to follow the script from the Russians, because they actually saw it didn't work. So they need to do something that effectively says to the Americans, or presents the Americans with a fait accompli. So that implies a certain sort of response that I think is not out of the picture, and it's no longer out of the picture. But on the onshoring, even I was in a discussion a few weeks ago about this, and certainly Europe will have a lot of problems with onshoring. Friendshoring can be a midway sort of solution, but it will take much longer to do so compared to, say, what you were saying in terms of the States. But I'm not sure if it's the right solution at the moment. Europe needs time, and it actually may use China to Europe's advantage. That's where the balance, that's where the secret is. So it needs to be finely balanced, but certainly and to my last point, the biggest difference in terms of Ukraine, that's why I don't think comparisons are useful, because as Nick was talking before, this would be a direct conflict with China, not a proxy war. This would be a direct war with China. Very different situation, very different perspective. So, and the consequences would be a lot different for everyone. That's me.
I think you're absolutely right about that. A direct conflict with China is a much, much different situation. Yet it might be one we need to confront. So, Sergio, can I please go to David and then take more hands?
Yep, I'll cycle that.
David, go ahead.
Oh no, stay, Sergio. Oh right, too late. You do. No, stay there. You may want to comment back. So I've got several comments. So the first comment, I 100% agree. With one thing, China has learnt from the last 14 months that we are ineffective. That is what they've learned, right? That's the big lesson that they'll take out of everything here. It took us 14 months to get tanks into a country that some countries are, how far are they away? And the main tank manufacturer is what, 300 miles away, right? Took us 14 months. They have learned this, and in actual fact, what they've also learned is they've got a little dwarf somewhere who's prepared to carry on in that vein, right? However, right, and this is important. So, and this is very important to the viewpoint that you're taking. And I'm not it's not with you, but what you're saying, right? So, twice in the last 108 years, Europe has benefited from people from literally the other side of the world coming and helping it out. They've died. And people from the Cook Islands, for Christ's sakes, have died in Europe to our benefit, right? And this is the point I was making to Nick, and I think it's very important, right? Go to Australia. There are many dead from both wars who came to Europe to fight on our behalf. New Zealand, Samoa, the list goes on as to where people have come from. The Gurkhas, Nepal, India, what is now Bangladesh, what is now Pakistan. All of these countries had many people in the thousands came and died and bled to help Europe and the world, right? So you can't go, oh, it's not our problem. It is our problem, because sometimes the right thing, doing the right thing, is important. Oh dear, it might affect my economy. What am I going to do that my salary is going to change? Is not the way to be looking for it, because it's very short-sighted.
David, can I just stop you for a minute?
Of course.
I'll just let me put it this way. It is my view, and I'm pretty sure I'm not alone, that European public opinions, and I understand where you're coming from, like the Commonwealth contingent that fought with alongside the British forces in the World War I and II. But actually, taking an example from that, I don't think that European public opinions would stomach a Gallipoli in some place in China. See, and the pressure on the governments to pull back would be immense. And I think the political cost of not doing so for governments across Europe would be irresistible. So, and knowing that, they will refrain from making that move in the first place.
Well, maybe they will, maybe they won't. But listen, if you're professing these ideas, then you are in actual fact enabling them to have this idea. And by the way you talk about Gallipoli, maybe they would be more acceptable of a Normandy, right? And that's and there's the thing: you've chosen a dramatic failure from over a century ago, when warfare isn't the same, right? We don't do human wave attacks now. Yeah. So let's get this into the scale of where we are, right? So, however, right, let's go back to the Second World War. Where do you think Portugal would be if the UK had said, you know what, Germany, have France? Where do you think Portugal would be now?
Well, it nearly was, basically, from my history books. It nearly was partitioned, actually. Certainly the Azores for the British, and certainly or part
No, I'm talking about
or the
what do you
Americans.
think would have happened in the Second World War, right? I.e., if the UK had said, "Tell you what, Adolf, not our problem. We're interested in our economy. We're not going to get involved. We're going to carry on doing business with you. You take France in its entirety." Mussolini was doing his business in Italy. Let's go talk about what Franco was doing. How do you think Portugal would have done?
It wouldn't. It would have been invaded by Franco.
Exactly. Right.
And he had a plan for it. Salazar navigated. That probably one of the unique things he did good during his tenure was avoiding that very carefully, gingerly.
Which is my point, right? So people from around the world, from the other side of the world, and this isn't in the age of the internet where people know anything. People literally had no idea about anything, but they made the call or they addressed it and they gave their lives, right? And therefore, we have a responsibility to the world, because let me tell you what the responsibility is. Should Taiwan decide, it isn't a case of look at my our economy, what it will do. Onshoring we could do quite rapidly, right? Plastics and things like this we can do quite rapidly, as opposed to, and I understand your point, and I know the issue you're talking about, especially with the Chinese opening companies in places like Laos, Vietnam, etc. They're doing that because they also have taken the capitalist way, which is try and make more money. And price or wages and salaries and lifestyles have gone up in China. So they're doing what we've done, right? However, right, we can also ensure that, firstly, if we were to do sanctions, Chinese companies in other countries would be sanctioned. But we need to address this problem. We could get Indonesia, Malaysia, etc., to produce more of this stuff. Silicon chips, the quality silicon chips don't come from China. However, this is really important. If China is to invade Taiwan, it's because it has a huge expansionist policy. And that doesn't stop with Taiwan. And this is the thing and the problem our politicians have caused by not reacting to Ukraine. Russia, if we hadn't have given the aid we've got, wouldn't be stopping at Ukraine. We're all I'm pretty certain every single person here is aware of that. Flash your hand if you agree, right? And there's the problem, right? We are now in a world where people, or they call them the strong men, the psychopaths, or whatever you want to call them, have understood that we are prepared to appease in the same way as we did in the 1930s. But we learned in the 1930s that this doesn't stop. Things only change by not doing anything. What we're doing is bending over and say, we'll take it unlubed, right? Is not the way to do things. We are essentially making ourselves slaves to other people, which is the problem that we would have if we followed the whole I've got nuclear weapons from Putin. Because if we even, and this is what I struggle with, right, with Macron and the Scholzes of the world, the little scaredy cats. The problem is they're essentially saying we will live as slaves to you. Because we're frightened of what you do. Well, we're all frightened. No one, even people who've gone into combat and the rest of it, no, they don't go in going, I'm good about this. People go in terrified, but they're doing the things that terrify them because they are the right thing to do. And looking at it just as a case of how far we are away from someone is not what we should be doing. We are becoming a more global community, and we have global responsibilities. And let's not forget, right? If you let autocracy win, all it is the advance of autocracy. We've seen how they live in China. We've seen how they live in Russia, right? But the descent will be into the way of how they live in Russia. Do we want that? I don't want it. And sadly, it will mean that we will have to get involved militarily. But this isn't a Gulf War. This is not an Afghanistan. This is something way more serious than this. And we know this, and we only look at it as the number of countries at the moment who support, what is it? 8 that support Russia, Eritrea, right? And a couple others. Look at Zimbabwe might come out of it, and look at South Africa, which is taking the money, right? Brazil, well, yeah, they're cutting down the rainforest. These are not countries to be emulating.
So, David, I just want to let Axel get into this conversation.
Yes, I saw he's waved his hand, but I was on my soapbox, Alan. I was on my soapbox.
Yes, I love your soapbox. It's a Unilever soapbox. Sergio, David, let Axel join, please.
May I hand you a fresh bar of soap, David? I think the issue you just condensed is extremely important. This is one planet. The distances which people decry and this medieval or late 19th century, early 20th century image Monsieur Macron tried to rebuild is an edifice. It is artificial. There is no such thing as safety from locust, authoritarian, and totalitarian regimes anywhere on this planet. Chinese infiltration and insubordination across any part of society and across academia, pharmaceutical research, integration of financial services is everywhere. The Communist Party in China and its apparatus has deemed it sensible to try to create police stations everywhere in the world. We all know what it means and why they do it and da-di-da. That's fine. But the fact that we allow this to continue unsanctioned is just testament to the navel-gazing, what the Germans call Kirchturmspolitik. You are only focused on the church tower of your own village or your own town, not what happens next to you. That is insane. It is, by the way, contrary to the beliefs and the ideas and the categorical imperative which precedes the development of the wonderful levels of insidious proclivity of human ideals of the Enlightenment, which Mr. Xi and his compatriots and all his authoritarian followers in Asia, as well as Mr. Putin, the thug, like to derogate and denigrate and constantly ridicule. No, Mr. Xi, I know you and everybody else who is on your side, Winnie the Pooh, you can't speak English, you don't speak German, you don't speak French, you don't speak Spanish or Portuguese or any of the languages which matter, such as Greek, Old Greek, or any other languages in which people traded before the Chinese Empire was ever relevant. The Frisians were there earlier. The Basques were earlier. The Phoenicians existed at a time when the Chinese were infighting. And does it really matter? It doesn't. The image China constantly tries to portray, the image Russia and its artificial occupation of Rus tries to portray, is a historical continuity from some source of inspiration, from some source of, which is called, by the way, the King's Hail. It is, the Germans call it Heil, don't forget, we can't name this here, but it's the same thing. It is the continuity from something which is God-given. It is the ultimate source of sovereignty for authoritarian leadership. There's no such thing. It's thuggish. It's expropriating. It is derogating. It is inhuman. There's absolutely no question in my mind. There's no question in the minds of most people I know who play any role in national security policy of relevance within those nations which matter to me, across this transatlantic bridge, who have not discovered the insidious, perfidious, and dangerous attempts of China to exploit its current taker state in economics and provisioning state in economics as the sweet poison which so easily infiltrates economics, and therefore try to find a way to destabilize us, to consume us from within. We can easily deter this. It's just difficult because it's like, controlling accounting, work, sales, organizing things, establishing patterns, as David said earlier today. Creating habits, establishing patterns, doing the diligent thing, getting into the garden, picking up after yourself, doing the things which really matter in daily life are actually hard for most people. But in economics and in policy, we evidently like to dispense with. Now, you don't have to be religious 1,000 years ago or prior to what I would call the Mesopotamian book club, one to which I do subscribe. The 3 religions, all with books and likes and shouting from mountains and into mountains and whatnot and all that kind of wonderful infighting, but they all have one thing in common. They codify how their projected societies at that point in time should treat each other. And they set up rules because they don't want to bash their heads in. In Xi's China, in Putin's Russia, in their projection of this world, none of these rules matter. None of the rules which we have today matter. None of them can be enforced because they can't be defended. None of our opinions matter. We are just staffage. We are just the audience. We are there to watch, opine, clap. Claqueur, as the French call that. We are potentially there to give and donate our organs if we are not used anymore. We are potentially there to pay our taxes or pay our dues, shut up, consume, whatever, do our work, maybe kill someone when they tell us to. See what I'm saying? There is no such thing as innovation and freedom. There's no such thing as hope. There's no such thing as a projection of a better world tomorrow when Xi, Putin, and all their kin are allowed to stand unopposed. If we jointly fail to oppose China, if we jointly fail to oppose Russia, if we fail now, it's curtains. This is our 1939. If people haven't discovered this by now, they should all go, as a friend of mine once said on this space, before he got ostracized by people, they should all go fucking give their heads a wobble.
Axel, I would say that to the Chinese and to the Russians, to Xi and to Putin, we are not even the audience. We are simply disengaged. And that's what we are trying to combat here at MriyaReport. We cannot afford to be disengaged. I don't care what your daily concerns are. You must look at what Russia is doing in Ukraine. You must consider what China is considering in the Pacific, what it is considering against Taiwan. To Xi, to Putin, we're not an audience. We are disengaged. We are not even innocent bystanders. We are not even watching. And so here at MriyaReport, we call on all of our listeners to watch, to listen, to understand. Bring your friends here, retweet this space, listen to the archived interviews on Spotify. And once you listen, once you learn, once you understand, please make a contribution to help Ukraine today. And you can do that by helping Chef Zhenya. You can find a link up in the nest. Just follow the link about Chef Zhenya or go to MriyaReport.org, tap on the donate button, learn about what he's doing. He's feeding Ukrainian troops every single day, tens of thousands of meals every single day. As he feeds Ukrainian soldiers, so Ukraine feeds all of us with the nutrition of freedom, with the nutrition of unity, with the nutrition of history and understanding. Break bread with us here at MriyaReport, and thank you for your generosity. We'll go to George. We'll go to Duke. We'll go to Peter. George. George, George, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Like, well, what I thought it was like a discussion on politics and stuff, but like whatever I heard sounded a bit cultic to me. Sounded like a church, so I'm gonna head out. Sorry, guys.
Well, it's not a church, George. Uh, sing to us. If you think it's a church, sing your hymn. We will either join with you, or not. Well, George is gone. Therefore, to Duke and then to Peter. Duke. Oh, Duke is gone too. Peter.
May I add something, Alan?
Yes.
Whilst we're waiting, I'm getting
David.
what a weird comment. We're a cult. It didn't sound cultish. It was a sermon, of course, right? But it was a sermon that needed to be given, right? Maybe yes, we are the cult against Russia, right? That's probably be the right way of saying it. But what a weird thing to do. Put your hand up for half an hour and then say, you sound like a cult. No, interesting. I just thought I'd add that.
We'll take this under advisement, right?
No, exactly. Right. Maybe we were misbehaving. We need to change and adapt.
Slap on the wrist now, David. Would you mind behaving?
Fingers off all right, Governor. Governor.
These eggs are for the morning.
Well, David, Axel, do you have Kool-Aid? I haven't had Kool-Aid since the 1950s. And we know Kool-Aid is the drink of cults.
I played Kool and the Gang a few days ago because David Farrell asked for it. Is that enough?
No.
Alan, I would like to make a correction. It was actually not Kool-Aid used in that instance. It was Flavor Aid, I think. I will have to look it up, but I do know that it was not Kool-Aid. It was a off-brand knockoff of Kool-Aid. So yes, I just wanted to make that minor correction as far as drinking the Kool-Aid is one of my favorite sayings. However, it was not Kool-Aid that was used in that instance.
Thank you, Prince. And I also want to welcome you up as co-host. I know we have gone on for some time since you've been here as co-host, but you know, a true sign of a cult is when you use a knockoff brand. You don't drink the Kool-Aid, you drink the Flavor Aid. I don't even know what that is.
Corn huskers.
It is a knockoff
Old
brand.
corn huskers.
Well, Prince and I are going to carry on the discussion just as soon as we hear from Carrie, from Duke, and from Peter. Carrie, go ahead, please.
Hi guys, just to let you know, I couldn't hear you, Prince, but that might just be me. But I could see you must have been talking because I was seeing the reactions. I'm just getting, I've not been able to be on as much as normal. I'm just getting very riled up reading the press release. I don't know if you've spoken about it, where Medvedev, it looks like it's from Saturday, but it was an article from TASS saying Russian Security Council Deputy Chairman Dmitry Medvedev believes that no one in the world needs Ukraine. Therefore, it will cease to exist. And he said this in a post on social media yesterday. So obviously, as we know, Elon Musk has given back Twitter accounts to various Russian politicians. And I'm just going through that article, and I mean,
Medvedev had his, sorry, Kerry, Medvedev had his Twitter account the whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, that's even worse, isn't it? But yeah, I'm just going through this article.
Yeah, no, that means that the woke commies from before already gave it to him.
Yeah. So I just reading through this TAT article. I mean, how we're constantly living through a worse version of 1984, and I just find it the ability to twist scenarios is shocking beyond belief. Just hearing this twisted version of how you use the cover of the Security Council of the UN to say things like this and to turn things round, to use that platform in a bizarre way to say that Ukraine is the problem. Ukraine is the cause. We've heard that multiple times, but it was quite an interesting article in so much as there are about 5 or 6 threads all thrown in together that are a bit like a word salad, negatively commenting on multiple aspects that we know are many of the diatribes of the themes the Russian offer uses, but all pulled together under one umbrella and released in this TASS article yesterday. I just am sickened to the bottom of my stomach with the way that they are using this current chair to do things like this. And we always knew they would do it. But it's just to read
Kerry,
it in
did the
black and
BBC
white.
report on this today, or the Guardian?
Well, my problem, Axel, is that with being with all the family and doing
the
all
Workers'
the things,
Paradise was busy.
yeah, Workers' Paradise was busy, mate. I've got the Furno family is all rather bonkers, so it's quite full on, and I've not been able to keep abreast of things in the way I would normally do, so I cannot comment. But yeah, I'm just sort of trying to catch up on stuff now. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have had the chance to talk about this on the space because I haven't had as much space on here as normal, but I'm just, yeah. I mean, I never cease to be amazed, but this is a new shade of shit. Let's put it that way. it's boiling everything down into a repellent jus that I'm just seeing in this article. I just thought it was worth bringing it up again in the space, because I know a lot of us have had to not be on quite as much as normal the last few days, and I don't know if this was raised at all. I'll just turn my mic off and hear what you guys think.
Kerry, this is a very valid point, but the interesting thing is, of course, no matter from where you log into the BBC, you will only find they talk about the West Bank. They love their own reporting in golf, because the US Masters is excessively important at this point in time in the war. And there is a simulation of China hitting targets on Taiwan, which they like to report. But when it comes to Europe, what does the huge leak of Ukraine, what documents tell us? Oh, comrade, friend from Cambridge, let me tell you, it's easy. No, they haven't spoken about the fact that Mr. Medvedev, as one of the senior representatives of this Russian Federation government, likes to make sure that everybody should actually take him literally. Please look at what Polly Toynbee's rag is writing.
Yeah, but who listens to Polly Toynbee? It's like she's just a joke.
Well, she's been coining the sentiment, ambience, overall, say, intellectual capability of the editorial staff of that rag for a long time. Gosh, but then again, you have the peaceniks at the Times. You have the ones who really believe that the country should be run by Russia at the Telegraph. There's so many different people.
But also, don't forget, you are talking about a section of society that a lot of people don't really read the papers anymore. If you looked at actual data and statistics of where people get their news, an enormous amount of the younger generations will not get their news from the television or from the major broadsheets or even the daily rags.
Which makes them more susceptible to what? Online infiltration by Russia and other authoritarians.
Yeah, yes, it does. It does. But I suppose that's where all of us individually do our part as best we can. And, you know, me, obviously, as an educator, I do my part as best I can to ensure that the young people I work with are given the tools they need to make more informed judgments. But
And Carrie, if I can just break in here, young people who don't read newspapers and magazines are not actually getting the news. This is why I give my daughter subscriptions to 2 newspapers. Now, some here might not think these are the best newspapers, but in the pages every day, there is news in the New York Times and the Washington Post. And I know she reads them because we discuss news every single day. It needs to be a daily habit. You get the newspapers dropped at your doorstep, you bring them in, you have a cup of coffee, and you go through the news. Broadsheets don't exist anymore because all the newspapers have cut down the size of their pages to save money on press. But newspapers are still a great value. I do wish that after reading the news today, I had to wash my hands of ink again. That's the way it was in the old days. Your hands would be smudged black with ink from the broadsheet. But now they have ink that doesn't smudge, and they have smaller pages and less news, but they still have news. And so, Carrie, if you don't mind, I'd like to go to Duke, Peter, and Casual. Duke, go ahead, please.
Thank you. What a wonderful conversation. Suddenly, Twitter threw me down, but I got some remarks to make according to the discussion of tonight. Before I start to listen a few hours ago, there was a small program on the BBC, and it was about Ukraine and what happens after Ukraine has won and how they will go about. And yeah, it was a general named Sheriff and a guy from, I thought from Oxford, Mr. Green. And yeah, they basically said, all we got to do is give Ukraine what they need and they win. But we don't do it, and that's the mistake. And they all warned from, if we start to stall or wait too long, then Russia can build up mainly with people. But yeah, that is an advantage for Russia. And they all also agreed that Russia should be defeated and not just get out, because otherwise the borderline will be in conflict zone for many years. And in my opinion, this is the best way if we defeat Russia, because that is for China, yeah, not so well in its policies worldwide. And about China, they are everywhere, because to find out in the Dutch windmills, they are everywhere, is also electronics made in China. And yeah, Heineken does still does business in Russia under a different name. Coca-Cola is out, so Heineken took over under a new name and still doing business. But now on the more serious issue, I just found out, thanks to David, I got curious about the standpoint of the Dutch government in China, what we will do. I don't know if someone wants to hear it, but I would say it's not my taxes for my government. Dus Ellen, can I read a bit? I have to translate on the fly, so forgive me. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely. Go for it, Duke.
Okay. The point of view of the cabinet and of the EU is that the Taiwan problem on a peaceful matter should be resolved, but also in account the wishes of the Taiwanese population. Instead of Dutch and EU is focused on the status quo in the Strait of Taiwan, meaning the sea. All parties should not go in unilateral actions, intimidation, violence, or altering the status quo. A conflict is not in interest of any party. It will be a tragedy for all involved and mondial repercussions, have mondial repercussions. But Holland, Netherlands, let me see, where am I? Sorry, I have to I have to scroll a little with my other hand. Yeah, Holland has diplomatic ties with China and acknowledge the China One policy but it doesn't have official diplomatic connections with Taiwan, but only on economic, culture, and scientific. And within the frame of the One China policy, Holland will assist the making it stronger of the economic relations with Taiwan. So yeah, I think it's a double standard they choose for the one state policy of China, and then stating from yes, but the population of Taiwan must also have a say, and they want they assure the safety in the street of Taiwan for it's for the about 50% of world trade goes about that place. But I thought it was an interesting point of view of the Dutch government. And I'm curious what you think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Duke. Well, it seems to me that the Dutch government is putting its foot in the water and testing the temperature. I don't think they know which way they're going, and it's a kind of a non-article in a way, because it's too diplomatic. It's way too diplomatic. When push comes to shove, what will the Dutch government do? Well, what we hope is that they would stand with the United States and lots of nations around the world and a united EU, first imposing economic sanctions on China. The EU, just like the United States, just like Australia and other nations around the world, can withstand such sanctions. These sanctions won't collapse economies. They will strengthen economies because they will speed up onshoring, as David Brookfield has talked about tonight. Onshoring, manufacturing, and extraction of natural resources is absolutely necessary to face the future. Duke, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to add that this statement by the government is published just 5 days ago. This is mostly recent. And I heard some talk about in the conversation early on about the fighting and what that will mean and how people will do. But I see it this way. Coming from marketing and printed media, you could think of a beautiful magazine with beautiful articles and ads and all well, but then it had to be delivered at the right time, at the right place, undamaged in someone's brievenbus. How do you say that? In your post at home. And mostly the guys who had to deliver the magazines to the people at home, dus all your basic big ideas and fancy talk to get some ads, etc., has to be delivered by a boy who doesn't want it, gets underpaid, and toss away half of it and try to make a buck the easy way. And I don't know if all the people in China, the soldiers, if they have that same mentality as Ukrainians, just to go for it all the way. I don't think so. But yeah, this is my my little opinion. I think you yield back.
Thank you, Duke. I'd like to go on to Peter, then to Casual, and then Prince and I have a conversation ready for tonight. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, 2 points. One, I wasn't kind of at all impressed with us in regards to Ukraine. I think if we had stood up firm against Russia at the start and said, you take one step into, you say you're doing this military exercise, you take one step into Ukraine and you're up against all of us, this war, this invasion would have never have happened. And it culminated where I felt totally ashamed to be part of the West was MriyaReport, where that city was destroyed, bombed incessantly, thousands of people killed, and we stood by and watched. And, you know, if you look at where we are now, you know, Ukraine should already have 70 to 100 F-16s. They should already have long-range weapons. Ukraine should not be a target for some little coward in Russia out of range of any retaliation, pressing a button which sends a missile to a block of flats. You know, we should have stood up, and this would have been over a long time ago. But, you know, I can't say I feel proud of the West. And the same with Taiwan. Should China go for Taiwan? Yes, we should all be there and deal with it as a bloc, America and Europe. But I don't think going to China, I don't think it'll happen. I mean, you say, oh, we should take our trade away from China. But I used to fly for a guy who built factories. And I remember him saying to me at the time, he needed 1 million little machined fixtures for putting factory roofs together or something. And he had a quote in the UK, and they were 3.5p each. So that means for those million, it would have cost him in the UK £3.5 million. He got a quote in China, and they were 1p. So 1 million. And that's the problem we have, is the stuff that comes out of China is dirt cheap. So he had a choice. Do I spend 3.5 million or 1 million? And he spent the 1 million in China. Now, if we start making everything in America or Europe, what happens? Inflation goes sky high, and we've already got sky high inflation. So it's like a fractious relationship. And, you know, it's like one of these codependent relationships where the couple are always fighting and this, that, and the other, but they need each other. And I do not believe that China will invade Taiwan. I think it's saber-rattling, and it's not something we need. It's not a distraction we need at the moment, because our main thing should be to get this invasion finished with Ukraine and to throw Putin out. And there's no comparison between Russia and China other than the authoritarianism, because Russia offers nothing. It's a gas station. It's, you know, it'll offer nothing to China other than a gas station. It won't offer a market to China because nobody's got any money in Russia. And, you know, if we look China is still a tier 1 trading bloc, and there's only 3: China, the USA, and Europe.
Well, Peter, China doesn't offer much either. If Russia is a gas station, China is a weaving shop. And China has competitors, Vietnam, India, Bangladesh, Mexico, etc. I mean, China does not rule the roost of cheap labor and quick manufacture. They have competitors, and U.S. and EU companies are investing in all of these other countries: India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Mexico, etc. And so it's not only about onshoring, but it is about investing in other countries that compete successfully with China. So, as I say, if Russia is a gas station, China is a weaving shop, and gas stations and weaving shops can be closed.
Alan, can I just come back on one other point as well, which I haven't made yet? The problem we've got to face is what the one war that Putin won, and that is he threatened the world with nuclear weapons, and he came across as mad enough and crazy enough to use them. And since then, we have appeased, we are petrified of escalation, and we have kept out of Ukraine and allowed him to do what he wants. And we should never have done that, because
Peter, we're not petrified, and this.
Okay, if we're not petrified, why aren't we in there now kicking him out? Why aren't we supplying long-range missiles to Ukraine? Why aren't there 100 F-16s already stationed in Ukraine with trained pilots? They're not there.
Peter, I do wish that F-16s were indeed in Ukraine. I think that there probably are long-range missiles in Ukraine. I don't think the West announces everything it supplies. And the other thing I will say is that while the West might have been slow to respond, they have responded with unity and with an increasing sense of urgency. Ukraine is building up all the weapons, all the trained troops that it needs to launch a successful counteroffensive. We're waiting to see that happen. Yes, we don't run the Western Alliance, the coalition of the willing, supporting Ukraine. I wish we did, because Ukraine would then have everything it needs. But Ukraine has much of what it needs. And I would go on to say that no nation has ever fought a war with everything it needs. And not the Allies in World War II, and not the Allies in World War I. The fact of the matter is, more and more and more is always.
Hey, I'll drop down and let others speak. Hey, I'll drop down and let others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Casual, please go ahead.
Well, this conversation has transmogrified much since I sat down. I've developed into a habit of sitting down to the evening meal with a large glass of port or sherry. Today it's port, and my evening meal, and turn on the news. And today, I must confess, I one line eavesdropped myself into the middle of Carrie's disgust with some subject of which I know not, and hearing Axel's always welcome retorts. That's usually why I sit down and listen to this, for the amuse-bouche that Axel makes of whatever's happening in the world. But I will confess ignorance to whatever that topic was that Carrie was so indignant about. I will say, yes, that no war is ever won with what you have or what you want, or with what you want. It's won with what you have. And I agree with him that we should have done more sooner, but we in the West here have our own existential threats from within that we must contend with in order to help those without. And over 4 years ago, unfortunately, we cast a certain die that brought a pall to the world. And we have to finish recovering from that before we can finish recovering from what Putin is extracting from our momentary distractions. We must hang our head in shame for what we did in 2009, in 2014, 2016, and again last year. But that being said, the past is the past. What is our best path out of this? And I am well certain that we are seeing that now. We're seeing an exercise starting up in Germany in June, which has the potential to leave in place every airframe that Ukraine is asking for. Wouldn't that be sweet? So just the last question is, what did I miss between Axel and Carrie? What was she so upset about?
You know, Casual, I'm going to throw this to Axel because I'm not really certain what Carrie was upset about. Axel, are you here?
Wait one. Sorry. No, Carrie is completely correct. She is highlighting that Dima Medvedev has yet again managed to come up with statements which are astonishing. And he presented his own, and I will send it to you if you want, or maybe our friend Alan can do this. You can find it on his Twitter account if you like. You should read through it because it's quite astonishing. Because Mr. Medvedev lays out a program for genocide yet again, and reasons as to why Ukraine doesn't matter. And therefore, because it doesn't matter from his perspective, it can be destroyed. So if you're just a puny little nation, yeah, you know, if you're not more than, say, 172 million proper Russians, you're not worthy. Therefore, you can be dispensed with. That's the long and the short of it. You should read it. It's it'll. I promised to my colleagues already that when you've read it, you'll completely, utterly flip. You will get out there, raise an army, and help Ukraine win.
I have sent it to you, Casual.
Thank you very much. Was that you, Carrie?
No, it's me, Prince Heather.
Okay, Prince. Thank you very much. I'm on my phone, so I can't see who all is talking at me very easily. Thank you.
Props. Have a read. Stay with us. Have a quick read. If that doesn't, shall we say, get your spirits up, nothing does.
Well, I might want to be careful. I'm having an English breakfast for dinner and a great big glass of port. So that being said, I'll go read. Thank you. Out.
No, Casual, stay with us because Carrie is back with us. So Casual, stay on.
Thank you, Casual.
And Carrie,
and I see Carrie is connecting and has her hand raised already.
So are you sure that you can hear Alan?
I cannot hear Alan. It looks like he's muted.
No, he wasn't. I can hear him. He can hear me. He can hear you. You can't hear him.
I will this time totally restart my phone and try again. Sorry.
Carrie, go ahead, please.
Hiya. Yes, thank you for bringing up casual what I was saying again. So, and thank you, Axel, as well for supporting what I was saying. So, I don't know whether it's worth it. Might be one of those ones that is worth putting in the nest because I think it is an important read. Because
We
it
will
does.
not, Kerry. We will
Yeah.
not repeat. We will not repeat the lie. People can
Okay,
seek out the lie
that's
and talk
fair
about
enough.
the truth, but we will not repeat the lie.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I understand that. So yes, Casual, do please read it because it does bring together the disgusting threads that have been repeated multiple times, but it pulls it all together in one space, and it is something to feel very angry about and to use and share with people to just highlight how much genocidal talk is coming blatantly and openly right from the top, and it absolutely echoes everything that we have been saying about the issues of Russia taking over the seat of the UN Defence Group. So it is an important document to share with people when we're wanting to explain why we feel so passionately about Ukraine and about what we're fighting for. It is a very valuable document to share with people who don't understand why we feel so angry about what's happening and how Russia is projecting itself. So I would say it's a really valuable tool for us to use. And with that, guys, I'm going to have to love you and leave you. But thank you very much, as ever, for keeping everything going. And you'll try to pick up and enjoy the rest of your weekend, guys. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Night, night, everybody.
Good night, Carrie, and thank you very much. So while Russia has not lost its seat on the Security Council in the UN, and it should lose that seat, it is the chair of the Security Council throughout April. This is a rotating chair. It simply rotates through nations on the Security Council. Russia has lost important seats in the United Nations. I'm going to look for that information and deliver it to you. But as I recall, it has lost a seat on the UN committee for, well, I said I was going to use my memory here, and I always believe that MriyaReport is a way to improve my short-term memory, but it has lost a seat on the UN Committee for Protection of Women's Rights, and it has lost another seat, voted out by members of the UN. If only we could find a way to throw them out of the Security Council, even throw them out of the UN, it's a bridge too far. Prince, welcome back. You and I haven't really had a chance to interact here tonight, and that's my fault. But welcome. Happy to see you as my co-host.
That's perfectly okay. You know, sometimes conversation gets going and your co-host is managing the conversation so well and interacting so well, and you have so many hands to go through that just letting your co-host run with what they're doing is the best thing for the space. And I think knowing when to do that is part of being a good co-host. And so that conversation went very well and was going very well. So I wasn't going to interrupt the flow, and except for when I had to tell you that it was Flavor Aid, not Kool-Aid. Um, but yeah, but yeah, it's I just think part of letting the space flow as it needs, as it's flowing and needs to flow, on the topic that it's focusing on at the moment. And I will quit saying the word flow now at this point. um so yeah, where did you want to go now, Alan?
Well, if you say flow too much, I'll have to go to the bathroom. So stop that. One more time with flow, and I'll be out of here for a couple of. But one thing, we had a great discussion last night on the Easter Vigil night, and so today it has been Easter for Western Rite Christians. Next week it will be Easter in Ukraine and for Orthodox Rite Christians. But the Pope obviously made a statement today on Easter from the Vatican. I wonder what he said.
Well, you know what he said because I sent it to you. Uh, there were a few pieces that I thought were interesting, and the media sources are framing it as he appeared to ask Russians to seek the truth about their country's invasion of Ukraine in his Easter message. So let me go back down here to, that's one of the things I've never done before is I read the Pope's Easter message so that I could make sure that I wasn't missing anything that the news sources may have left out. But the phrase I think that they're relying on here is I'm going to say the whole phrase as it happens. So um, what the Pope said is help the beloved Ukrainian people on their journey towards peace and shed the light of Easter upon the people of Russia. So I think that journalists are assuming his intention and meaning in shed the light of Easter upon the people of Russia is that they should. Axel, are you talking?
Yes, I was about to interrupt you. I
Go ahead.
apologize. Can I fix that Pope for you? It's very simple. Let's go back to a fighting Pope, John Paul II. His sentence would have been en route to peace through victory or en route to victory. But then again, that was a different Pope.
Absolutely. And we had a very very lengthy discussion yesterday, sort of on a different subject when it came to the Vatican, and that was upon the subject of the Way of the Cross that had happened the night before, and the choice again of the Vatican to pair a Russian boy and a Ukrainian boy together to walk the 10th station of the cross. Now, in the end, the Ukrainian boy walked alone, but it was their intention until the last minute that they walked together. And last year, they had a Ukrainian woman and a Russian woman walk together, and there were, it was not well received. And they, were going to go and proceed with these kids doing it this year. So I was just thinking that, I agree with you 100%. But I just thought some follow up on what he said today in his Easter message would be interesting. So yeah. So Alan, so far, what do you think about that? I think it is a little bit of a spin that the the same quote from Reuters and The Guardian and other papers that I've seen, other news sources that I've seen, spinning this on as encouraging the Russians to see the light of their the error in their way. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I suppose the Pope is asking Russia to see the error in its ways, but why not just tell them to see it? This is simply religious language. It's Catholic language. It's language of the day, Easter, and frankly, it doesn't mean much. It is simply another example of the Pope not taking a very, very firm stand in this war, declaring evil when he sees it, declaring good when he sees it, because that really is the job of the Pope. I mean, the Pope can open your eyes to evil. If he were to do that, he would open Catholic believers to understanding what Russia is doing, committing genocide in Ukraine. I don't know why he's not doing that.
Absolutely. Axel, you have your hand up. Did you want to say something more?
Oh, no, it was a complete and utter mistake. It was from before. I apologize.
That's okay.
I didn't mean to confuse you.
Not a problem. I just wanted to make sure. I know you have no problem interjecting, but
No, I apologize. I was just reliving the last moments of the how should I put this, the Carlson Nakamura slip up, and just got distracted.
it's okay. No worries. So I got distracted a little while ago by another news article I saw that didn't have to do with the Pope. And so I may go back and forth a little bit between the Pope and the Bishop of Canterbury. Now he wasn't.
You're going through three different, say, historic religious schisms.
Oh, Axel, last night in our conversation, we had a woman who had religious studies in her repertoire. We had Christians, we had Catholics, we had Orthodox, we had Jewish people. I'm not sure if we had a Muslim, but in this conversation, we had a wide variety of faiths, and it was.
You mean you had the whole Mesopotamian book club?
We really did, and it was a really good conversation. It could have been very contentious and offensive, but people, I think, handled it overall very well in their conversation and discussion in a very respectful way. So
did they all agree that if it had been for one more storm, Belshazzar, as we would call him, or Nebuchadnezzar, could have actually won the game and they would all not exist?
I don't.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, Axel. But so anyway, what the Bishop of Canterbury told the congregation was cruel and oppressive rulers who may look like they're only becoming stronger will vanish. We must not lose heart in the face of conflict, he said. Now, that to me is a whole lot stronger than we're hoping that the Russians see the light of, even though it doesn't name Ukraine specifically in that phrase, that is a very clear phrase about what is happening, and it applies to multiple countries too, for goodness sakes. So yeah, I thought that was a really interesting thing. So what do you think of that comparison, Alan?
Well, I like it. I don't know who the Archbishop of Canterbury is today. He is the leader of the Anglican Church, and this is the church that Henry VIII founded so that he could get one more divorce. And this happened hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But
Come on, the divorce was never the reason for this. This is about money and power and whether he could actually get what he wanted on the continent. And this is about partitioning the remainder of France. The divorce is completely, utterly bereft of any need for it.
But Axel, he did need that divorce, and the Pope
No, he
wouldn't give
didn't.
it to
Actually,
him.
not. He could have just done the same thing as always.
I mean, behead her?
Well, she could have just died in some shape or form. That was completely irrelevant. The divorce thing is nothing else than glossing over the topic. This is about power, not a woman in that case at that
Well,
time.
regardless of that, the Anglican Church is the church Henry VIII founded, and it leads a couple thousand people. Well, probably a couple 100,000 people in the UK and the United States. But the Archbishop of Canterbury, the leader of the Anglican Church, made a much stronger statement than the Pope, but not strong enough. Religious leaders of these faiths, Catholic, Anglican, what have you, they don't know how to make not only a strong statement of faith, but a strong statement about the state of the world. And I don't know why.
Yes, I'm also wondering though, Axel, something you said there makes me want to ask you, is there ever a time that beheading does not result in death? Because you said that, she could just die. Well, I would think that.
No, I said or. I
Okay.
apologize if I didn't make myself clear. Maybe it was a slip of the tongue at the early morning hours, but no, beheading is an active format of public execution or something which really becomes fairly well known. By the way, it's also something which is only in certain instances allowed to be done to a royal spouse. So there has to be an act of betrayal, something has to be constituted or for good reason so that this penalty is actually merited and can be, executed without having serious repercussions. But she could have just simply died by means of some kind of lead poisoning.
Okay, that is.
I really still today I'm befuddled as to why he couldn't choose a better way of dealing with this stuff. But then there you go.
Well, if only you were alive then to advise him.
I don't advise people.
Okay. So a couple of other things that a couple of things. I guess a couple of positive things. He referred to concrete signs of hope with those that offer assistance and welcome all fleeing from war and poverty. So he does acknowledge all of the work that has been done around the world. I see it as far as Ukraine goes, in those who have taken in those who were fleeing from the war, which I thought was good and appropriate. And I'm sure that it goes much farther than that in reality, as far as his acknowledgement of where else in the world, because as people may be aware of, there his speech evidently every year circles the globe, and and his speech this year was more like a tour of the conflicts of the world, in keeping them in mind. So anyway, he also asked to comfort the wounded and all those who have lost loved ones because of the war, and grant that prisoners may return safely to their families. Now, I'm sorry, I may be mean, but I have a little bit of an issue with feeling sorry for people who have lost their loved ones in the war. We talked yesterday a little bit about the innocence of a child, and when the innocence of a child sort of drifts away. So I guess at some point with an innocent child, I could feel sorry for them losing a parent or father or grandfather or a loved one who has died because they were fighting on the behalf of Russia. But that's really hard for me to do even. Yeah. It's yeah. And then
Well, the problem that strikes me, Prince, is the Pope still has a mighty pulpit. When he speaks, the world listens. There are tens and tens of millions of Catholic believers around the world, on every continent except Antarctica, because the emperor penguins are atheists. But given the fact that the Pope can speak and be heard on every continent on Earth, he should say something definite. And he has not said something definite. He has not condemned Russia. He has not condemned an aggressor. And it's clear to everyone who started this war, who invaded, and who is committing a genocide. If it's not clear to the Pope, I just have serious questions. And I do wish that he would stand up in the pulpit of St. Peter in the Vatican and just say it, just tell it on the mountain, and let the world know where you stand.
now on this subject, the reporting, of course, this is not in the address today, but the reporting pointed out, and I have not kept track of this, so I wouldn't know if this is true or not. But the reporting pointed out that since Russia invaded Ukraine in February of last year, Francis has at least twice a week referred to Ukraine and its people as being martyred. Could have used a better word. And has used words such as aggression and atrocities to describe Russia's actions. Now, I don't know that he's really said that twice a week. How do we I don't know. I don't know. Has anybody else heard that? Where's Elizabeth tonight? She was really good last night. She yeah. Go ahead, Alan.
So I don't really have a comment on that, Prince. And as I said yesterday, here we are on MriyaReport discussing everything we shouldn't discuss at the Easter dinner, at any family dinner. We talk religion, we talk politics. I can't and I suppose we could talk sex too. These are all topics that one should not discuss at your family dinner, but they're meaningful discussions to have, and we should talk about how this Pope is not addressing the war that Russia launched against Ukraine. He's simply not addressing it. Well, I don't think the Archbishop of Canterbury is addressing it adequately either.
Can you
And
just highlight that this Argentinian failure of an Opus Dei enhanced utopian radical communist, appeasement of the Russian Orthodox Church, appeasement of Soviet state terminology, Pope, has been wrong on every single political issue of value in recent years, and it's no surprise that he constantly advocates for impassive voice for what the Ukrainians should do vis-a-vis what happened by the Russians, that he is utterly disgraceful. Whilst I have defended the office of the Pope last year here live on Space, I rescind and revoke any kind of support I should give to that office as long as this human being is there on that chair.
he's a Jesuit. He's well educated. He should know better.
Well, education evidently does not necessarily instill the right, clear sense of purpose and value.
Well, apparently not. But I don't know how to address.
Kilby was also supposed to be well educated, but was a Soviet spy.
Yes,
I'm quite sure that Pol Pot, whilst a terrible person, of course, and an absolutely genocidal maniac, was sufficiently well educated that he could count enough to ensure that he could count the palace guard, which he would then assign to behead everybody outside his palace. I'm not trying to make any kind of lines of connections on or connect dots between Argentina, the Vatican, and Pol Pot. I would never dare to do so. But I find it quite intriguing that we're so happy to equivocate when it comes to this statement and these statements, these repeated, continuous, everlasting statements of this insidious utopian communist Pope.
Education is not inoculation from wrong thinking. That is true. And this Pope does have an interesting background. As a speaker last night pointed out, if Pope John Paul II were in the throne of St. Peter, we would have a much different response. Cardinal Wojtyla would know exactly what he was saying, and he would say so. But Robin, go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks, Alan. One of the things that puzzles me in general about many people's approach to Russia at this point, and it's come up in this discussion of the Pope, this Pope, as I understand him, had made common cause with the extreme left at times, the communists or whatever. Now, what's going on in Russia now is really fascism. It's not. What I find very odd is the people who have always been supportive of the the Soviet Union and communism, somehow it's morphed over into supporting Putin, who is really sort of the opposite in some ways of. I mean, not that I like either system; they're both autocracies, but I just find it very, very odd that the same people who support leftist ideologies seem to have slid right into supporting this fascist dictator. So, I have no answer for that. I find it very, very odd, though.
Yes, I would agree with you, Robin. Do we have a communist pope? Maybe we do. Do we have a leftist pope? Maybe we do. Look at his history from Argentina and even his pastoral history. But he hasn't carried this forward into his reign as pope, and I don't understand why. Because there is a certain clarity that you can gain by being on the left. Axel will disagree with me, but there is a kind of clarity you can gain from being an activist on the left, and the Pope has left this legacy behind, and I find that very, very sad indeed.
Well, especially since there's such inner contradiction in what
Well,
he's doing.
I will say, hopefully, yeah, okay. There's your muted button. That helps me know when I can start talking. He does go on. Actually, you were talking about the subjects you don't talk about at the dinner table, and here we are talking about them. And he does go on to people who are human trafficked and violated and all of those other things, which I think definitely indicate subtly people who have been sexually abused and raped and abused in other ways, such as we've seen in torture chambers and things such as that. And it's it's just a comfort, those kind of phrases, but and of course we witness and see that these things have been happening in Ukraine since it began, probably since it began in February, and probably all the way back to 2014, and probably in decades and conflicts previous, possibly for probably for generations, most likely for generations. So just he acknowledged that, I think, worldwide, not specifically about Ukraine, but I think it could definitely be applied. Well, I know it can definitely be applied to Ukraine also. So, Alan, did you want to say anything before we go to G-Man?
I was just going to say, we can go back to Thomas Becket, murdered in the cathedral. We can think more recently of Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the Protestant pastor in Germany, who was also murdered by the Nazis. If the Pope cannot take inspiration from Thomas Becket and Dietrich Bonhoeffer and others, even more recent, I don't know who he's looking to for inspiration. Axel, you have an idea about this.
Thomas Becket and Henry were friends. So I think we should be very careful, because Dietrich Bonhoeffer was never friends with anyone who pursued him later.
Well, that's true. I regard it as a minor point.
And he kept here. Thomas Becket kept the money, and because of the money, he became then a bishop. So, and an archbishop. So we should be a little bit careful, because the guy was not as kosher as recent history makes him out to be. I think it would be fair to say. So Dietrich Bonhoeffer definitely comes from a different position of principle, and therefore maybe we should just segregate the evolving story of the Anglican the Anglican Church from taking a stand evidently in front of fascist evil.
Well, I trust T.S. Eliot and his play.
Yeah, no, he really must have done that, right? Absolutely. I'm sure that T.S. Eliot didn't go for editorial clickbait, right? He didn't want to have this played somewhere and paid for it, and yeah, right. And he didn't have a motive either, because what was this TS for?
Thomas, what was the S for? Well, damn, Axel Stearns, you have stumped me again. And what does that mean? Thomas Stearns Eliot. What the hell is it about Stearns?
People who, having come from England over to New England, were, how shall I put this? He is as Anglican as they go. This is Anglican nobility, if there ever was one, in the colonial, 13, whatever you had there. Bostonian Anglican elite. Of course he would play this up. Of course he would play Beckett up. What do you think? It's a tendentious pro-Anglican play.
Well, didn't T.S. Eliot convert to Catholicism? Didn't he swim the Tiber?
I really can't help you in that regard. I think that people such as the Adams should have never trusted him.
Well, in any event, we're not going to turn this into a discussion of great literature.
No, we will never go into the details and the granular details to actually discover as to why people wrote the propaganda they wrote. No, of course not. Why would we? We just continue propagating the propaganda. Of course not. That's exactly what we do here. We dissect, we take it apart, we put it back together again, or leave it as it is. And T.S. Eliot's view of Beckett is not historically adequate or correct at all.
No, it is a play, and it's a damn good play.
So it's the embellishment of the Anglican Church's view of the early 19th century as to what occurred, and this terrible, terrible king. Don't forget, where did he write it? In America, at a point in time of what? Having suffered the 1812 burning of the White House, but still being part of the Anglican Church. Come on, think about it. It's not difficult to understand why this guy writes this play.
Now, wait a minute, Axel. You're more than 100 years off. But I do want to recommend.
I'm not more than 100 years off. I'm taking this apart. The Brahmin culture of the Boston Brahmin family lives on with him in the decades thereafter and in the century thereafter. It's a whole tradition of pro-Anglicanism which still reeks out of those pages. I'm not out of. What do you think 100 years make, Alan? It's a family tradition. They're Anglicans. They're duty Anglicans. Jesus Christ! It's as if do you think that if there were a granddaughter of Trotsky that you could trust her? Apart from the fact that he fortunately didn't have one, but still.
Yeah, I was gonna. I was just gonna point that out. But
if there were, and could you? I was trying to,
Well, I don't know. Could you?
Would you trust if you were to now find the long lost daughter to the terrible fascist dictator of Germany? Would you trust that long lost granddaughter? Of course not. That may not be fair, but it is what it is.
Well, no, I wouldn't. But don't diss the Boston Anglicans. And actually, T.S. Eliot
did.
I know you
literally did.
I know you did.
I commensurably, comprehensively, and for good reason did. because they were trying to elevate the Anglicanism in North America in order to support back a certain view of what the kings of Britain were to bring to the forefront. And that is completely wrong.
Well, look, Anglicanism in the United States has been completely cut off from politics. There's nothing they can elevate. And besides that,
not anymore. They failed. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, Anglicans and Episcopalians have also been severed. Anglicans are a tiny, tiny community here. But what I was going to say about T.S. Eliot, yes, he did actually write that play in Boston. I believe. Well,
Quelle surprise! Why would you write this in Boston of all places?
Because he was staying at an Anglican monastery, which was.
But why would he stay there, Alan? Because his family once was there.
Well,
Well,
no, I don't think his family was ever there. But Axel, I want to recommend a great book to you. Groucho Marx and T.S. Eliot were friends. They corresponded all the time. There is a great book you can find, Letters from Groucho to Tom. I recommend it to you. It's hilarious. And if Groucho Marx and T.S. Eliot can get along and find a way to talk about culture, can't we?
So can we?
Yes, so can we. So can we is also a very famous Chinese philosopher.
Okay, gentlemen. You guys cracked me up. And
were you raised proper Catholic then, Prince?
Oh God, no. No. I was raised, do you know what the Hutterites are?
Of course, I'm German, and yes, of course, I know what the Hutterites are.
Okay. I was raised not as conservative as a Hutterite, but extremely conservative. Yes. The church I was raised in.
Is Prince talking now?
Was from the old country primarily, and still adhered to many traditions from the old country. When I was raised, the women sat on one side of the church, the men sat on the other side of the church. You did not go into the church without your head covered. I was raised very conservatively. So yeah, but I sought out alternative religious in my late teens. So anyway, it's all good. Anyway, I was actually going to go to Robin. She popped back down and popped back up. So go ahead, Robin.
Actually, it's a tangent, very quick one. I swear when I woke up this morning, Axel was on the space, and you're still here. I've decided we have a new motto for MriyaReport, all Axel all the time. I don't know how you do it. That was just my side comment.
Yeah, Axel is here all the time. And this
Bye.
He has doubles.
Ah, him and Putin got it.
For Axel to be here 24 hours a day, he needs triples, and he has those too. How these other two people are able to imitate his speech, I just don't know, but they succeed. So these are 3 8-hour shifts. It's Axel 1, and Axel 2. It's kind of like Thing 1 and Thing 2 from The Cat in the Hat, and The Cat in the Hat comes back.
When you say Thing 1, I think about the thing from the swamp. That was not nice, Alan. I will go back into my little mold hut.
No, Axel, I'm not talking about the thing from the swamp. I'm talking about Dr. Seuss.
Okay.
Sorry, are these the books which are currently being put out of print because somebody thinks that history has to be remodeled?
Well, they are being put out of print, not all of them. One of my favorite books is Bartholomew Cubbins and the 500 Hats. And because this is a demonstration of how to stand up to a bully. And you could even rewrite it as a way for Ukraine to stand up to the Russian bully.
You know what the funny thing is, Alan, it's a good point that you just mentioned this, and that you brought me to Dr. Seuss and the wokish directionism and newspeak. We actually have to find a way to get rid of this newspeak. That's the key thing, because this infiltration of utter correctiveness is crazy. It's nuts. We need to accept the mistakes of yesteryear, but we need to be able to read them. Because if we stop reading Chaucer, we already lose. If we stop reading Shakespeare, both in as much original as we can find it, we lose. If we stop listening to Winston Churchill, mispronounce, but also by means of forcing himself through certain language, making points clear, which expressed as he did at that point in time, are exceptionally forceful and simple. If we stop listening to John F. Kennedy or Ronald Reagan as they spoke then, because now that we're so educated in the 21st century and we're so utterly smart that we know that this is all completely wrong and they didn't get it right, and therefore we need to really change how they then spoke, because we know what they really should have said and meant. Oh, God knows. Come on, fuck it. That's crap.
Well, the problem is, Axel and Prince, the thread of education, the thread of civilization breaks. We've seen it before. You can go back to when the Library of Alexandria was burned. You can go back to the books being preserved in Catholic monasteries in Ireland and in Italy, and you can look at the manuscript searchers who found Lucretius, who found Greek plays and gave them back to us. Unfortunately, this thread is thin and it breaks. And maybe this thread of civilization, this thread of knowledge, is going to break again. I don't know. I certainly hope not. You know, Prince, we are taking a detour here. I apologize. We have hands.
Yeah, Alex, and I'm not talking to Axel. Alex, I think it's time that we take hands, and I think G-Man has been waiting quite a while. Is that okay with you, Alex?
Yeah, I'm Alan, but yes.
Yeah, no, I know I'm joking from the other night. Go ahead, G-Man.
Good evening, good morning. I've been listening for a while. Interesting segue. On Pope Francis and his equivocation, I think we need to look back to where he was before he was Pope in Argentina. He was head of the Jesuit order from 73 to 79. And so he was a member of the hierarchy during that dark period in that country's history, when the Catholic Church backed the military government and called for their followers to be patriotic. He, I think his name is George Bergoglio, twice refused to testify in court about his role as head of the Jesuit order. And when he did eventually appear in 2010, he was accused by lawyers of being evasive. So that's questionable. And he's continued to give.
Say it isn't so. Did
Yeah.
he applaud? Did he applaud when the junta stood there handing the World Cup to Mario Kempes?
I would imagine so.
No, say it isn't so.
And so what's worse than that? Well, no, not worse than that, but he's continued to give the fascist regime in Argentina succor by appearing to side with their views on the Falkland Islands. So right away, that marks him down in my book, obviously. Then just on the subject of church leaders and whether they can actually get it right in terms of their support for Ukraine, the Church of Scotland, on the anniversary of this current full-scale invasion last month, 2 months ago, February 24th, did a prayer, which I'm not going to read out in full, but grant victory over the powers of evil that have arisen and bless Ukraine with your gifts of liberty, peace, tranquility, and good fortune. So basically, they were calling for victory for Ukraine. Slava Ukraine. That's
Heroim Slava.
Heroim Slava. G-Man,
can I highlight?
Can you just read that a bit slower, please?
I'll
What
read.
you read?
G-Man, before you do that, would you mind highlighting also the Church of Scotland has already called for the recreational vehicle to be impounded recreational vehicle not to be sanctified.
I'm not sure what you mean.
It must be someone who is, from the Sturgeon clan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's Scotland for you. Okay. Almighty and great God, accept our gratitude for your boundless mercy towards us. Hear the supplication of our afflicted hearts for the land and people of Ukraine as they confront foreign aggression and invasion. Open the eyes of those who have been overtaken by a spirit of deception and violence, that they be horrified by their works. Grant victory over the powers of evil that have arisen, and bless Ukraine with your gifts of liberty, peace, tranquility, and good fortune.
God damn, that is beautiful.
So, Presbyterianism, I'm currently a Presbyterian, although I used to be a Baptist, and before that I was an Anglican. But that's Protestantism for you. We sort of go with the flow. But yeah, I think I like that one.
I love that one, and thank you for reading it back to us. And this came from the Scottish Presbyterian Church today.
No, this was, I'm looking back. It's actually on the 24th of February 23. So just at the anniversary of the current invasion.
Even better. Even better. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Prince, should we go to Anda and then continue? Anda?
I don't know, man. She might have a question.
Anda always has a question from the back of the class.
Exactly. Good morning. Happy Easter. So I always have questions from the back of the class. I also have comments from time to time. But you kind of passed that part of the discussion, so I don't know if they are relevant. So I will ask my question. The question is, what happened in the last 24 hours? I've not been around much, and I kind of lost touch with what actually happened in Ukraine. I heard about the Pope's speech, and I have my comments on that one, but I think that one really passed. So let's move forward, right?
Yes, let's move forward.
So what happened? What are the news? What came? Who died? How many of the Russians died? And how many other stupid things did they do in the last 24 hours?
Prince, you have that news.
Yes, I actually do, and I think I have it noted here incorrectly, so I'm going to actually pull up the actual image here. Oh, I didn't. Liquidated personnel, 470. Armored vehicles.
How? What's the total there? Do we have an 8? In the
178,150.
78. Okay, we have an 8. That's a good one. Thank you.
Nope. No problem. 4 armored vehicles, 13 artillery systems, 14 UAVs, 3 vehicles and fuel tanks, and something that made mockers extremely happy, 5 special equipment. Yes, that was a good one.
I know she likes when special equipment blow off, but do we know what they are, or just they are special? That just they were reported special.
They're special. I think what I don't know specifically what the special equipment is, or if anybody has figured out specifically what the special equipment is. However, special equipment can't be replaced as easy as a tank or as easy as an armored personnel carrier or a vehicle, those kinds of things. So I think that's why she gets so excited about them. Go ahead, Enda.
I know she does. She's actually really happy when they blow off. But to keep it on the levity a bit, they cannot replace tanks either, right? So they don't manufacture more. They just take some oldest, some of the oldest tanks in storage, and they bring them up. So I think that's not. They are not happy about those ones, and also they are not happy about the UAVs. I have a question, actually. I'm sorry. So about the UAVs, I know Ukraine started a program to produce UAVs in Ukraine. Do we know anything more about that? So the program was signed some 2 months ago or something, and I was actually hoping to see something, right? to get a physical proof or some reports over them, to hear what's been happening. I know it's state secret, basically. Where do they do that? And I hope they keep it that way. And I'm also very happy that they are able to keep secret when they are transporting stuff from outside Ukraine into Ukraine, because they are not doing by they don't have airplanes to bring them in, they are bringing them in other ways. So I was really happy to see them straight on the front lines, which means they know what they are doing. You know what this reminds me, because you were talking about the about Churchill and about the Anglican Church and everything. This reminds me of some reports, diaries from the people who worked during the Second World War in some capacity or another in London, actually, for the army or for the counterintelligence or someone else, and they never spoke with their parents, with their sometimes with their significant other. What are they doing and where exactly do they work? So one of the persons described this like she said, it was a woman. She said, I was telling my husband and everyone else that I work some place where I can see the tail of the horse of a statue. And I was like, what? Oh, all right, that's interesting. So I have the feeling that Ukrainians are doing the same, being able to keep secret what they are doing, and that's a good thing. That's working in their advantage, and I'm really happy they are doing that.
Yeah, and I actually think that we can bring somebody up. Are you still talking, Anda? And I have technical problems? No. Okay. We can bring somebody up who was supposed to take over co-hosting for me like 25 minutes ago. So
I think I'm it. I think I'm it.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say. I think I'm it until someone else comes.
No, Will is coming up. Will is going to take over for me here in a minute, and I lost brain fart. So I'm going to come up back up as speaker though, but I'm sure Will has followed more of the military stuff more detailed than I have, and so he may be able to give you a decent account of what happened in those 24 hours you lost. So I just wanted to say thank you all for the great conversation tonight, and I appreciate you all, and I will see you again soon. And Slava Ukraini.
Aurora Clava. And thank you, Prince. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And about drones, the domestic production of drones inside Ukraine has reached 3,200 plus or minus, and these will soon be in service on the front lines. That is a pretty significant increase in drone capacity for Ukraine, and it will make a big difference on the front lines. These 3,200 drones are for reconnaissance and for dropping munitions. So it is homegrown ingenuity inside Ukraine.
Sorry, just a second. I'm still coughing from time to time. So what I wanted to say is, they were responsible for some programs of the rockets which were sent, with which astronauts are being sent on the International Space Station. So I think some of them really know what they're doing. I don't know how to put this, but I really have faith in their ability of building flying aircrafts of any kind. And I was actually wondering about that, but I will let you and Will talk about what happened in the last 24 hours, and then I will ask you some questions about aviation.
That sounds good. And welcome, Will. This is like your third shift today.
Yeah, just a second, but close to third. But atheists got to take one for the team for all the folks that are off on their holidays, which is fine. Thanks, Alan. So I get 30 minutes with you again today, 33 minutes, which is fantastic for me. And then I think a new co-host slot, pairing for me, which will be promised in a while. So I can possibly tell you stuff on the military situation because I have looked at it, but I can tell you there's not that much exciting to talk about unless you want to get into the very little nitty gritty street by street detail.
Well, bring us up to date. It's great to be here with you again. And I have a bad reputation for not being able to give up my co-host seat. So you say 33 minutes. It could be 63, 73, 83, 93 minutes or more. You just don't know. You're going to have to put up with me. And so, Will, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put Chuck's latest maps of Bakhmut and Avdiivka up in the nest. But if you want to talk a little bit about the military situation right now, which is largely unchanged from what I understand, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Look, Chuck, that I've looked at. There's not an incredible lot. I guess we should start up in Bakhmut, but Bakhmut and Avdiivka are really the only action points. There have been reported attacks up and down the line again from basically from Svatova all the way down through Avdiivka, but all the real action is at Bakhmut and Avdiivka, of course. And there has not been an incredible lot of change in either place. But looking at Chuck's map in Avdiivka, essentially what's happening up there is the mitten, as he called it, the thumb and the fingers of that mitten were never able to be closed. And in fact, the down in the south near Ivaniski, Ukraine has been able to push back down there. A lot of the back and forth in Ivaniski, you've probably seen videos on around in the more open fields that they say are around Bakhmut, and there is a lot of attrition of Russian troops in there because they're not incredibly well supported. There have been a fair number of artillery attacks into Bakhmut, and I'll note essentially what's happening in Bakhmut is they're no longer really trying to do the encirclement thing, or they were unable to do that. So they've gone to essentially just grinding it out street by street. Like I joked about a week ago when somebody was saying how well the advance was going from Russia's side. I said, yeah, we're down to the point where the updates will consist of success in taking the second bedroom from the bathroom of a Khrushchevsky apartment. But so that is, it's incredibly intense fighting down in Bakhmut. And I will note that in the last 24 to 36 hours, I've seen evidence of them, the Russians, using those TOS-1A thermobaric multiple launch rocket systems in the city. And when you use those in a city, because people are hiding in rubble, hiding down in basements, waiting to ambush people, the flash that's created by those things and the static overpressure that's created by those things, if you are hiding in a basement in a confined space, just the shock wave can easily kill you. So those are particularly nasty, and this is why when we're looking at the numbers for the day, special equipment used to be, or is Mocker's favorite, but I keep looking for artillery and MLRS because Russia is such a artillery-centric army that making sure that they continue to take out a large number of tubes and a large number of multiple launch rocket systems each day is incredibly important from my perspective. And as you know, artillery kills most of the deaths in warfare are caused by artillery. So I love seeing their artillery being attrited. But basically, we're down to block by block, and some areas that were considered to be taken in the north are now considered actually contested. So there is a bit of back and forth. But basically, it would appear that that Bakhmut salient, if you will, is being reduced slowly, and it looks like the Ukrainian lines are mostly being kept straight, which from my perspective then looks like it is kind of a fighting withdrawal from the area. They're being overcome, but given the fact that there's no major penetrations inside the city to surround and trap any Ukrainian troops, it would appear just on looking at the map, because we don't have the level of detail inside the city to say that they're grinding it out. And as long as they're not capable of moving in these TOS-1A thermobaric multiple launch rocket systems, as long as they can interdict those, the rate of casualties should remain on the side of the defender, if given the fact that they're probably more experienced. But the other thing that's happening in Bakhmut is it's relatively apparent now that the success there is probably in large part due to the Wagner troops are being rotated out and VDV troops are being pushed in, which you'll remember back in Soledar was the exact sort of thing that they did to actually finally take the ground there. So I think more experienced troops are coming in on Russia's side. So it's a tense, dangerous time there, but it would appear that Bakhmut salient from Ukraine's side is just slowly deflating like a balloon, if you will. So it doesn't look like it's going to be any day, but who knows how long they could hold out? A couple more weeks. It's taken them 2 weeks to get from the Bakhmutka, or to get across the Bakhmutka River, and looks like 6 blocks into the city. So might be 2 weeks more at this rate that they could hold out if it just so slowly gets reduced. So that's Bakhmut. Avdiivka is down in the south, is getting a lot more attention, a whole lot more attention from the Russian, with artillery strikes in particular, because they do have a much more pronounced salient at Avdiivka. But remember, Avdiivka is up on a top of a hill, so it's going to be very, very difficult to take that area, as it has been since the beginning of the war. Because this town is just north; it's basically a suburb of Donetsk. So that they haven't taken Avdiivka in this entire time is probably a fairly sore point on the Russian side, and they are now focusing on Avdiivka in a way that appears like they did heavily concentrate on Bakhmut before. You will see a lot of there's a lot of airstrikes going. Well, not a lot, but there are a number of airstrikes being taken out by the Ukraine, so that they are focusing on trying to support the Ukraine forces on the ground so that they don't achieve an envelopment, because an envelopment in this area is really probably the only way to take Avdiivka, and they are pushing hard to try to do that. But Ukraine is holding out till now, and of course, they're losing. Russia is losing a lot of forces down there too. So, not that much has changed, of course, on the map. And as you'd see from the casualty list and the lack of extensive news from, maybe it's the Easter break, but there's hasn't been an incredible lot of news out of the SBU. So on a map, it looks relatively static, but it looks like the attrition war carries on. And the number of attacks being repelled is about the same as it has been over the last 3 to 4 days of the Good Friday Easter holiday period of time. So that's the general overview. I think that Chuck probably would have covered had he been here, but I think Chuck's going to be in tomorrow, is he not, Alan?
Chuck will be back on Tuesday for Tuesday bullet point. And we hope Chuck might be here tonight, but he's not going to be here tonight. But that's a really, really good summary, Will. Thank you very, very much. Anda, did you have a follow-up question?
Actually, do you want me to have one? Because that's what my avatar says. So I always have some follow-up questions. I think my brain has morphed into okay, you said this. How about that one? Or how about this topic that you're talking? So I'm yeah. To the point. Going back to the point. So you mentioned Avdiivka, and I know I've been. So we are in April. 3 whole months have been since I know for sure I've been seeing Avdiivka on every report that I can remember. So I actually loved your your approach on seizing a bath in some apartments, seen as a victory. So my question is the following. On the map, when you look at them, the situation doesn't look nice, right? Because I looked at what's happening in Bakhmut and in other cities, but it hasn't been nice for some time now. So both Avdiivka and Bakhmut are not cities which were how should I put this? Treated starting yesterday or the day before. Bakhmut is under siege from September, October, I don't remember, months anyway, many months. So my take or my question is I don't know how to phrase this nicely. Is this just some inexperienced eye, my inexperienced eye, looking at the map that gets worried from time to time? or is it something more that we haven't seen in the last 6 to 8 months? Is it because I saw, this is why I'm asking. So these are the information that I put together. I see the maps. I know for how long the towns are being treated, because it's not a siege, right? And I know also that President Zelensky has gone twice to Bakhmut in the last, this year, right? Not last year, this year. So in the last 3 months. So if I would be holding on, treat now, right? So that's, to my knowledge, that's not something you do. Usually you go there and say, good job, hold on, help is coming, right? This is usually what you do. So am I correct to be hopeful despite of what my eyes are saying?
Well, and a couple of things about Bakhmut. So President Zelensky visited Bakhmut late last year before coming to the United States and addressing a joint session of Congress. A few weeks ago, he was in a suburb of Bakhmut and met with Ukrainian soldiers who are defending Bakhmut. I believe he's only been to Bakhmut once. But that's really not important. Can we be hopeful about Bakhmut? I really would say let's wait for Chuck coming here on Tuesday night to tell us. But I don't think Bakhmut is currently a very hopeful situation, and I think Avdiivka is also critical. That is a word that Chuck uses, but again, focusing on Bakhmut, there is intense fighting taking place through the rubble of Bakhmut's city center. There's intense fighting going on along Korsungogo Street, which is a line of supply for Ukrainian troops into Bakhmut. And as Will pointed out, regular Russian troops are being filed into Bakhmut, and Wagner troops are being filed out of Bakhmut. So there is a definite change on the battlefield in Bakhmut. Chuck would also tell you that between Bakhmut and Avdiivka, Avdiivka is much more tactically important. There's a rail yard there. There are highways there that lead to critical points on the battlefield. And it is from Avdiivka that Ukraine, Avdiivka is a suburb of Donetsk City. And it's from Avdiivka that Ukraine has been able to shell Donetsk City for months. So the battle for Avdiivka has actually taken place for almost as long as the battle for Bakhmut. The battle for Bakhmut is more than 250 days now and counting. That's longer than the siege of Stalingrad.
No, of Stalingrad, yes. I'm sorry. I thought of Leningrad, and that was 890 days or something like that. So, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much for that explanation.
So let me add to what Alan's just said. Right, you had mentioned is there reason is there reason to be hopeful? And here's what I'd add to what Alan said, which is, as you noted, just before he went to the joint session of Congress several months ago, Zelensky was there in Bakhmut, doing a rev up for the guys, and the special forces, the head of the special forces was there about the same time. At that time, the people who were looking at it, well, when I was looking at it, I had thought, well, look, he's there to tell them the plans of how they are going to withdraw from Bakhmut, and the special forces are there to help them plan their withdrawal and plan the traps that they are going to lay for Russia as they advance. And I thought it would be much quicker. But as you know, this is Zelensky came and then called, Russia's been calling it strategic forever, which it is not in a military sense. But Zelensky went ahead and said Bakhmut is strategic, and that revised my thinking about what he was doing. Why would he say that? And why he said that at the time, and they explained, was if we don't fight them in Bakhmut, we're going to be fighting them in Kramatorsk, right? So, and the manner in which Russia proceeds with its attacks is essentially to flatten everything in front of it that it can with artillery, and then move across the destroyed area and take the land. So, in his view, Zelensky said every city is strategically important. So I'll accept that at face value, right? And then they started funneling more troops in to hold Bakhmut, even though it's not militarily strategic. It is strategic from the sense of what Zelensky said, which is, if not here, we'll be doing it at the next place. And he probably wants to try to save as much of the country infrastructure as he can. So they started funneling troops in to hold Bakhmut, because that's where the Russians are. And if the Russians find it important, then it becomes important to Ukraine. And so you would be worried, right? Oh my God, we're going to stay in Bakhmut, and as you get into inner city fighting, depending on the quality of the troops, the kill ratio can go down from what we saw it was being when they were advancing toward Bakhmut in these human waves. Much more cover in the city, and skilled operators can reduce that death toll in attacking versus defending down to close to 1.1. It's shown from looking at other city battles that have taken place throughout history, as analyzed by John Spencer in his multiple articles. So I was quite worried about that. But what I would be most worried about is if Russia was able to encircle within the city and reduce any troop concentrations that are in there. But because Bakhmut, if you think of it like a balloon, is sort of deflating all around, right? First they were up holding at the Bakhmutska River, and then they were holding at the rail line, and now it's just slowly collapsing and pulling back. And if Ukraine is able to maintain its lines, doesn't panic, and maintain supply in there, as Alan noted, this could go on for weeks more. If you are willing to trust that the Ukrainian military knows what they're doing, I think there's every reason to be continually hopeful at Bakhmut, not because they'll hold it, but because it will have served its purpose in pinning Russia there for no strategic gain, and getting a massive amount of attrition of their capability to attack. And especially, as I said before, in the area of artillery, if they're able to interdict a lot of Russian artillery and MLRS there, every one of those tubes can't be used to fire into cities. It can't be used to break up an offensive when it goes to happen. And they're using up lots and lots of their ammunition. And you'll note, if you follow War Translated or some of the other Telegram channels, that virtually every place along the battlefield that you hear intercepts of Russian communications or their conversations on gray zone, every place along the line is complaining about the lack of artillery ammunition. So that is a very, very good thing. If an artillery heavy army starts to run out of artillery shells for its army, that is a sign to be relatively hopeful, because none of that is going to be raining down on you during the advance. And when the advance happens, if they're able to penetrate back to the point where that artillery is based, then you're starting to look at a collapse, and it will be over. They will have them on the run if they're capable of breaking through the first lines and getting to the artillery support that has to be close to the lines, within 10, 15, 20 kilometers. So I'm hopeful in Bakhmut. The one thing that still concerns me all over the battlefield is the prevalence of a large number of these DJI drones, because the battlefield intelligence that can be gained from drones is so incredibly useful that I'm worried that they will be able to, if they can continue to have an advantage, as Scruff said, in the number of drones that they're fielding, the little small ones for local area. The whole advantage you get inside the city when defending is they don't know where you're at, and you can ambush them. If you're not able to take out drones, and their drones sufficiently are capable of identifying your positions, then they just need to move up these TOS-1A thermobaric bomb launching systems and reduce concentrations of Ukrainian troops that way. So really risky strategy. There were a number of people that said, geez, I'm not sure I'd defend Bakhmut. But a couple months on, I understand why Zelensky did it. I'll take him on face value that he wanted to protect other cities, and Bakhmut's already essentially destroyed. So I guess the hope is that the massive amount of attrition that will have been lost to take Bakhmut for over here again, right? Since the beginning of the year, not just the last month, since the beginning of the year, Russia has taken less than 1% of additional territory back from Ukraine. If that's their winter offensive, then I guess I think we should be happy and hopeful about that. If that's the best they've got in an offensive in winter, then I'm happy, willing, and ready to wait for the counterpunch.
Yeah, me too, Will. Anda, does that address what you're interested in? Are we answering your questions? Neither Will nor I are military experts. We are far from it, but we are doing the best we can. Anda?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Alan. So first and foremost, I'm not military either, and I think many of the people in the that was water, by the way, right? Many of the people who are in the room are not. I was interested in what happened and to gain an explanation, and it was actually great. And I like the deflating.
Yeah, if it looks like a balloon deflating, that's actually quite a good thing.
Analogy, yeah. It is, and it made sense. And actually, it's for me, it gives me hope in case they have problems and they really need to retreat. They still have a way, right? So I think that's important, because I don't want to see a second Azovstal, and it really God, it really marked me. That those months in which I was hoping and praying for salvation,
mission. Yeah, I know part of them is still in captivity, so I continue praying for. I'm continuing praying for them. They were really, really brave, and I hope they get to see Ukraine free, right? I hope to see them back. So yeah, they are really deserving of that.
Yeah. And so the only area on this map that really worries me at present is down in Avdiivka, because they do have it at Severny in particular. If they are able to close that encirclement by taking the rail yard up at Svetova or Stedova and Severny, if they're able to close that encirclement there, that will be a very bad thing. But it does not look like they're able to do that, other than the fact that there is an extension of their area of control down near Severny. So that Avdiivka worries me significantly more looking at a map than does Bakhmut, other than the inherent risk of trying to do that intercity fighting.
Thank you, Will. Let's go to Casual. Casual, go ahead.
Well, thank you. And let's see. I wanted to applaud Axel about an hour ago for his channeling of Hercule Poirot as he was ridiculing somebody. I thought that was a masterful stroke of sarcasm. And to your worries, the Ukrainian Defense Force and armies, I think, very well learned their lesson from Avastal. Do remember that a prisoner of war released a state secret, unfortunately, what was it, last week or 10 days ago, that there is a significant tunnel network from Bakhmut back to their rear lines. They have an unfettered avenue of escape. Fortunately, no such secret has been revealed about Avdiivka, but considering we are talking about the historical miners of Eastern Europe that were responsible for saving Chernobyl from melting down by tunneling under it, I would not put it past them that they have built a subway station from Avdiivka all the way to Warsaw, Poland by now. They are really good at covering their six. They know what they're doing when it comes time to quote unquote retreat. And I don't mean retreat in the standard British fighting to the rear maneuver. I mean, they do a collapsing fighting retreat intentionally to inflict much more casualty upon the enemy than the enemy could ever imagine. I believe the current estimates of casualty ratios in Bakhmut estimate at worst 8-1, at best 15-1 in favor of Ukraine. And that was their point all along, was to save the rest of the country's demise by pinning Russia where they are and making them think that there was some other reason that it was vitally important. Russia took the bait. They said, well, if they think it's important, then we're going to go all in on taking these from them. And they did. They've fallen for it time and time again. And I think the estimates now are something like 45,000 deaths just from trying to take Bakhmut. Some insane number. Have faith. They know what they're doing. They are letting Russia kill themselves against a brick wall that is the Russian defense, or that is the Ukrainian defense. These are master classes in defensive warfare. This will go down through the ages, as many battles of ancient Greece have and ancient Rome, and along with the defense of Leningrad, they are utterly destroying the Russian army.
Yeah, well, we do hope that is true, and I think the evidence is that this is true. The Ukrainians have successfully pinned Russian troops in Bakhmut, and they are wearing them down. It's also possible, and we may know this Tuesday night when Chuck joins us for bullet points Tuesday night and a review of the current battle field situation. But between now and Tuesday, it's also possible that Ukraine will decide the time has come to withdraw from Bakhmut and set up defensive lines in Chasiv Yar. What will happen in Avdiivka, I think, is much more unclear. I think the battle in Avdiivka, the battle in Bakhmut, is confused. There are Ukrainian forces behind Russian forces in Bakhmut. There are Ukrainian forces and Russian forces engaged along Korsungogo Street and in the center of Bakhmut. So this is a very fluid, very confused urban battle in Bakhmut. Same in Avdiivka. And I just wait for Chuck's analysis on Tuesday night. That's the best I can do, Will and Casual.
So, so you mean Tuesday night, or the regular time that he's here in a day and a half for you, yeah?
Yep, regular time. Chuck will be back 7 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. time, on Tuesday night. So this would be, let me do my time zone math. It would be midnight in London. It would be 0200 in Kiev. But Tuesday night is when Chuck will be back.
8 a.m. Perth time.
At 8 a.m. Perth time, and and 8 a.m. Perth time. But what day? Thursday, Friday, Saturday,
Wednesday at 8 a.m.
Okay, Wednesday, 8 a.m. And you'll be with us, right, Will?
Indeed, always here 8 a.m. on Wednesday. Friday I show up a little late for bullet points because I got to get my swim in.
So, do you swim in the ocean or do you swim in a pool?
I do swim in the ocean regularly, but I'm during the week when I bust out from my swim, I go to a public pool. I go to the public pool, Alan. That was the pool built in 1956 for the Commonwealth Games at a place called Beatty Park. And I get a kilometer in three times a week.
Okay, I'm going to get a kilometer in 3 times a week starting in May. That's when the water is warm enough to stay in there for a kilometer. So Primus, Will, Prince, G-Man, David, and Axel. I'm going to drop down because I'm really not needed, and Primus is going to take my place. I just want to thank Will. We had a good 38 minutes of co-hosting, 5 minutes more than we thought we would have. So I just want to say Slava Ukraini. I need snuff here to help me with my Ukrainian pronunciation. Slava Ukraini. Good night.
Slava Ukraini I solodkich snів. All right. So very soon, as soon as they can swap out the new record holder for taking Alan's seat from him, and relatively new Primus co-host Primus is joining us now, and I'd just like to mark for the record that that's 7 minutes. 7 minutes is the new record for taking over for Alan. I don't know how he did that, but he's got some secret sauce, and we'll find out what that is from Primus in a second. In the meantime, Carla, what's your question?
Not a question. Chuck is on 7 a.m. Perth time. I have worked out that we are exactly 12 hours ahead of United States Eastern time. And I think it used to be 8 a.m. It's now 7 a.m. and that has to do with daylight saving, I think. So you'd miss the first hour.
Oh, I never miss the first hour because I get on at 6:30 a.m. right after the cats wake me up.
Yeah, well, there you go. So it's 7 a.m. Wednesday and Friday.
In Perth time, 7 a.m. In Perth time, 7 a.m.
Yeah, would be
Wednesday and Friday, winter time.
Okay, don't miss it.
Thanks, Carla. There's always somebody to keep me honest.
No worries. Have a good day. Bye.
And there he is. Welcome, Primus. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you doing today? And Mike, check. Can you hear me?
Indeed, 5 by 5.
Excellent. Excellent. So, yeah, so what is it? 7 minutes is the new record. I don't think I had any secret sauce. I think Alan just wanted to get out of here tonight because it's Easter. So,
Yeah,
but I'll take
I think we were just winding him up too much, and he's so he's gone on time almost. Plus his favorite co-host Daryl's not here today, so they can't jive for as long as they normally do. But now we're going to get started. I've never co-hosted with Primus before, with you, sir, and I don't remember. You have a bit of military background as well, but I have the absolute bare minimum military background. But I think you've got a bit more than me. Isn't that correct?
possibly. It wasn't actually military, but I did some training for it before I got injured, and I worked as an analyst briefly. And otherwise, has been following a lot of defense industry stuff for quite a long time. Political science by training, but banker currently. So, bit of a Renaissance man, I suppose. But yeah, if any military questions come up, I can probably provide the mostly right answer.
Yeah, and then as Alan said, Chuck will be back to check our work in the last couple days or days, but when he comes back. So, is there any topic on the front or in Ukraine generally, maybe in the financial area that particularly interests you?
Well, Peter Duran was talking about a report that he's working on just came out. Just how bad it is getting with the ruble. And I thought that was particularly interesting. There was a guy who tried to trade, I don't know, like 700,000 rubles to convert it to cash, but because the conversion rate keeps getting worse. And I think that would be the equivalent of about, I don't know, like $10,000, $20,000, something that'll buy you a decent used car kind of rate. And he ended up getting robbed by 3 people in the process. So that was in St. Petersburg. So, that's a sign of things going well. Except,
Yes, and as a banker, you would have heard or seen the news that I talked about with finance yesterday a little bit, which was that the informal currency exchange that takes place in open air markets around Russia has taken off and blown up again to the point where you can get 81 rubles to the US dollar if you go into the bank, wait in a long queue, fill out some forms, you can trade some money up to a certain limit per day. But if you go out into the open air markets with that same US dollar, you can get up to close to 200 rubles for it. So that is never a good sign as a banker, is it? When people are abandoning the currency in the country they're in and more interested in operating in the currency of true reserve-backed currency like euro or dollar, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not a good sign. I mean, it's basically two economies that are developing there. I mean, there's always probably been a little of it, but the ruble has never really been a strong currency for exchange. I mean, during the Soviet Union, I mean, obviously, it wasn't really an exchangeable commodity in a lot of ways because it was just so heavily manipulated. It wasn't something that was free floating in the market, letting the market decide what the value is, which is kind of what you need for, especially if you're going to try to replace a dollar or something like that. But in this case, you have two forms of currencies. The black market is, a better market than the white market, so to speak. So eventually what's going to happen is you're going to see some pretty nasty crackdowns by the government on that because, you're just going to see a lot of capital flight because you're converting rubles to foreign currency. And since you can't buy foreign currency, well, you can't really buy anything in foreign currency very necessarily, that money is going outside of the country. So it's going to bleed capital. But you also have kind of the third economy going on, which is all the stuff with crypto and that kind of thing, which is something like things like the FSB have used quite a bit to, nefariously transfer currency around the world. So, it can't really be tracked easily and that kind of thing. Now, in India, this was fairly recently, a friend of mine was telling me about it. There were two economies there in a very similar situation. And eventually what happened is Modi's government came in and just basically said, we're going to reissue a new currency. And if you can't basically prove where you were getting your funds from, then we're not going to convert your currency into the new currency. And of course, a lot of people who were doing a lot of stuff on the, at least the gray market there, they lost a lot, and it was quite controversial, but that was the only way they could regain control of their monetary policy. And, I would think it's going to be even worse in Russia because it's desperation. It's not just desperation from the little guys like you and me, but some of the the richer people, the oligarchs, criminal organizations, like everyone's going to be trying to convert because you can't buy anything with a ruble. Not really. And certainly, if you have a dollar, you can convert it to 200 rubles. You can buy something internally. You're also going to do that. So that kind of drains their hard currency reserves, which is what they use for trade out on the market, and they're heavily sanctioned. So that's worth more than it's ever been worth. So there's going to be a lot of internal tension caused by that. Would be my read on it, but that's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
I think finance definitely agreed with that. And I was asking him, how far if a trade in other countries' currency gets extreme enough like that. When can we expect to see hyperinflation and the kind of collapse that's going to cause lines, at stores or people actually only being able to get very valuable things if they are sold in US dollars or euros. And we're actually seeing one bit of that now, right? In St. Petersburg and Moscow. If you want to pay a bribe to avoid mobilization as a MOBIC or conscription in the regular call up, those prices have gone up drastically to several $1,000s to 16,000 US dollars, I believe, to escape mobilization if your number comes up. And that bribe can only be paid in euros or US dollars. They won't accept rubles. So I think, and this is what I asked Primus, I asked finance, and maybe you'll have a comment. from seeing these things happen before in the history, does this tell us when we might expect to see, open dissent of the government? Not necessarily, revolution, but are we going to see bread lines, people lining up for grocery stores again, and that type of hyperinflation in a few months, in another year? How long does that take when faith in your currency starts to erode to the point where we're seeing it now?
Well, in a certain sense, any sort of fiat currency that's not, truly backed by, hard currency like gold and that kind of thing, it is all about faith, so that's part of it. So when you start losing faith in that, you're starting to live. You have your consumer confidence index, which is never a good sign, and I doubt that's very good in Russia. But Rostat's statistics are basically all smoke and mirrors, and then they're over there getting high on their own supply and the rest of the propaganda. So it is what it is there. I think it's probably going to be a matter of months because things tend to get bad slowly, very slowly, and then they get bad very fast. So I think that's probably what's going to happen. And when you have a system that represses dissent, so much like happens in Russia, is people they kind of bury their grievances until they explode. And that's why you get like violent revolutions, which kind of come out of nowhere. So this is one of the things that would do that. Especially when you start working in, people actually have power there. They're not able to buy their luxury goods, but this could also turn into people not being able to afford food. So, it either all comes flying apart, or the government will basically have to, either take control of the economy and return to a command economy, which is where I disagree with finance a little bit, because the government can just say, hey, bread is worth 10 rubles, deal with it. You're paid 500 rubles a day, deal with it. And if you don't, you can take it up with Mr. Kalashnikov. So, it could be going towards that too. And none of that is good, but all of that will take pressure off of Ukraine, because it's undermining, their ability to wage war, because they have to have, more of their, troops held back for, repressing internal dissent. That kind of thing is not good. And as soon as there's an opportunity, you're going to see places along the fringes, places like Chechnya and so on, I think is going to brew up, sooner rather than later as well, because, there's a lot of internal tensions on here. Like if you're familiar, you're familiar with metallurgy, you can take something that's very brittle and you put stress on it and it won't break, but then it snaps. And I think that's kind of what's happening with them, because they're having to harden all their positions to keep things together. But at a certain point, it's just going to yield, and it's not going to bend; it'll break. But that's just my opinion on that.
No, I think that's what I've observed too. That metallurgy analogy is a good one. That stress tends to build up and with no visible effect, and then it snaps. That's actually the way change often occurs in nature and many things, that you don't see the change until you do, and then it progresses very rapidly. Anda, have you got something to add in relation to the finance area, or a question on this?
Several things, actually. First and foremost, this process that you see during heavy communist times, one thing that's valued, that has valued when you were, how should I put this? Lack of something means value, right? Usually. So the things that you cannot get easily have value for you. In Russia, you have rubles right now. You have very limited access to foreign currency. and especially to dollars and euros, right? So this is one thing that will drag more value to them in owning them than rubles, right? That's one part. Second part is their intrinsic value. So the rate exchange, you don't want to keep in your house um, luggages of money when you can keep an envelope, right? So those people who demand bribes, they don't deposit the bribes in the banks. So let's be mindful of that aspect, right? They keep them, or they um, bribe other people, because in order for them to keep their post, their station, they will have to pay other people in order to stay there, and pay more than a bribe that you get for someone who is not going on the front lines. So there is a chain of um, bribery, right? And the fact that you're discussing them in dollars or in euros makes it easier to convert and to for people to understand what you want. On the other hand, so this is more prevalent in the big cities, which is natural, and the bribery is everywhere, and probably everywhere in foreign currency, but you still have a fairly closed economy. So Russia is not trading outside, which means the people who are buying stuff and they live in Irkutsk, or I don't know, other um, prominent city in Siberia, I don't know. They are not having a lot of means of using anything else than rubles. So you get your pay, you go buy what you need, pay what you have to, and this is basically it. They see the inflation or lack of it. And basically what you don't get if you don't have euros or dollars is you don't get luxuries, right? New phones, new cars, foreign cars, foreign equipment, stuff like that. So you will get stuff which is produced in your own country, available in your area. And we also need to take into consideration that the needs of the population is different. So being a young man in some unknown village somewhere brings with it some needs, and being a young man in St. Petersburg brings with it some other needs. There is also the request for so there are the families of the people who are already on the front lines, right? So they will need to bribe other people in order to get some stuff to their loved ones. They need to stress out and find clothes, food, and money for the loved ones to send to them in order for them to have a leverage with their superiors and get a day's break, for example, right? So that costs money in Russian army. If you want a break from the front lines and the chance not to die today or tomorrow, you have to pay for it, and you have to actually your wife or your fiance or your loved one will pay for you, right? Because you don't have enough money on the front lines in order for you to be able to get that. So in these cases, having foreign currency is really useful, and you will see how you manage to get it, right? And also, I think what we avoid talking about is that in small cities, some kind of mafia is present, which means a lot of people don't get to the bank, they get to other people in order to exchange, in order to borrow, in order to get the money they need for their family or for their loved ones, right? So that means much bigger problems going down the road, because the bank doesn't knock at your door at 2 o'clock in the morning, beating yourself up, beating you up because you didn't pay yesterday, right? So yeah, it's kind of a wild, and it will transform itself in a wilder zone or area, if I can approximate it like this.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you described there. I mean, it's top to bottom corruption, really, isn't it? Right. So, not only do your loved ones have to bribe people to do things back home wherever you live. Let's say you live in Novosibirsk, bribe to try to keep you from being mobilized or conscripted. Then, when you do, if they don't have that bribe to pay, then they get into the you get into the military, and they're having to further weaken their economic buying power by sending you stuff at the front so that you can bribe your way out of dying on the day or whatever. It's just a continuous cycle of corruption that seems to be baked in to the whole thing. That yeah, it boggles the mind to think how long this can last with all of the absurdity that goes on top to bottom. And I just it boggles my mind how the Russian population can seem to put up with this the way that most populations would not.
They didn't have the freedom that you had, right? So one of the things that you have to consider, and everyone has to kind of shift their minds, is that it's really important where you come from, and it's really important what you know. So what I'm aiming at with this, you might be a rebel, right? Some rebels are born like this, with a critical mind, with a critical soul of everything that is around them, and they are able to mobilize other people around them in order to make a difference. There are not many. You see one or two such persons per century, right? Most of the people, most of the time, are bound to how they were raised, or to their traditions, to their environment. So basically, they are like the frog in a boiling, in a kettle which is put to boil when the water was colder, right? they tend to wait too long, and usually they get boiled in before they jump out. So I think that's what's happening in Russia at this point. They are waiting to see, waiting to adjusting themselves to the new screw up economy and reality they have, and they will die there, basically. It's not helping them. So sometimes it's really useful to be decisive from the top, and this is why, for example, Romania has an expression which goes something like, "Please God, give me the mind from after." So, because in hindsight, you realize a lot of things and you're like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, like this. So this expression basically says, give me that mind when I realize what I should do now. what I should change right now. So yeah, basically I'm not so hopeful in this change or revolution. I do agree with you. When it happens, it's shifting everything. But I'm not so hopeful that we will see it anytime soon, if that makes sense.
Oh, it does, and I absolutely agree with you. I actually don't believe we'll see a groundswell revolution in Russia from the public, from the general public, because of the long generations of propaganda they've been subjected to from the Soviet Union period time. But it's this Russian nationalist, greater Russia propaganda that has continued on that entire time. For multiple generations, plus the fact that Russia has apparently about 1.5% of the population is in the security services. The police, the local police, the FSB, Oman, everybody like that. That I think the regime is repressive enough, and the propaganda has been steeped on them enough that there won't be a popular uprising to start a revolution. But I'm just curious when the level of dissatisfaction might show on the streets, because that will be corrosive to the other places where change might take place. If oligarchs or regional governors who are both committing the 40 times the amount of people who are being mobilized are being drawn from the smaller, more ethnic regions. So if 30 and 40 times the number of population being drawn from them, and all of all the oil and gas resources and mining resources and timber and everything that Russia exports all comes from those same places. If any of those governors finally decide that enough is enough, they're sick of seeing their regions finance and provide all the bodies for this war, maybe that will be a spark to make some change in Russia, whatever it looks like. But now I've set something off because Primus has a comment, and then we'll go to the other questions. Primus?
Yeah, a couple things. No, I don't think there's going to be a revolution in Russia. They're going to go through some difficulties. There's probably going to be unrest, and they're going to have some difficulty holding on to the hinterlands, basically the things outside of the Russian ethnicity in and of itself. So we'll see what happens with that. Certainly after getting absolutely thumped in this war, their ability to control a empire that doesn't want to be there is going to be restricted. So it could be a long period of economic distress and infighting. And I'm just going to sit back and enjoy that happening. I have no sympathy for them at all. One thing you mentioned about trees, oddly enough, that had me thinking it triggered a neuron in my brain damaged head here is I forget who said it. Might have been Colonel Fisher, might have been someone else. But in Austria, why aren't there really a lot of old growth forests on here? And that's because at the end of World War II, the Soviets occupied Austria, and they came through, and they basically cleared out a lot of the forests at the time, and took all the lumber and took it back to the Soviet Union. And unfortunately, they're going through and doing a lot of the same stuff in Ukraine now. They're just going through and they're just ripping down all the trees they can for their timber industry and taking it back to Russia, and then importing paper products and so on. Everything from paper to cardboard and all that stuff. They're basically ripping down all the Ukrainian forests they can get into. So that's something ecologically that could take like a couple hundred years for that to heal. I mean, even in places in Ireland, you don't see a lot of old growth, oaks and so on, because the English came through and took a lot of the old oaks and those kinds of things for to basically build the Royal Navy, particularly the masts and so on. So long past the time even the country's been demined, those areas that were blighted by the Russians is going to have a big impact just by all the trees being cut down in some of these areas. But yeah, just a thought on that. But we got a couple speakers up here. Will, you know what the order was? There's someone who wants to go.
I'm pretty sure it's Casual first, then Duke Earl, and then George. Hi, George.
Hey guys,
Hey George,
how's it going? Let's go with Casual first, and let's keep the order.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Just wanted to say good day. Casual, what have you got, sir?
Well, not having heard from the dust falling in the rear, I direct this to Anda. What's going on in Moldova?
Well, how should I put this? You want recent information or in general?
Yes.
I think that means both, Anda.
All right. So I will kind of sum it up. So Moldova is struggling to let me put it this way. I've been talking at some point. We talked here in the space about disinformation, and Joanna was up early that morning, and we were talking about one of the topics were how do you lie, right? How do you use the lies in order to get what you want? And basically what Russia wants regarding Moldova is not Moldova per se, because Moldova is small, it's landlocked, and it's not rich. So it doesn't have other than the fact that there are some ammunition depots there, there's nothing special in Moldova for them. But Moldova is supporting Ukraine, and that is something that Russia doesn't want, right? So what they are doing is creating what we called a straw man. So they created and addressed a problem which is not there. As you can see, I have a cat over here. She's pretty upset. So there are some discussions. There is a nugget of truth, right? In Moldova, as in Eastern Ukraine, you have a mix of Russians and Moldovan Romanian Moldovan, let's put it this way, right? So of Romanian descent and Moldovans of Russian descent. And they are not half and half, but it's kind of close, because a similar process with what happened in eastern Ukraine of Russification took part in Moldova also. Therefore, there are some Russian sympathizers there. There is Russian media which instigates and propagates misinformation and disinformation. Therefore, you will have discussions, right, between some of the Russian descent population and some of the Romanian descent population. That being said, people usually, at least Moldovans, are getting along pretty okay. It's not an open conflict there. And this is the straw man, because the Russians, through their propaganda and through what they managed to instigate in Moldova, created an image of a divided Moldova, right? That's the straw man. So they will be able to say right now, Russians are this and that, not respected in Moldova, just like they were not respected in Ukraine. So that's one thing. The other is, look at this government. This government is not serving Moldovan interests. This government is not serving Moldova as a direction, because they are pulling to the west, and they are dragging Russian nationals in the claws of the West, right? So, and this is not true, because what you saw on the streets, those are paid people to it's like me giving you $1,000 and telling you, I want you to go on the streets a week, starting tomorrow morning, and shout in front of the government something. And those people take it as a job, right? So they are taking it as a job. They are simply going because they are paid. They are saying what they are requested to say, and that is that. It's not from their heart. It's not like me being pissed off, or as you saw in Georgia, being people being really pissed off and going outside the streets, or in Israel, right? You have seen spontaneous movements with I think there was, I don't know, 1 million people out on the streets in one night. You don't see that in Moldova. Like, there are, like, I don't know, 3,000 people, the most.
Sort of like the people that showed up in New York City to protest for Donald Trump. They usually got paid to be there.
Well, actually, in Moldova, there is proof. So if you go on the services, and I went and read that, right? So on the services, internal services, security services, there are reports there which state that the Shore Party is being paid by Russia. The Shore Party is paying people to demonstrate. The Shore Party is organizing people and bringing them with trucks and with buses from outside the city in order to demonstrate. And you have a bus basically has 56 seats, the most. So in order to bring 100 people, you have to bring two buses, right? So in order to bring 1,000, right, you have to have at least 20 buses, right? So you have to multiply this, and it's not easy. And you need money for the driver, for the gas, for the people that you're bringing in, for the food, because sometimes they are giving them a lot, some food in order, because people profit, right? So if they see that you want something from them, they will ask for more, right? So first they asked for money in order to do this, and then they said, we want food also, because otherwise I will spend all my money on food. So basically, a lot of money are pouring in through short party, in order for us to see this uprising in. But I want to mention something else. One important thing is perspectives. So you always have to keep things in perspective, because otherwise you lose. Looking at details is important, but you always have to keep things in perspective. Why am I saying this? We are looking at reports, right, from the news media on how people are protesting in Moldova, right? So you look and see a mass of people filmed from up close, who shout something, right? If you if you zoom out from that, you will see that there are not many. This is why it's relevant, right? Because in Israel, you have seen images from top of the buildings, from drones high up, who showed you massive amounts of people on the streets, right? Who spontaneously and from their own will went out. No one was paid. People were out to protest, right? So you don't see this in Moldova. There are a handful of people in the middle of the street, in the middle of a park. It's arranged from the start. So the shore party applies for a permit in order to protest. Sometimes they get one, sometimes they don't. And what you see, if you zoom out, you realize there are not many, right? So it's not an impressive, it's not a massive reaction from the population who is appalled of what's happening and they want to change the government. No, it's a handful of people paid to protest in order for us to see some images um, at the television, right? So this is basically it. And the bottom line is, and why this has an upper version that you saw in the last months. So there are three aspects, right, which are important and relevant. Why do we see this? Why is Russia pushing? One, they are not gaining in Ukraine. Two, the shore party, the leader of the shore party, is very close to being prosecuted. So he is fighting back as hard as he can not to have Maya Sandu on as a president. Dodon will pardon Shore, so that's relevant, right? So and they will work together to help Russia as they did prior. So we don't want them there, actually. um, and third aspect that you need to consider is that there is some military help that is coming into Moldova, and that is not on the likes of Russia. So equipment has been sent, not many, but some. There have been trainings with the Moldovan army, with the Romanians and the people from UK and US, right? Special forces. So when you and also someone mentioned, and it's true, Portuguese troops are also involved in this. So why special forces? Because they know they don't need equipment. They don't need a lot of equipment, right? And Moldova doesn't have a lot of equipment, so they need to train to have skilled people first and foremost. Before they get they get the equipment, they will get skilled people, right? So there has been an ongoing exercise last month, and there will be another, which will start in on the 22nd of April, so in 2 weeks from now. And Russia doesn't like any of this, right? So they will push for more. They will push for more, and they expect to see more. But I can tell you that 2 weeks ago, or three weeks ago, I think, people were caught. So they get sloppy, right? As you rush to do something, you get sloppy in doing that. So what they did was being sloppy, and 3 people with a lot of money were apprehended by the police um, on their way to deliver money to the shore party. They were apprehended by the police in conjunction with the internal secret service, right? So they have their eyes on them, and I hope they bring them down faster, if that makes sense. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. I had heard about Monsignor Shore and his ministrations to the masses, but I was wondering how it had run afoul, and I'm glad to see that it has, of the Moldovan Secret Service. They have a proper name. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry. But I'm glad to see that they are taking to their lessons well, as being provided by generations of hard-earned warriors who are glad to give it to them to learn how to be wary of the mischief of factions from abroad. I just wish that we as Americans hadn't forgotten that lesson 7 years ago.
Thanks, Casual. Duke of Earl, you're next, sir.
Oh, thank you, Will. Thank you, Primus. Good evening. What I want to add about Moldova is that I read the European Union sending 60 million for relief funds for energy costs for Moldova, and on the 23rd of June there is being a voting round in the European Union, and it's about the candidate membership for Moldavia and Ukraine, and they expect that it will go along as planned. And this was about Moldova. And indeed, there are a lot of people who make money on the side now in all kinds of currencies. And you used to have the coffee mafia in Kiev in about 91, 92. And about the Russia economy, why it's not falling apart as we expect. I read an article that stated a lot of industry is working. They make products mostly for the army, or partly for the army. Consequence of that is that the government doesn't make profit on those products, dus have to pay for that. And the expectations according to the Wall Street Journal, is about 3 months. And then what you mentioned earlier, that something can snap, then they expect that the economy internally will plummet and will cause a disaster for the normal people. I don't know if that will bring up a revolution. I don't think so, but I think that is the way it's going to happen. So let's be patient and see what happens. Thanks.
Yeah, I think patience. I think we were reading the same article on there, and you can only fabricate the numbers so long because at some point an economy does run on real money. You can't make it up forever. Um, and there is something to be said for in Russia. There's a bit of a social contract between the people and the government. So long the government can be corrupt and steal and do whatever, so long as it doesn't affect the regular people too much. And that's one thing these mobilizations are doing, they're affecting the regular people. But when they do start having to get in bread lines or that kind of thing, that's going to be a lot harder for them to deal with. But it's going to be going to a bad place. What they've done for this war in Ukraine really is they've basically mortgaged their future as a country, and they've mortgaged it to China. And they're really the only ones that are going to provide the kind of foreign investment that they need to keep things going. And the Chinese yuan itself isn't really a tradable currency in a lot of ways because they manipulate it. They'll tell you whatever the yuan is worth that day or that month or whatever. And they're going to come in. They're probably going to buy a lot of Russian infrastructure. They're going to turn Russia into a Chinese poodle or a Shih Tzu or whatever kind of dog they like in there, in China there. So and they're going to be giving up a lot of it because they're not going to have the foreign investment to go to really keep things going. And the only place they can really turn to, the only place that really has the money, is going to be the Chinese. And they're not really an ally. They're not really an ally to anyone except their own interests. There, and they're going to extract all they can extract out of the Russians. So that's where their future is. It's going to be subordinated to Chinese. Win, lose, or draw with this. It's cost Russia a lot. So, anyways, and we lost George though. I wanted to hear from him quick, and he just dropped off.
Well, if he comes back, we'll take him as a priority.
Yeah.
All
right. So, what I wanted to add to what Duke said earlier is that Romania. So last year in September, Romania pledged $120 million to send to Moldova for help for the winter. And also, I think in December or January, I will have to look up for that one. The US also sent $100 million in order to help Moldova get past this very they were maybe the most dependent country of Russian gas and electricity. So the fact that Russia was hiking up the prices of gas and changing the terms of the contract they had and closing the gas when it suited them just to prove they have a point, and Moldova cannot live without them. It's one of the reasons for which so on one hand we tried to send them gas from Romania. Actually, Ukraine Ukraine exported energy during September, and I think very early October, and after that they kind of stopped because Russia realized they are exporting energy, and they started hammering their Moldova could not could not sever. This is the correct word. Could not sever the import of gas from Russia completely. They had to reduce it. Some part was from Romania. We also sent from Romania some wood for fire, for stoves, basically in rural areas. But they really needed help, so they really used the money. At first, if this makes sense, when Ukraine started having the first blackouts, the primary result was there were blackouts in Moldova too. We have people we work with, which live in Moldova, and they were like, we don't have power for the last 8 hours, and we don't know when the power will come back up. And this was early in the game, let's say. So October last year. So this was because power plant. The only power plant is in Transnistria, which is not helping them in any way. This was actually the reason for which they struggled a bit this